Hello, Petal. Hey, bother.
This is gonna take care of, I need for these elixirs for the rest of the game. Oh. I didn't even notice, so we had an interruption. Hello.
Hello, Petal. Hey, bother.
Trader has no.
Alright, so this stack of strength pots on Ethel's table is now 16. So Jerry Seinfeld will touch it, but I'm still gonna not. Extension works now too? Cool. Hi Nico. Welcome back. Thank you. But hey, say, I kicked the bomb because I thought it would be funny, and it was funny. Are you proud of me? I dropped my shovel and it decided to not show up on the highlight thing.
Nothing.
No, I'm not even in the right spot. What am I doing?
Don't fess up. Just stop this. Enough.
So what'd you do?
She could shoot.
What's going
None of
on?
this matters, all right?
What's going
We need to get her
on?
back and fast.
So, doing the sequence of events as I just did it causes Joel's AI to break. He's incapable of doing anything. Demir works normally, though. And as you see, Joel is just kind of tied to Demir now. It's cute. Wish I'd had this stupid cat icon, spent an hour trying to figure out a way to buy gift stuff, ended up having to buy prepaid US card to get it. Now I'm happy. Ooh, let's go. You got the cat icon? Oh, that looks good. Yeah, that's definitely right up your alley. In the interest of saving turns, because I know he's AI broken. And I don't want to wait for his turn to be over. Create some interesting behaviors.
A chill runs up your spine. You feel like you're being watched.
One more. Check this out. Oh, okay. I just wanted to use an inspo.
The place
A question. Started a new duo run with Tab, Shadow Magic Sorcerer, 2 dip into Hexblade, and Shadowheart War Cleric. Want to try to be 6 Cleric, unsure what to do with the dip. With Wildheart Barb, you get all the Res Rage with Paladin, F, Divine Strike, or Protection or Save Throw Champion Fighter. What do you think? I think that why are you multi-classing if you don't know what you want out of your multi-class? I think in that situation, you pure class. Because it's not like you're just gaining class features, you are losing class features. So, like, particularly for cleric domains that get Divine Strike, by multi-classing and never hitting level 8, you're not getting that. By not hitting level 7, you're not learning Freedom of Movement and Death Ward, for example. Freedom of Movement. We frequently joke that Freedom of Movement casters in this game just have an extra ring slot, because they don't need to wear the Ring of Reaction to be immune to Hold Person. They just use a spell slot at the start of the day, and then they're good. So, like, I would say in your situation, if you don't know what you're getting out of these dips at all, you shouldn't be dipping. You should be pure classing. This goes for the Sorcerer and the Hexblade as well, because Sorlock is a particularly bad multi-class combo. Because you're just kind of inhibiting what each of the classes can do. Unless you are specifically going for the 6-6 split of Hexblade and Shadow. Unless you're doing that, you're just kind of weaker. He's just going full cleric, so doing a melee war cleric mainly? Yeah. Yeah, level 11 you get Hero's Feast, you get Planar Ally. Blade Barrier, even, is neat. Harm can be good.
I don't. If you'd best have one, but a god's grant me. That wriggler swimming in you. What do you say? That is my price. And you.
Thanks so much, of course. Now I turn in the quest for having saved Balin. Get my inspo back to 4. Then we'll go save Barkus.
Look at that. His hands are empty as a whole. We'll have to send collecting noble stuff. Go on then. Hand it up. You. Just for the shop. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stuff.
Try to buy the jump ring. Save me some effort.
Have I got everything then?
What's it going to take?
Hey, Sunra. Thanks for good luck. Hey, Roland. How are you?
One, two, tie my laces, 3, 4, sideways faces. That's it.
Oh, he died. Wasn't expecting him to just die. Rogue damage. You're good in yourself. I could have more to complain about.
As
It's
the
mine.
sun glows, power courses. The
Did-
goblins sing. Eat it!
Hoping that wouldn't happen. That's why we got emergency speed pot.
Come on, blood breath. Let's find you something to eat.
Always be prepared for the extremely unlikely event of you rolling a fucking 1. We'll be using Speedy Light Feet a lot. Not only is it source of lightning charges, but also boots with +1 athletics, and as we establish, athletics is consistency on our kicks. So we care very much about that. For a second, I thought I clicked the wrong lever. That would have been awkward.
Cut me loose! Well, you saved me. Nothing. Take... on that note...
Knocking out Barkas for 20 XP there would have been correct, but going back to something I said earlier, you don't have to take every bit of XP on the table.
Never read a book I liked more than a swig of something good.
Awkward, but nonetheless hilarious. About 3,000 XP off level 5. If I really want to be very optimal about my XP, then waiting to go to Grimforge until level 5 would be the correct play. Do I feel like doing that? Meh. Let's move Will to where I need him to be. Well, I think. So in order to prevent Will from stealing an exploration spot, as he walks through the front door of the Grove, we have to do some workarounds. Now you might think, but streamer, just pick up his body and then jump up the wall and then drop him and revive him. No, his AI will stop functioning properly if you do that. Thanks for streaking, Jester. There a way to refresh spell slots, channel divinity, and skills without camping and moving out of Act 1? Respecking sometimes restores some of your resources, depending on what you had invested level-wise. You could try respecking the Withers.
Want another? Securo.
What? Hey, Rolls Royce. Thanks to the Prime, the 22 months. Very kind. Or Will, I know, I feel so bad about that. I really like Will. Wish people gave him a fucking break. He's a good guy.
Hey Quag, hope you're doing well.
But those 3 deaths on him amount to me getting up to 260 XP later on. And 260 XP is a memorable amount. Essentially, we brought Will this way so he will walk to his default location, uninterrupted. But yeah, don't worry. This is a space of Will enjoyers. Are there vendors in Act 1 who begin to sell short rest, long rest potions once you reach high enough level? No. It's not a leveled pool thing. Now, back before, it was either before patch 1 or before patch 2, you could craft those potions. The mats, I believe, were still in locations that weren't really relevant to Act 1, so like Astral Prism. But to answer current patch, no. The only vendors that sell those potions are Lantarv sells short rest potions. In Act 3, Lucretia sells short rest potions. Ethel sells long rest potions. And the Kobold in the High Hall sells both. Notably about Ethel in Act 3, though, while she's disguised as Captain Grizzly in the Blushing Mermaid, every vendor refresh, she will have a long rest potion, so it comes back. And also, she doesn't care if you steal from her. Like, she won't do anything if you fail. So you can just send one person into the bar and pickpocket Ethel until you get the long rest potion. And then just, like, assign a level up to someone or long rest to refresh that, and then just keep stealing long rest potions until you're satisfied. But that is Act 3, where there's lots of ways to go infinite on your resources.
Shoes. Where are my boots?
Go on. No. You just...
His thoughts become yours.
I am up, and I know the coast is gained.
Will's gonna show up next long rest. Now that is the highest priority long rest event, I believe, in the entire game. So it will most definitely be our next rest, no matter what else we have queued up.
He nods. That listen.
Hey, Viper. Thank you for these 66 months and the tier 2. You're the highest priority long rest event? Oh. So what if we, like...
Don't know
what if we got under a bunch of blankets, took a nap? What then? What then?
And we're happy to be helped. Now, what can I do for you? I want to... anything else?
Nap taken with the FromSoft text? Yes.
You've been a...
Let me at it.
I'm proud of you, kid. This is no fortress.
Our little Hellion told...
Thank...
Got it.
Lore. Go reckless attack here, no consequence. You can't attack me this turn.
Let me guess. Your devil mistress sent... Yeah, I'd clock you as...
Holy shit. That seems measured.
The soul coins on Kicklach are pretty powerful. They do what they tell you they do. 1d4 fire damage on weapon attacks as long as she's either raging or below 25% of her HP. Either of those are reasonable things to play into. Like that beanie color for today. Thank you, Smelly. Hey, Victoria, thanks for the bots. But soul coins also do another thing that's not listed. I'll pop one now. 2d4 fire damage on unarmed strikes unconditionally. So here, with my no monk scaling, my punches here are better than most weapons I could be using right now.
The squirrel lunges at your foot.
You see, you're in my territory, and I want you gone.
I didn't confirm thaumaturgies.
These
Never punished. $15 damage. I do use a mod to hide the fire animations because it's a little obnoxious. Oh yeah, I absolutely agree that it is.
Almost.
Now we're gonna lockpick this, now that we have some bonuses. This girl surely do be on fire. Kicklach, please. I waited until I had bonuses. Thank you. Having Brawler works with Giant Kick, right? Correct.
old undisturbed crypt. Nice. Easy. This place is hungry for me. This'll be fun. Soul coin. Yes, I can use this.
So off the top of my head, there's 19 soul coins in the game. There's some tech we can use to get back into maps after we've formally lost access to them. And that should respawn the soul coins in those maps. So we should actually be able to get, I think 29 soul coins this run. So I don't actually need to be stingy with them. Not the 6-7 soul coin joke. Unbelievable.
Looky! These guys are armed to the teeth. Why?
I have no business fighting them right now, but let's do it anyway.
Like a vandal. Oh, hells. Something just woke up.
That was the wrong weapon. Alright. When have I ever been punished? Oh, roll the tape.
Aye, aye.
Arlac, please. Pick a bomb, maybe? Doesn't sound like something I would do. No peg? I don't consider this worth it.
Ooh, fun.
Now the secret is, if you keep rolling ones, then your Tavern Brawler accuracy doesn't matter. Follow for more tips. Fortunately, this guy can't make opportunity attacks. Just punching because they're bludgeoning ball. And my punches are also the most accurate thing I could be using right now. A Ray of Frost crit there would have been very bad for me. Couldn't have killed me, but it could have gotten close.
Old statue. Don't recognize the mug. Something over there. A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus.
I haven't been grabbing this XP this early lately, but I'll grab it now. This is minus 5 XP, technically. Minus 15 XP, technically, but it's 15 XP that I won't get until, like, level 10, so I'm giving up some XP later for some XP now, effectively.
Let's read it. Excuse.
Dost thou require a new... That is where I will...
Gale's hungry again. Let's get some food from Volo.
I was just settling in and reviewing my latest
I Whispering
findings.
Promise.
Mind flayers,
Yes, I
cultists,
may as
and,
well.
Of course, yours needs company.
My condition is worsening again. I need to consume some powerful magical. Somehow the second artifact. Thank.
Go in that building. The Sparta kick? Yeah, Boot of the Giants.
And I smell brimstone.
It's gonna be the core of the build. And our long-term build plans. You can get a lot of damage bonuses onto it. The goal in Act 3 is to have as close to 30 strength and 24 wisdom as possible. So we can put a ton of bonus damage onto the kick. So our kick is going to be able to clear like 30 plus damage. Which I think will be fun. Or like 40 plus actually, but vulnerability and whatnot. Be for additional bonus action? Not currently part of the plan. I'm going for stronger kicks rather than more of them.
Apart from an overgrowth, the coin disappeared.
Now, I might short-term go for Thief, but the long-term plan is going to have 6 levels of Monk. So that doesn't really leave any room for Thief. However, Open Hand Monk at level 6 can temporarily give themselves an additional bonus action, so we'll still be able to do that. I actually make an eye wisdom build, that's not right. I like branching out. Sorry. Keek. Hey, Mark.
There we go.
I could get that inspo. I don't need it right now. Go get more Warp Fangs. Flow Uncursed Streamer. Mark, I kicked the bomb like 10 minutes into stream because I thought it would be funny. It was exactly as funny as I thought I would be, but you see, I'm not level 6 right now.
Lendineer?
What?
Warp Fangs. Was I soul coined? No, I had lightning charges though. And I'm pretty sure I died because of the lightning charges.
No, Toosh! Toosh, Toosh, Toosh!
Steady. Ought to do it.
lore.
Let's keep.
Don't shoot me with that. It's not nice. Funny thing is the key boomies they gave Open Hand Monk is of a similar vein to what my DM gave my Monk in a campaign long ago. It was more potent, shall we say. It's a cool concept, you know, thematically. Well implemented feature. Except for the part where they broke it on the NPCs that use it and never fixed it. So you know the Gith monks in the Astral Prison? That one of them has that feature. It just hasn't worked against players since like patch 5. Doesn't stop them from using it on you anyway. Even with danger sense, smoke powder bombs are no joke. Yeah, I don't consider myself safe from smoke powder bombs unless I have evasion. And even then, it's still not completely safe. Karlach kicked the bucket and there was a bomb in it? Yeah. I fully knew what would happen, though. I just wanted to see it. I have no regrets. $2.6K. How much do I care? Would go for Flint. Would be a little greedy though.
Keep moving straight. I told you to go.
You see a name etched in.
You. Of course he will. No. If it...
Still don't have the berry bushes here memorized, location-wise. I have to kind of scan for them. 1, 2, 3. Is there a fourth? No, there's 3. Okay. Basically, if you fail the DC, you're dead. No ifs, ands, or buts, but a successful save. So I take twice the amount of necrotic damage you take from Fast Check and Quivering Palm. Ah. Yeah, it doesn't seem something very balanced, but hey, fun is most important, right?
Let's turn down the fire and strike first. Handy. This'll help.
Alright. I go for her first because she has command, and I don't like losing control of my character.
Tactical. must be nearby.
Came at a cost of using all your key points, plus I can only do it so many times for a story-based condition to claim my monk's life. Oh, I like meaningful downsides like that. That's enough to get me on board. I like things with give and take, game mechanic-wise. Consistently something that I just gravitate towards. Like any game where you have the option to cast from your health bar instead of your resource bar, I'm like, that's my shit. And things of that nature. Thinking. I've been to get cold yet. Love that in Cyberpunk. Overclock is my favorite. I just do overclock on every build. I'm boring.
Dwergar versus Myconids. Looks like they slaughtered each other.
You'll see Blackwall hack, so fun to use. Yeah.
Looks abandoned.
One of my favorite early game weapons, the short sword of First Blood. Going back to the conversation we had about dual wielding before. Opening up on someone with a short sword of First Blood and then like a remotely decent weapon in your offhand is just a lot of fucking damage as an opener. Like, look at that. 7 to 19 on a non-crit. Critting means that extra D8 doubles up. Very strong. Not as relevant to this build because we have Tavern Brawler tech, but very strong. Lore.
What? Gek! Got someone sneaking up on us.
There's 3 scrolls of aid in the game. This guy has one of them. I'd like to buy it here. Unfortunately, you can't scribe aid. I get why you can't. That'd be incredibly overpowered. I don't think Wizard needs any more W's than it has.
I'll wait here, but that comes later. Boots first, then you'll get what's coming to you.
Yeah, there's only 3 scrolls of aid.
Right. We're using them for excavation.
So failed throws are not considered hostile. This is why I go for a throw and never a push here. I have failed the push here and aggroed them and died. It's not ideal. I also shove these bodies off the top, because if Gek does spawn his zombies, they spawn where the bodies are. leave myself notes of failed perception checks. Some of them I have alternate ways of getting later, some I don't, but note-taking helps. I should really be like Yump and have a notebook, but I forget things. He's...
Open up.
Before, thank you. Shove the bodies off the top. Shove the bodies off the top. Trying to do an armored monk thing. Early game monk has no proficiencies. I'm wondering if we need to start with cleric, then dip it in for the monk levels. You explained it before, my brain's in a fog. So, depending on which class you want to pick up the proficiencies for, that'll affect whether you need to dip from monk or not. So, like, for example, if you want heavy armor, if you wanted to get that from fighter or paladin, you would have to start as fighter or paladin, because you don't get that proficiency by multiing into those classes. But if you want to pick it up from cleric or ranger, the order doesn't matter. I would say if you're picking it up from ranger, you probably want to start ranger because their saving throw proficiencies are so much better. Than like everyone's. But you can either go multi into cleric or multi into monk in that case, and it doesn't matter what you do.
Scorch marks. And it's not me this time. Something over there.
Don't monk and ranger have the same exact save proficiencies? I was thinking that monk had wisdom, but I could be wrong about that. And yeah, if monk and ranger have the same, then it doesn't matter in that case either. But I know off the top of my head, ranger has the most desirable spread. So if they are the same, doesn't matter there. But in general, cleric, druid, paladin have very bad saving throw proficiencies. And wizard. But then fighter, barbarian, ranger, monk have very good ones. Monk isn't Dex Wiz. I thought Monk was Dex Wiz, but I could be misremembering. Someone fact check me on that. Yeah, this is crazy. Start with 1 level of Ranger, take 2 more levels of Ranger to get a Hunter, take another level of Ranger to get a Feat, then take 4 more levels of Ranger to get another 4. Finally finish it off with 4 more levels of Ranger for a 3rd Feat. I think you're cooking. Makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, Mick said Monk and Ranger are both Strength and Dex. Yeah, if Monk is also Strength Dex, then...
And?
Yeah, we're not talking about recommended stat distribution, we're talking about saving throw proficiencies. Also, ignore the game's recommended stat distribution because it'll tell you things like monks need wisdom and paladins need charisma, neither of which are inherently true. And wizards need ints. Yeah, they'll say things like that. It's like, no, that's not really how that works. No, the rat thing isn't a thing. That's a shit post that every once in a while someone asks about. No. You do not get crit chance by having rat corpses. Not a thing. Do sorcerers and bards need charisma? Depends. Often, no. The thing you have to keep in mind with stats in this game is that stats do things. I know that sounds crazy for me to reduce the entire question down to stats do things, but it's the easiest way of conveying. So, like, let's look at what charisma does for a paladin, for example. It's the efficacy of your aura of protection, and it's your spell save DC, and some of your channel oath features will scale their amount of what they give you, or some spells, like Inquisitors might, and things like that, will scale their efficacy off of your charisma modifier. But all in all, minor stuff. Remember, Aura of Protection does not pass the resistance cantrip in value until you get your modifier to +5. It's 20 charisma. So if you're sitting there in character creation, little old you, planning on playing Paladin, well, strength, because you're doing physical stuff, strength, dexterity, because it's the most important stat in the game, then what does that leave you? Okay, your rest of your stat points are going to be squished between Constitution and Charisma. Now, because Paladin is an aid user, you don't get it until level 5, but because Paladin is an aid user, you can make a pretty solid argument for dumping your Constitution and just taking that in Charisma, but that's still going to leave you at a point where you're likely ending up with, at most, 14. Which is definitely not what the game's recommendations in the character creation menu would have you act upon. Because even though it's your class's stat, it's still less important than strength and dex. Similarly, I am a Cleric superfan. Cleric's my favorite class. I never shut up about how much I love Cleric. I rarely run a Cleric with more than 10 wisdom. The most recent one I did, I had a lot more wisdom than that, but that was change of pace purposes. If I was really focusing on optimizing, I would have 8 or 10. Because you have to look at what your spellcasting stat actually affects. Does my aid spell care how much wisdom I have? Does my sanctuary spell care? Does my freedom of movement spell care? Does my silence spell care? And let's look at something that does care. Spirit Guardians. Do I care if they succeed the saving throw on Spirit Guardians? No. Because they still took damage, they still had their movement speed cut, and I still have a fuck you, don't come near me, or around me. In terms of connecting wisdom back to monks, Shadow Monk has absolutely nothing that cares about wisdom at all in any way. Unless you're talking like, you know, spell save DC from scrolls and tadpoles and stuff. Shadow Monk just does not care. Could not give a shit. Open Hand, it scales the DC on your key resonance, so that's a reason. And then it's also your, actually, it might not even scale DC and resonance. That might be weapon action DC. But it scales your manifestations. So, not having negative wisdom is nice for Open Hand. Then for 4 elements, it's like, alright, Fangs, your best ability, doesn't care about it at all. So, if you're clicking anything other than Fangs, okay, maybe you need to think about it. But, like, if you're not, if you are just using your key points to do optimal damage decisions, which is, if I have a key point, I am clicking Fangs, then you don't need Wisdom, because it doesn't do anything. Monks only need Wisdom because on armor defense, there's Barb on armor defense over Monk on armor defense all the damn way. I mean, you're right that Barb on armor defense is better than Monk on armor defense, but no, like, that doesn't even enter the calculus. There are Monk features that scale off Wisdom but that one isn't one that I would bring into any conversation because Monk Unarmored Defense is truly one of the most garbage abilities in the entire game.
You know these words.
Like, it is so horribly ineffective that I just round it down to nothing. It is absolutely a meaningless thing in the grand scheme of character creation because it does not outscale mage armor until you have 18 wisdom. So not doable from character creation. Requires a feat or a permanent bonus, which is already a questionable optimization decision.
Damage with that chair leg.
And then even if you do get it on and get it outscaling mage armor, here's the thing. Mage armor lets you keep a shield.
Handy ring. It revealed this button.
You can wear a shield and have crit immunity. Still be making unarmed strikes with your free hand. And be harder to hit. Be able to take more hits. It's just bad. Personal reason, but I have another reason to take Armored Monks. Vest of Soul Rejuvenation looks hideous to me. It has nothing to do with the Vest of Soul Rejuvenation. Something saying your class in the name, or like in the text on the card, does not mean that you are obligated to use that. Doesn't even mean it's best used by your class. There's a very solid argument for Vest of Soul Rejuvenation being more of a Barbarian item than a Monk item. Just like how there's an argument that the Bone Spike Garb is more a Bard item than a Barbarian item. The most important thing, AC is bad. AC is also bad. It's true. Hey, Princess Batman. Hope you're well today.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
We finally have something resembling Econ. AC is still better than the days of hit armor class 0. Yeah, it's true. Not hard to do, though. Random question, do passive effects of weapon you have equipped still work if you're swapped to your other weapon? Sometimes. So, like, for example, bow effects. Like, I get this initiative even if the bow isn't in my hand. If I were to equip the hunting shortbow from Damon that gives advantage on attack rolls against monstrosities, yeah, that works for all of your attack rolls. You don't have to have it in your hand. There are some weapons that require they be in your hand when the relevant thing happens. Typically, there's a few melee things that work like that. Like the very infamous Twisting Branches that have the Magic Club passive. Those have to be in your hand when you do the damage, or else they won't apply.
We'll be clear. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Tempted to get the Caustic Band just to increase my throw damage, but I'd rather have the movement speed right now, honestly. Case by case. Yeah, I will say that it overwhelmingly favors that items just need to be in equip slots for them to work. Exceptions to that are the exception rather than the rule. Yeah, I'll give up a little bit of XP, go to Gripforge early. Get the run rolling faster. Throne Hammer would be fun, but I don't care that much about it right now. I did say Barkus. Right, yeah, we can go.
A vessel wobbles on the lake's murky.
With current AC mechanics, it would make sense to grant 1 point of damage reduction for every X points of AC a character accumulates. It would be incredibly broken to do that, because that doesn't make sense under the current system. Because you have a base AC value. So, like, what happens when your base AC is 10? Do you just have 1 damage reduction inherently? 2 damage reduction inherently? Like, how does that work? Do you only go past your base AC? Okay, but then how does it work for things that have a higher base AC than 10? Like, there's some wild shapes that have a base AC of 18. Like, what do you do with that?
Where's Gek? Who are you? What about Gek? Where's he at? Come.
You continue.
Well, I'll be.
You shithead!
Spit it out!
Drug.
Your shit.
Who's the hoon, Greyman? Another slave for the. That. Your twat's old chum. And I'm warning you.
Buddy and I died on our auto run, so we re-rolled, and one of the options that he got was Barbarian. He wants to try Giant Barb, open-hand monks, that feasible, though there's opportunity cost loss in a few areas. So my long-term build plan for this run is quite literally Giant Barb plus open-hand monk. I feel like that serves as an answer to the question, but I'll default to everything is viable. You just need to have a strategy.
Let's be ready for a fight.
You can make any combination of any classes work, but that specific combination is the plan for this run. So, I hope that helps.
A sun dweller in these parts. Look here, my
Vigilance,
topside friend.
yes, please.
I need fresh eyes, and I doubt I'll find fresher.
So glad someone understands that concept of viability. It's one of those things, people are very eager to chalk up the success of a particular run or build or anything to the part of it that they're familiar with, which is why you'll see a lot of people claim that after like 1 or 2 playthroughs, they'll claim that what they did to beat the game is the best thing in the game. Like, no, that's just what you're familiar with. And that's a very different thing. And it's important to always remain open to the concept that
So you look at the skeletons,
you don't know all possible solutions for all possible scenarios. And that's okay. People do like putting things in boxes. Yes. Like for reference, I've completed the game. I completed somewhere north of 100 honor mode, solo honor mode challenges. I stopped counting quite some time ago. They're all archived on my VODs channel, but I've completed a lot. A lot. Some of them obviously more heavily restricted than others, but some of the things that I've completed, I've done Jack of all trades, that's 1 level in each class. I've done it twice with 2 different build plans. I've done level 1 as a warlock, I've done level 1 as a monk, I've done 1 hit, or like no hit, 1 HP as a shadow monk. I've done no looting, I've done no dialogue. I've done one where I was not allowed to spellcast, jump, hide, or fly. I've done one, this one was a duo run, a co-op with Mark the Power Hour, where we were not allowed to initiate hostilities ever or directly do damage with our characters ever. There's a lot of restrictions you can slap on yourself and still clear the game comfortably, which is relevant information. When someone tries to tell you that a certain class can't work or isn't viable, like, no, that's never the case. Even when you hear me shit on a class particularly forcefully, like Bladesinger is the biggest piece of garbage they put into this game. It's absolutely the only subclass in the game that makes your character weaker than not having a subclass would make you. Just truly a tragedy of game design and implementation. Yet Bladesinger is still viable, and I would be crazy to tell you that it isn't. So when you hear me say things like Bladesinger is the worst subclass in the game, and Paladin is the worst class in the game, it's important to understand that this is not me saying those things aren't viable. This is me comparing across the breadth of everything I've experienced in the game and toyed around with. This is me making a snap comparison with very little context unless you allow me to expand on it.
Watchword? Looks splendid.
How does Bladesinger make wizards worse than no subclass? Great question. So, blade singing, if you are going to use the blade singing feature, it requires that you comply with some extremely restrictive gear requirements. You are not allowed to use any armor that is heavier than light. You are not allowed to use any shields. You're not allowed to have any melee weapons equipped that are not Bladesinger compatible. So that's one-handed blades, all manner of one-handed blades. Those are all fine. So daggers, short sword, long swords, sickles, rapiers, those are all fine. But if it's not anything that I just listed, you're not allowed to benefit from your blade song, or start it even, with that gear equipped. This means that the quarterstaff that every wizard starts the game with, yeah, go ahead and unequip that. You're not allowed to use that. If you want to use your subclass features. You can't. Sorry. And very notably, a lot of the top spellcaster items in this game are very powerful enchanted quarterstaffs. Bladesingers just get fucked. You just can't. So Marco Heschker, the very powerful legendary staff in Act 3. Nope. Can't do it. Also, whereas a regular wizard could comfortably maintain access to all of their subclass features while wearing an item that gives them critical hit immunity, like let's say you're playing as Gale, and you just have him equip the Adamantine Shield so he can't be crit and one-shot out of the game with his tiny HP die. If you make Gale a Bladesinger, well, he's not able to use his Blade Song if you give him that shield. So you gotta take it off. And there are no items that give you critical hit immunity that are Blade Song compatible without exploits and workarounds until Act 3 with the Helldusk Helmet. There are 2 pieces of gear that give you damage reduction in the chest slot before Act 3 that are Blade Song compatible, and one of them is only half Blade Song compatible, and that's the Helldusk Armor, which, one, you gotta get the Helldusk Armor at Act 1, and 2, you can only equip it after your Blade Song is started if you want to be using it without the penalties. But the other one is Padded Armor plus 2, and that gives you 2 damage reduction, but only to bludgeoning damage. Now, for anyone who might be new to defensive optimization in this game, damage reduction is your god. Damage reduction is key. Damage reduction is everything. Resistances plus reduction means that you can create scenarios where you don't care if everybody in the fight hits you. Doesn't matter. The worst case outcome, you're still alive. Bladesinger deletes that as a possibility. You are forced into other avenues, and this is not to say you can't succeed with those other avenues, but you are denied the most efficient ones. And what do you gain back? You get a scaling AC bonus that never, at any point in the game, outdoes what a Swords Bard can give themselves for 1 Bardic Inspiration die at level 3. Your wizard level determines how much AC you get from your blade song, and it caps out wizard level 9, you get 4 AC. Just 4 AC. So you give up almost all damage reduction, almost all crit immunity, and most high AC options, and a lot of offensive stat stick options. You give up all of that, and of course, weapon options. You give up all that to get back the amount of AC that a level 3 bard can give themselves. 5 times a day to start? And then at level 5 it becomes short rest. Cool. Yay. Huge.
Shadows don't suit me.
For tried Blade Singer, hearing you shit on it makes me want to try them more. Do it. You do not have to take my word for it. And again, this is not me claiming something isn't viable. Me outlining the worst decision you could make. And I promise you I'm not being hyperbolic when I tell you that a fully leveled Blade Singer is weaker than certain classes at level 1. So that's why it's the worst subclass in the game. Stealth failed, athletics failed. Of course it did. I have a line to get you into the lobber. No, I'm just gonna speed pod. Makes me feel better.
Covered.
Meanwhile, Abjuration's off doing its own thing. Yeah, Abjuration School Wizard at level 2 is tanky enough that if you cast Blade Ward, most of the enemies in Act 1 will be completely unwilling to attack you at all. Level 2, by the way. Does Blade Singer have reduction in spellcasting ability because a level 12 wizard is powerful? No, it doesn't, but here's the thing. Opportunity cost. Everything you give up to remain compatible with your central class feature, Blade Singing, is a reduction in power that you have to calculate for. Now, you can do what a lot of people decide to do with their Blade Singer builds and ignore Blade Singing and just play as a wizard who has effectively traded out their subclass for having extra attack and a couple extra gear proficiencies. And that's a much better approach. But if you are trying to play as a wizard with extra attack and extra gear proficiencies, that's still worse off than multi-classing to get those features. If you're trying to be a caster with Shadow Blade and Booming Blade and extra attack, well, Warlock does all those things and gets there at level 5 rather than level 6. For example. So yes, a 12 wizard is powerful, and you know, at level 11 they'll get their 6th level spellcasting and all that. But it doesn't help them solve problems any more effectively than other things in this game can without having those restrictions. So, for those who may not know, the most damaging thing in this game that does not go literally infinite in terms of damage calc, hey Nightjacks, is the Humble Smoke Powder Bomb, this thing right here. And anybody can use that. Anybody can get an infinite supply of that. So, if you have a level 12 wizard who's determined that their highest damage play is a Smoke Powder Bomb, and you have a level 1 fighter who's determined that their highest damage play is a Smoke Powder Bomb, if the fighter is able to deliver that damage while being tankier than the wizard, tankier to the point where they cannot be damaged, doesn't that mean the fighter's better? Now, obviously, it is slightly disingenuous to frame the entirety of a class around a class-agnostic feature that everyone can use, and that's kind of the point that I'm making. Bladesinger's in a situation where its class-specific specific things that it provides are so close to nothing, or are active penalties, that you have to look at other classes and their takes on the very same things. If you look at casters with extra attack, well, warlocks get that at 5. At 6, alright, that's Bladesingers, but that's also 2 of the bard subclasses. Then compare the wizard features to the bard features. Bards get more. Compare that wizards can simply take a single level dip to have scribing, and still get access to nearly the entire wizard spell list, while also just continuing to do bard stuff and having the best of both worlds. You're thinking about Hannah Montana now, because I am too.
Invisible me.
Damage spells aren't the best spells I would much rather a fighter never get a turn. That's completely irrelevant, though. If the best way to solve a problem is something that every class has access to, whether you're talking damage spells or not. Like, remember that fighter can also just cast a hold person scroll. Fighters can get access to infinite hold person scrolls. Any class can. It's a second level spell scroll. Vendors stock those at level 1. So, if your point is control spells, yeah, everybody can do that. That's not a wizard thing.
Well, well. Look what we have here. La la la.
If you want access to fear, there's gloves that give that. If you want access to an upcast of hold person, there's a dagger that gives that. Automod didn't like part of that.
Like a vandal. Shadow black.
Going back to my original statement about how it's strategy that matters. Sure that I'm hiding. A lot of the most potent strategies and build sort of ideologies in this game are things that are independent of class features. So if your class features provide nothing towards one of those concepts, they tend to be nothing. I'm gonna fast travel so I don't fuck that up.
Honk honk.
Bomb the methods. Yeah, that's the plan. Gonna do a play I have never done before, but I think it's a fun answer. Where is it? So I'm going to use these crag spiders to trigger various ambushes that would otherwise be problematic for me to deal with. I'm hopeful that they're big enough to actually be recognized by these ambushes. Possible that they're not. Find out together in a moment. Sick. That's one spider for there. Use another one for the oozes. See. Fuck flying around. Is that some dust? I can tell if that was a fruit fly or some cat dander blowing from my air filter. We'll find out eventually. I'll wait on the ooze. That.
incoming.
I don't need to be in combat right now. I can simply flee.
Whisper mode.
Minor illusion would make this easier.
You can't see me.
This is certainly spending a lot of bombs, but this is also a lot of XP.
Stealth mode activated. Got it.
I can handle 1v1.
Over there. Good idea, Connor.
I've never used the spiders for that before.
Hello.
I like it as an answer. One of the strengths, class agnostic. I don't need to have, you know, a specialized summon. I need a spiritual weapon or the ability to summon Shovel multiple times. I don't need to long rest enough to have Scratch.
Open up.
Just use the spiders. Hope you're doing well, Cloud Chips. Rim would get us the level now. May as well do it now. I have hand crossbows, right? I do. I got one from Barth, and then one from that chest over by the ore.
This is it.
We'll make the shield.
Impressive stuff.
I'll probably still make the mace.
This is where that mold goes.
Probably. Oh, this idea, though. Did I luck into a flight scroll? Did. I hope that wasn't a fruit fly. I don't want to go back into my fruit fly villain arc. About Connor. Connor's an option, but I usually get hostile Connor, not friendly Connor. I'm baffled why they spawned there. I wanted them to spawn that way, but... Oh. Doing 62 damage to Grim with that hammer was pretty sick. What, the cheese? Is using the flight spell to fly cheese? I don't understand. Yesterday, my Vengeance Paladin died here. Not to Grim, but to the pesky flying creatures. Yeah, heat metal is super dangerous from the Mephits. Never saw this? Hey, welcome in. You treat this game like a puzzle. There's a lot of things you can do. Including, fighting smarter rather than harder. Grim does not have ranged attacks, so if you get some elevation, you can't do anything. Now, I want the ogres to get killed here, but, Grim doesn't seem to be bothered by their existence right now.
Can't see me.
See if you change tracks. Fine. For one, love to see it.
Got it.
What's the Mephit spawn? Yeah, that'll put me in a position where I should be fine. Oh, why'd you have to walk back that way? That's actually my fault, entirely.
Quiet as silence.
And you and your brothers possibly feasting on lump? Lever. They just want to eat this robot, okay, Pink? Let them cook. I picked up my hammer. But he was a heat metal target. Yeah, let them cook the robot. The heat metal adds up. Even with my fire resistance, that amount of damage would have almost killed me by now. Just stop right there, Grim. Perfect. Now we want to make sure that lump goes down, and then we're good. The microwave, I remember that run. That was fun. Machine's referring to a run I did where I was playing as a character who was focusing on using heat metal. And the idea behind heat metal, if you want to use it most efficiently for damage dealing, is you want your spell save DC to be low so that they don't drop it, so that you can just keep using bonus actions to keep hitting them with it. So I actually got my wisdom down to 1 in Act 3 in that run. And it was still succeeding more than I wanted it to. Crazy how enemies will always fail saves you want them to make. Yeah. Like reapply? Yeah, it starts a concentration, and then as long as that heated item is still equipable, even if it's not, you'll still be able to do it to the item, but if they fail to save and you did it to a weapon, then they drop that weapon. So as long as they still have it equipped, you can keep using your bonus action to continue to damage them.
That's it. Go on.
Easier to do from over here.
Well, well. Look what we have here.
Rage for some more throw damage. There's maybe a risk. Fine as long as I don't crit. Actually, I probably should just throw daggers. I'll throw one heavy thing. Right, there we go. You go here. Good question. If you get anything from BG3 as your imaginary technique, what would you pick? Oh, but you're doing a meme. Let me think about this for a minute, Mick. Throw. Just the throw action. Yeah, just the throw action. So I've swapped to throwing daggers here. They definitely do less damage than throwing a big, heavy stuff, but if the gravity damage gets the kill, then I miss out on Grimm's 875 XP. That wouldn't be fun. We're gonna choose not to miss out on 875 XP. Like the wizard dreaming dice hit with that. Nuh-uh. Is imaginary technique a reference? Yeah.
Time to take a load off, isn't it?
More lobotomy Kaisen stuff. Jujutsu Kaisen memes. Disguise Self would be a very useful IRL. It would help so much with the social anxiety. Like, I wouldn't even do anything weird, I'd just go out as not me. So if I do anything awkward, nobody knows it was me. Like saying thanks you too when a server tells you to enjoy your meal.
Hello.
If I'm disguised as not me, then I'm not gonna think about that shit for 30 years. Yeah, let's make the mace. It's fun. You would just never do anything as yourself in fear of messing up. When you put it like that, yes. Yeah, that's correct. I do have a diagnosed anxiety disorder. Why do you ask? I would disguise myself as people I don't like and do weird socially awkward things as them. But what if it backfired, Machine? Like, what if you were trying to be awkward, but instead people started liking you more? So then you would get in your own head about it and be like, wait, all the shit that I thought people would hate, they actually like? So... Actually never used a soul coin on Kicklach. What does it do? It does two things. So the listed effect, which her weapon and unarmed attacks, it also includes throw, deal an additional 1 to 4 fire damage when she's raging or when her hit points drop below 25%. That's not entirely accurate. It's her weapon attacks deal that. But then the other thing is just her unarmed attacks get 2d4 extra fire damage, just unconditionally. So Monk Kicklach is a very popular pick because soul coins simply give her a ton of bonus damage. And there's enough soul coins throughout the game that as long as you don't op 1, do 1 fight, long rest for the entire playthrough, you can just soul coin for everything. It's quite good. Thank you. You're welcome. Hey, Garden.
Another big ol' eye. Wonder who's watching.
Bug or feature? Oh. Couldn't tell you. Hey, we got our kick. So, ignores resistance because of the adamantine mace. We get the extra soul coin damage on that. We get our tavern brawler damage on top of our normal strength modifier. Once we get monk levels, then our unarmed damage will scale this as well. And the spiders make this jump. Seems so. Teleport them with camp. I want to use another one of these spiders to trigger the ooze ambush. Then I don't have to worry about the surprise round or popping a vigilance for it. I have enough resources, but I'm just trying something new.
Time for a soft touch. Ready for some good news. Shadows don't suit me. What's the story?
Perfect.
Oh yeah.
I'll leave them over there. I'll come over here. I guess I should equip armor. Meh.
Let's turn down the fire. Easy as.
Using a soul coin burning like that, do you blow up nearby standing barrels, etc.? No. But you do if you have the heat condition. Careful of that one. If you're holding a torch or something that's dipped in fire, or if you have the heat condition, or if you have the burning condition. Those are the ones you want to look out for. I don't have the boots on that I thought I did. The spiders from the crevice? Yes. First ever playthrough, I figured out the spider saga was around the time I got to the crash thing to say I got absolutely smoked by the Inquisitor until I learned to read his spell. Reading is key. A little multi-bomb to speed things up.
Nice rope. Someone used it to climb up here. While I'm at it.
So killing those oozes there gives you enough materials to craft an elixir of guileful movement if you're trying to have immunity to paralysis effects, such as the Phase Spider Matriarch's legendary actions, such as Hold Person from Ethel, Minthara, a couple of Booyogs, Cyril. You get enough materials from killing those oozes to craft one. If you have a Transmutation Wizard, you can attempt to get 2 out of it, and that's pretty nice. Otherwise, that elixir and its materials show up in alchemy vendor inventories at level 6.
Huh.
So you can start finding the potions from Cyril, Roa, Stonemason Kith, Dareth, Aaron. They can all sell that. And Dareth can sell the materials. But that's not to level 6. Already pretty big chunk into level 5. Grim gives you a good bit.
Business here. He keeps us small. Keeps us contained.
You find these spiders a lot.
Alright, mostly recovered. Yeah, that didn't take too long. Like 3 hours.
Please, a quick look, if you don't mind.
Bloodlust, yes please. Thank you. I do want to go get Mark of the Shifter. That'll take some finesse. Could sacrifice one spider for that. No, I'll just do it myself. How to do this myself. Definitely need vigilance. Alright, I cannot let the Ox make any sort of attack against me because not only could the acid damage by itself do a lot, but the Ox can paralyze you, even in this form. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to disguise as someone unlikable. Like this guy. You just start a fight without killing anyone. Punching would be an option, but I have too much unarmed damage right now, so it's not actually an option. Need the Strange Ox here specifically to be one who loses attitude. Okay, here's how we'll do it.
This place is a bloody death trap.
Aggro to will. Using a spider would definitely be the smartest way of doing this. I'm trying to do it without burning off my soul coin or killing this Ox. Alright, let's see. This is an option. No chance of that killing. How many soul coins are there in total? Want to say 19. Arrow doesn't work. An arrow can crit. Ah, no crit here kills the Ox. I don't want that.
You're addressing me? Tick-tock.
Didn't lower the attitude enough. Can I heal you? Go with another spell. Max roll crit can kill you. Get it with a water bottle and then like a firebolt. Trying to do a low enough damage is the issue. To his house and run around the grove causing chaos. Immune to the damage of Melfs. Think it's still attitude drop? Let's see. Still attitude dropped. Good call. Sometimes things like that don't count as hostile if they don't work. But, that's good. See, like, I'm surprised that didn't aggro.
It seems this individual doesn't think fair your offer.
Right, the reason we did that was to buy this. Thank you, Hazel. Like, if you try to attack a Gith warrior, it gets parried to 0 damage, they just keep walking exactly like that, yeah.
Something close.
Looking pretty good. I could buy a hunting shortbow now. Feign Death or Sleep still work on Vendor Steal, all their stuff? No. Feign Death does not work on anyone except player-controlled entities on current patch. At least in Honor mode. I don't know about lower difficulties, but not in Honor mode, no.
The sheep's voice warbles. You realize it's trying to say bar.
Could have disguised, but that wouldn't have helped.
A diminutive creature sporting a red.
Spent an inspo to get an inspo. Stonks. Still 50 XP total, though. I left my spiders somewhere, but I don't need them right now. I think they're... yeah, they're over there. I should use Ethel's Well to go to 50 HP right now, but I'll continue to be lazy and not do that.
You can't see me. My little trick.
Hey, Fuzzy Game Bunny. You? Wide range. That? Kind of. Yeah, that's fine, honestly. Feel better today? Yeah, feeling a bit better. Annoyed about, you know, weather, fucking more snow. Hate it. It's not feeling 100%, but better. Better is the goal. don't know how recently I saved, so I'm gonna just press the button again. It happened to be in. Of course. Should have just thrown again. Yeah, would have hit. Maybe get a good chain reaction going at least. Do I have a void bulb? I do. Something like that. And I think I'm willing to haste here. Make my life easier. Try to get that other wood in. Yeah, it wasn't bad. Let's fight challenging level 4 honor mode. It certainly can be. I mean, standing up here eliminates a lot of the risk, because then the woodwoods can't damage you, they can only crouch and kill you, but you're still fighting a lot of enemies. They don't do much damage individually, but if you were to run in here, for example, with no crit immunity, no damage reduction, and they suddenly all start rolling well, and then you get an ill-timed death burst, that's that. I have a spell I don't mind ranking out here. The crooked wand, I guess. Use an actual fireball scroll. What else am I going to use that garbage? Sparkle hands are very big for us. It's more accuracy, it's more damage.
That's a marked tree. Maybe the one from Quag's letter.
I don't remember if I checked Dareth's inventory post level up. Let's do that. So a good benchmark you want to hit when you're getting ready to do the Investigate Kaga fight. Even if you're planning on getting Kaga on your side, it's nice to hit enough effective HP that 2 max rolled ticks of Moonbeam can't kill you. Moonbeam can roll up to 20 damage, so you want to have 41 HP, or 41 effective HP. So this could include temp HP, could include damage reduction, but it's just good to be prepared for the possibility of a max rolled 2-tick of Moonbeam. It's the most threatening thing in that fight, other than like Badger crits, but obviously don't fight without crit immunity, especially that fight.
Better wait till the hubbub's done.
So because I don't have that much, to go hit Ethel's well. And that'll give me a buff called Refreshed. This gives you 10 more HP. Now, it's technically temp HP. It goes in your HP pool, though, so it can be healed by, like, normal potions and everything. If you get a source of temp HP that is less than 10 with this on, it won't do anything, with the exception of Spores Druid Symbiotic Entity. If you get a source of temp HP that's 10 or more, it'll wipe Refreshed and then apply itself. So, to avoid the debuff that you get if you rest with Refreshed, I'm going to drink this Elixir of Heroism when it's time to long rest. I'll put it on my bar so I don't forget to do that, but that is the plan. Using the auto stack feature with the backpacks would drive me nuts. See, the crazy thing is, for all the amounts of time people complain about me not sorting my inventory, I'm usually not staring at my inventory. I'm playing the video game. So, like, I don't know, sucks to suck. I don't really care. How you doing, Gloriosa? You know, disguise self as myself, yes. I'll always meme on you for inventory management. Drop the Moe's comms, sir. I'll plan appropriately here. Drew, in your inventory you could search from the trader's backpack. Yeah, does it look like I have trouble finding what I need in the trader's backpack? Natsushira? I'm still not seeing a reason I should care. And if it bothers you, then, I don't know, continue to sort in your game. I don't give a shit. Sorry if this seems aggressive, but you have no idea how many times a stream I hear that, and how little I continue to care.
Speak while there's time. What?
You think yourself quite the spy, don't you?
He's a shadow druid.
As you say, Oladin.
Detect thoughts. What?
With the groove taken for...
Are you...
A lot of opportunity attacks there, Penta. So I have my extra attack for my opportunity attack, and I got this speed pot. I got a bloodlust on. I don't have the right boots on, but I do have the right gloves on. Okay, we can make this work. Kaga, get lighting charges. her out. You can run back down there. Bit of delayed answer since I'm eating, doing great. How's the run going? It's going. We had an early stream reset because I had an intrusive thought that I wanted to play out, but it was funny and I don't regret it. We're basically caught up. Almost. That's just rude. Regret not being here for that. There's the death clip if you want to see it. Exclam death. Just tossing him around. Fucking comboed. I wish that were me.
May Sylvanus' grace teach you in death what you did not learn in life, Quag.
Steady.
How can...
My dogs are barking. Can we rest?
Here we go.
Sneak, sneak. Where to? Let me at it.
Please, Tusk. It's not the time.
Toes, toes.
So getting Kaga down is nice 150 XP from her. It's also an amulet I'm not really going to use, but I don't know, maybe I need a little bit of upfront damage at some point and don't want to fire dip or something. I don't know. It's not really relevant to this run, but the XP is. If I cooked or not? Let me check. You want me to show this on stream, Nick? Go ahead. Imaginary technique. Throw. That's pretty great.
One for a natter.
I had a feeling you'd be back.
Good stuff, Mick. Ooh, fire shield. Allure. Just bought like all that. What's that?
I had a feeling you've been a friend.
Stealth mode activated.
Thanks, Mole.
If you insist.
Brought Mole the idol, got the Ring of Protection, and now I also have the idol. Kojo Quag Toru. The original plan is to imaginary technique multi-bomb. Nice. We need this as an emote. I mean, I could upload it. If Mick's okay with that, I could upload that.
I'm packing for Boulder's Gate, but anything you need, you've got it.
What else did I need from here? I wanted some of these for the lava elemental. That's a Kicklach inspo. I could fill back up with that.
On it.
Be honored. Stop beating the child? I mean, I did stop. I only hit her once. So far. Today. That sounds real bad.
I'm told the
I can't even RP as a villain. That made me
Thanks
uncomfy.
for what you've done for us. It's no small thing. We'll
No. Nah, bro. Do we need to put you on the list? After that, maybe, man. Nah, Mole will be fine. I haven't done any long rests yet in the run. Remember, we still have to do a long rest to get Will to show up. She'll be fine in short order. We could also knock out Murkon today, I guess. Do I want to deal with the Harpies that early, though? I mean, I have advantage against being charmed, because of Kicklach's first upgrade.
Not used to lying low.
With her second upgrade, she gets immune to being charmed. It'd be really cool if you could get Kicklach's second upgrade before having to decide on higher saving Murkon, but
Fire in those eyes.
it's fine. Let's mark the shifter buff from the Shapeshifter's Boon Ring, which does not have to remain equipped. So you equip Shapeshifter's Boon, which is this ring here, then you disguise, then you can unequip the ring. Keep the buff. It's effectively the same exact thing as guidance.
Well, at least we got the druid to keep ourselves entertained.
Killed her, so no surprise round. Whoops. Okay, good on you.
Easy as.
Get you down there, champ. Or halfway, I guess.
Let's see.
I'm gonna do a Kicklach monk build for increased fire damage. I had to get the gear proficiency. What class to take for multi-class level 5 when you use crit immunity gear. one level of your choice of fighter, ranger, monk is pretty good for that. If you want heavy armor, then you would want to either start as fighter or multi into ranger or cleric. So, yeah, one of those. If you're level 5, then you could, you'd be delaying your extra attack until level 6, but you would still be able to have your proficiencies and your first feat at level 5. And often I like doing that because it's not that hard to get to level 6 without doing anything that really you feel like you're missing extra attack for. Especially if you are using other means of action economy like Bloodlust and Haste.
Oh, thank you, thank you. What?
Welcome.
Invisible me. Like a vandal.
Fangs benefit from Ascended Science Necrotic. Yeah, Fangs is a punch. So, yes. It works on a punch, it works on Fangs. I triggered this person. What, are you playing, Magic again, Wrath? No, Diablo? Uh-oh.
I feel like a rofé in a tea shop. Herman, is that you? That's it. That's right. Time for a soft touch. Whisper mode.
Who's Herman? No idea. Apparently doesn't like my hit basic attack clear 2 screens of enemies build. How dare you play the game correctly. Disgusting behavior. What's my punch damage right now? That kills you. Exact lethal.
Let's turn down the fire.
Not gonna touch the Wiggly Dagger, because I don't want to bug out my character.
Nice.
What next?
The bong sound on Kick, it's so good. scratches the ears real nice. Goes on the punch instance, but not on the D10 fire, right? Correct. Wish Caustic Band worked on Fangs, no Callous Glow does. I mean, you have lots of other options. Shadow Thief works. So the ring from the Shadow Mastiff Alpha. And that's, like, better than Caustic Band anyway.
Stealth mode activated. This'll help. Handy.
Reckless Attack here. Reckless Attack does give you advantage on throws. You can't trigger it on a throw, but you can trigger it and then start throwing. Quite nice.
Let's go. You can't see me. Easy. Pigs. Find a route.
If Aelin some speed pots disintegrates rolls, she just cycled Rooftop Catherick in one turn. Incredible. Queen shit. Hey Rebus. Gun to your head where you put Heavy Armor Master on feat tier list. Gun to my head? Like standard S to F tier list structure?
Easy.
Full disclosure, I'd like to quote you, if that's okay. Yeah. S. On its worst day, it would be A tier. But that would only be, like, it would only go down a tier if you were comparing it directly to Tavern Brawler and Alert. So if you consider third place to be A tier, put it there, but it is no worse than third place for feats in the game, total. So I consider that S. Is using Dagger Throw to minimize crush damage? Yes, exactly. Realistically, I only need, what, 9 levels on 4 LE Monk? More is nice, but 9's all I need for the subclass features. 9 is also where your Monk damage caps out, so at that point, yeah, multi after 9, I would say. There's some stuff at 11, but you don't need to care about that stuff. I think it's higher impact for brand new players. We forget how big the game is. Oh, like, I think Heavy Armor Master is really just an incredible feat, and you are not going wrong by taking it. Like, if you take it, and you are actually equipping heavy armor to take advantage of it, it almost doesn't even matter what heavy armor you equip, because it is just that good. And especially from the perspective of a new player, if you don't know what armors are available, if just by equipping anything of this very broad categorization of chest armors already puts you in a position where you are that much more comfortable, yeah, it absolutely should be talked about more. I think Heavy Armor Master is criminally underrated. And it is one of the best feats in the game, for sure, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like, there's really only 3 feats that I essentially never question as a level 4 pickup, and it is one of those 3. There are a few feats that I can justify as a level 4 pickup, but that I'm kind of like, I need context for. You see the Azog the Impossible Unstoppable, I can speak, post on Reddit. I did not. I don't really go on Reddit. You want to give me a TLDR? If I had to rank feats based on how much you value them, value you can get from it regardless of whether class build you're running, besides the obvious ones. If I had to strip all context out, then yeah, it's still... It might beat out Tavern Brawler for second place if I had to strip out all context, but like, I think that'd be disingenuous. So probably still third place. Brawler level 4 pickup or level 8? Depends. I think it's perfectly justifiable at level 4. I took it at level 4 on this run. So, I hate not having alert. It really feels like shit to have bad initiative, but it's relevant for this run. Basically, a really experienced tabletop player picked up the game, went mono Eldritch Knight, took Ham, Shield Master, Tough, and Resilient Wisdom, and posted about it. Resilient Wisdom. I mean, that's the tabletop bias, I imagine. Other than that, though, I like the choices. Any advice for playing Barbarian? Newbie here? Hey, great time to ask. Freaky Levi. I never remember if it's Levi, Levy. Correct me if it's something that matters to you. So, big thing with Barbarian is you have very, very good features outside of your rage. A lot of people forget about Barbarian features that don't require you to click your rage button. Just at level 2, you get Danger Sense, which is advantage against effectively every dexterity save in the game. And dexterity is the most common incoming physical saving throw in the game. So, like, already, Barbarian is a house at level 2. But then you also get Reckless attacks. You just attack with advantage on your melee stuff whenever you want. It applies to your melees and your throws. So, you are very hard to remove in terms of crowd control effects. You're very accurate. Barbarians also have the most HP of every class in terms of how much HP they gain naturally on a level up. So even though I only have 10 Constitution here, I still have a ton of HP. Because I don't... Like, I'm a Barbarian. I'm just a brick. So you're super tanky, and I would encourage leaning into things that don't require you to rage. Now, part of why I'm playing Giant Barbarian here is because this Boot of the Giants feature that I'm building around does not require me to rage. So I don't need to worry about, you know, I ran out of rage charges, I need a long rest. No, I'm not building with my rage in mind. It's a tool I can use situationally, but know that you can still do plenty of Barbarian stuff without it. The biggest tip I can give a newer Barbarian is do not hyperfixate on rage. It's a great tool, but it's far from the only thing you have. Other things you get at level 5, you get extra movement speed. Movement speed is one of the, if not the most valuable stat in this game. At level 7, you get extra initiative. Initiative is also incredibly important, because going first is usually better. You just get a lot of very good things. So I would really encourage... I would say, for your first Barbarian run, stay away from Berserker. It's not really good. You can do some tech with it, but it ultimately isn't good. I would encourage you playing Giant or Wild Heart. Wild Magic is good too, but it is more in the advanced area. But at least, unlike Berserker, it isn't a bad subclass. But back to what Remus was talking about. He's getting smashed in comments. The build was 100% legit, just max the saving throws. See, like, the thing is, I know you do a lot of good work, like, getting through to people there on Reddit, but, like, you can speak to the culture there, too, Remus. It's just reinforced circle jerks of people who write fan fiction about game mechanics without, like, actually even attempting to put their money where their mouth is in terms of things. So you'll see things like, oh, you only need +3 initiative for the entire game. It's like, no, no, that's not enough for consistency in certain very high stakes encounters. And they'll downplay damage reduction. They'll downplay just certain entire classes. It's very vibes-based thinking and anything that does not match the existing vibes will get shot down. So your tale of this post where I had one thing I questioned about the build, but like ultimately pure class fighter, you have an extra feat. Oh no, you grabbed an extra saving throw proficiency, whatever. Everything else in there was completely sound, and I imagine that the points of criticism that other players had, especially in the BG3 Reddit subculture, were just poking holes that didn't need to be poked. Because again, it's just vibes-based bullshit. It's satisfying when you move the needle, though. It's a shame you're not over there throwing hands. I'm too old for that shit, man. I've had my era of pissing into the wind to try to affect positive change in how a gaming community views build crafting. I'm content to hang out in my own area. I don't have a void bulb that I thought I did. Whoops. Clear and useful, thank you. You're welcome.
Time for a soft touch. Got it.
They're saying that 10 wisdom would kill him. So wait, they were saying get more wisdom instead of resilient? Like what were they saying? I don't want to understand, but I want to know. Do I want glows of archery? No, I don't need those. I want the Doom Hammer though.
I got stuff if you got coin.
Top comments where you die to first hold person. Is that ignoring the possibility of like drinking a guileful movement or equipping the ring of reaction or equipping the boost of persistence? Like, do they not know those things exist? Or
like a vandal.
What's happening there? What initiative percent generally considered good new to this whole thing? So it depends on what point of the game you're at. That's a really good question though. I'm super glad you asked. It's easy. So let me turn base. So in BG3, initiative is rolled on a D4. Now a lot of weirdo tabletop elitists are immediately like, nope, that's shit. It has to be D20. It has to be D20. So then they will modify their way of thinking to pretend as if the D4 being there doesn't matter, which is weird. It's a weird place to be. But because initiative is rolled on a D4, right here, I have +3 for my dexterity modifier and 1 for my bow of awareness. That means I have a +4, meaning anyone who does not have any initiative bonuses at all or has a penalty to their initiative, I am guaranteed to outspeed, and that's a nice place to be. And that's where you are with +4. But the thing is, as soon as anyone has any sort of positive modifier, well, that means I'm no longer guaranteed a place. So even a 12 dexterity goblin, I can initiative tie, and because of the way this game handles ties, with 16 dex I would win. So that works out. But what happens when we get a 14 dexterity enemy? Still, not asking a lot, that's just a +2 modifier. As soon as I have a 14 dex enemy, okay, it's more or less a coin flip for them to go before me. And that could be disastrous depending on what we're fighting. And remember, that's just 14 dex, that's no class bonuses, that's no feat bonuses. Compare to Ethel, for example. Ethel has +7. Ethel has +7. So, that's not enough if I want to make sure I go first. It just isn't. Getting farther in the game, once you get to Act 2, Karnas does a ton of damage. And he has what, +9? Let me pull this up just so I'm making sure I'm being accurate. Your gear has even more than that. You start getting to the point where major boss, yeah, Karnas has alert, and yeah, Karnas has +8. So you would need to guarantee the outspeed Karnas either plus 11 and have more dexterity than him, or plus 12. That's a long ways off of plus 3. So running around with only plus 3 to your dex modifier means that you're never going to outspeed this guy. If he gets a turn before you, he's going to do whatever he wants. And Karnas does enough damage to where, unless you have appropriately taken steps to mitigate it, he could easily one-round you. Easily. So depending what part in the game you're at, your initiative needs change. Having like plus 4 is fine for most things here in Act 1. Most, not all. Ethel, Minthara, the Sword Spiders during Grove Defense, the Githyanki by the Mountain Pass entrance, the Phase Spider Matriarch, those are all cases where I would want more. Act 2, Yurgir and Karnas are the big ones. Act 3, the number I like hanging out at is plus 10, because that means you guarantee outspeeding Steel Watchers. Steel Watchers is a big threshold there, and it also covers most other things. But even at plus 10, that's not enough to cover Dolor, that's not enough to cover Gortash, that's not enough to cover Cazador, that's not enough to cover Orin. It's barely enough for Saravok. So you... And it's still not enough for Yurgir, because, you know, he's in the game again. So I like plus 10 for Act 3, with situationally bumping it up further, as needed. But as you can tell, plus 3 is nowhere near enough for most relevant things in the game. The reason why Alert's the best feat in the game is because it gives you plus 5 in what is more or less an uncontested slot. You don't need to give up an elixir slot, you don't need to give up as many gear slots for hitting these thresholds, you just get to play the video game and not worry about that mechanic. Mick, thank you for giving us up to room, it's very kind. Sorry to be poking. Out of interest, there was a point where you're bullying into the first turn Nova meta. Yeah, there was, absolutely. When I was a new player, and don't be sorry, Hermes. When I was new to honor mode running as a whole, I got into it from the perspective, like, okay, yeah, I don't have to worry about this if I just go all in on damage. You know, Gloom Assassin, typical type shit. Just kill before I have to worry about mechanics. But as I diversified the ways I was playing the game, I was like, oh, hang on, I could just have, like, good defenses, so sure, I can play to the damage, but I'm not screwed if it doesn't work. Building that way of thinking of, like, okay, what happens if that fails, though, is how you get better consistency. I heard something at my door, sorry. Thank you for the guidance. Thank you for the question. It was a good one. Damage consistency better or worse than defense consistency? It's also a good question. Depends on what you're fighting. So, like, Merkel, for example. A reason why a lot of people will struggle with the Apostle of Merkel is they won't be looking at his reduction and his resistance. So you'll see a lot of players who do have that, I'm going to Nova first as an archer, and not care about what happens after turn 1, who have that mentality, and they go in without changing their build or making any sort of preparations, and they get walled because piercing resistance, 2 damage reduction, and high AC. And then they get frightened. So then they can't do anything, they're attacking at disadvantage, and they start losing the war of attrition. Damage consistency would help there. But defense consistency can also give you more time to recover and learn like that. So it's kind of a hard one to answer. I just never had the big meta builds meet my expectations. I was googling OP build, just feeding hard. Yeah, for me, I didn't look into what builds anybody was doing. I just independently arrived at a similar conclusion to what a lot of people did, with that, you know, Gloom Assassin was good for deleting things before they could play the video game. But I was also doing other things at that point in time. I actually preferred Bard over Ranger for that spread for a while. And that's unconventional. You never hear people talk about Bard Rogue multis. I don't know if I'd do it now, but it certainly was different. Oh look, I can hit this enemy for 100 damage. Wait, he has 101. Bane at 0, they can rock your shit. Yep. Been hanging in this channel for a while. For a year now. It started with questions like, why are you playing Wildheart? Isn't Berserker the best? Now, Quag and I did agree it's not because I disagree with his mechanical knowledge, it's because RP. Yeah. Bard Rogue for extra offhand attack. No, the logic at the time was I found the flourishes to be more valuable than anything Gloomstalker was bringing to the table, and I had not yet discovered the joy of Hunter. I hadn't given Hunter the time of day yet. If I had known about Hunter back then, I'd have been playing that. But I looked at Gloom and was like, oh, this is kind of shit if I'm already taking Alert. Which I was, because something I've known since the beginning is Alert's the best feat in the game. Yeah, outrage. First honor mode win was with Bard, one I based on the Scrap World Halfling Bard Companion. Nice. Yeah, my first was a half-orc and a very, very standard build you've probably heard a lot about. Gloomstalker Assassin Champion, shooting the Titan String Bow. Yeah, I was doing all that. And it was just stuff that I had independently arrived at, the same way a lot of people had. Could have coded this. Can I shrink you? No. Don't put lava there. What if I wanted to stand over there? That's so rude. Little. Little. Look at the little. I can kick because of little. Unfortunately, I should heal. No, don't create lava on me. Question is, Dissonant Whispers consistent for surprise rounds? No more or less than anything else. It doesn't have a projectile, so that does make it, I guess, more consistent than a lot of projectile-based things. Kind of like how Bone Chill is pretty good at it, since there's no travel time, it's just animation time.
dogs are barking. Can we rest?
I think the only one I've had in this game is on Tactician, running an 11 Light Cleric, 1 Storm Sorcerer build for Tempestuous Fly. Didn't know shit about Lethal Powers, thought Psionic Overload was suicide option. You raw dog the whole Radiant Retort thing using only Radiant Spirit Guardians set under Necrotic ones. Would you not die the Radiant Retort fight? I imagine a lot of luck. Yeah. That would depend on your damage rolling low, funny enough. Low enough that you would be given the opportunity to heal.
There we go.
Let's see, in Morgana Upland Stealth Archer build, it's hard not to do it. Kind of too much OP, too. Hard to find a balanced build, any advice? So, like, that build isn't inherently more OP than any other build. It's your framing. You have decided that that is stronger than other things you can do, so that's what you're seeing. I don't think you can in good conscience decide that without having tried a lot of different things. And lots of things can become powerful enough that people would readily label them overpowered in this game. Not an uncommon thing. So, like, why worry about it? Whenever I'm looking for a new kind of run I want to do on stream, what I tend to do is oftentimes I'll just open up the wiki and I'll scroll through a category, whether it's like of abilities, of weapons, of class features, and I'll look for something that I really haven't given the time of day, and be like, alright, how would I build around this? And sometimes I get inspired enough that it's like, alright, this is going to be a run for stream. I would really just encourage trying new things. Don't think about whether that thing's going to be OP or better than a build you've played before or a build you've heard of, or which content creator talked about it, you know, even if it's me. Try new things. That's all you gotta do. Hey, Levon. You can make almost anything work, and I think challenge runners enjoy exactly that process. Constraints means increased creativity, and as you try shit out, you realize alternate ways to get past all the usual roadblocks. Exactly, exactly. Duo with Danny's been one of my faves. Hey, I'm glad for God Menace. So, Archer just isn't fun. It's like I'm not even playing the game, just skipping encounters by stealth stacking. That's a subjective thing. For some people, it's satisfying to bypass troublesome combats by bypassing the combat itself. Like, you're loopholing. And also, it's fully legitimate. Stealth is a skill in the game for that purpose. It's far from my favorite playstyle. I'd agree with you on that. But, like, perfectly legit. And there's nothing wrong with playing it that way. I don't hear enough people talk about execution. Yeah, execution matters. There's certainly cases where it's like, alright, yeah, this is how the build is supposed to go, but can you pull that off? Is that consistent? How much of the game do you have that build for? That last part is a common criticism that I've heard, actually, where people are trying to follow a build guide, and it's like, alright, here's what your build looks like at level 12. It's like, alright, what about the rest of the game? And that's just not accounted for.
Who's the statue, you think? Human. Need a word.
Speaking of trying things, you tried building around the acid gloves from Act 2. The Icarus gloves? Yeah, Jason, those are really good.
Look here, my topside friend. I need fresh eyes.
The appeal of those is they effectively scale with enemy density, right? So let's say you're fighting 5 enemies. You apply that glove effect to one of them. That's going to be ticking on all of them as long as they stay grouped for when the Icarus corrosion ticks. But what happens if you apply it to all 5 of them? Then the damage starts to get pretty insane. There's a bunch of effects that get really, really broken in this game because of enemy density scaling like that. Icarus corrosion from the Icarus gloves is one of them. Oil of combustion is a very obvious one. One that I find players don't think a lot about is Call the Weak. Call the Weak isn't just the insta-kill the target once they're below that threshold thing. It's also psychic damage and an AoE around them. So if you have one person 1v1, Call the Weak kills them early, it only saved you a couple points of damage because by the time you got them down to that threshold, you won the fight anyway, effectively. But if that person has 3 friends around them, they're also going to take a little chunk of psychic damage when that first person dies. And then when the second person dies, the same thing's going to happen to them. It's going to hit the other 2. So, density scaling. If you're having trouble getting value out of certain effects like that, then I would encourage playing in a way where you get more things clustered up when you're fighting them. Let's put this. Tiger Bar's my flow build, straight up clear all content faster than 95% of players with Stalker Assassin. Yeah.
Please, a quick look.
That's Tempest Cleric for me, honestly. Like, when I'm trying to nose to the grindstone, there's 3 classes that I'll play. Eldritch Knight, Hunter Ranger, Tempest Cleric. Now, Eldritch Knight and Hunter Ranger, it's on strictly merit. It's like, they are just the most efficient and well-rounded classes for most tasks in this game. Just period. Full stop. Those 2. Tempest Cleric is because Cleric is my favorite class, and I am super duper comfortable on it. I have a lot of experience on it, I like the toolset, I have fun doing it, so I am more efficient on a Tempest Cleric than a lot of people would be. That is not to say it's the same caliber of class as the other 2 I mentioned, because it most certainly isn't, but I like it. So this goes to show you, if there's something that you are comfortable on, that you have a preference for, like, nobody can tell you that class isn't right for you. And this includes classes you hear me shitting on. If you live Paladin with your entire being, me telling you that Paladin's the worst class in the game, because it is, does not mean that you would not perform better on a Paladin than something else with your level of experience and playstyle and existing game knowledge.
Take a look. Tell me what you see. And
Beastmaster Ranger's my shit. Hell yeah, Jason. Beastmaster's awesome.
Several hottest of flames smoothed the stone and left sulfuric crystals behind.
End of the day, fun over everything else. Single player game, even if it wasn't fun over everything else.
What do you think?
Unless you're doing esports, you're under no obligation to run something someone else thinks is better.
But my work has only begun.
Beastmaster's actually low-key S tier, though. I don't think it's even low-key. Like, Ranger being one of the classes that has... like, there's no actively bad subclasses. But Beastmaster is neither 4th nor 3rd. And that's a conversation many players aren't ready to have. Hey Dax, trying to solo honor mode a paladin now? Are you having fun? That's the most important part.
Need to learn the hard way.
Your Ranger tier list, Hunter Beast, Gloom, Swarm. I'd do Hunter Beast, Swarm, Gloom. Now, here's the problem with tier lists and rankings. Putting Swarm over Gloom is extremely questionable without me telling you exactly why I put it there. Because that doesn't make a lot of sense surface level. And this is why I hate contextless classifications of merit of anything, because, like, as soon as you strip out the context, nothing you're saying means anything. But the reason why I put Swarm above Gloom is because it has class features after turn 1. absolutely do a tier list. Alright, someone link me the template. If you can find a template, BG3, classes, subclasses, I'll do it on stream right now. I'll do it right now. I will complain the entire time, but I'll do it. Literally pinging people Quag's doing a tier list. Uh-oh. Yeah, just get me the template, I'll do it. Quag doing content slop? It is slop. It absolutely is. Alright, thanks, Sunrun. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna feel like shit. Hang on one second. Ah, Raid's got patch 8 updated one. I don't know if the other one has it. I'll use the one from Raid. I've done this briefly on stream a couple times. But, like, it's always been, you know, this critical, like, how much mental fortitude it's gonna cost? A lot. Alright. So, BG3 classes and subclasses, patch 8 updated, etc, etc. It's sad that Smoke Powder Bomb clears all damage dealing options. No, it isn't. It's only sad if you do not have the creativity to use anything other than the theoretical best option in every scenario. That's a you issue, not a game balance issue. There's always going to be something that mathematically wins. It's on you to exist in that world. Alright. What even? I don't know icons. I don't know icons.
The gnome bolted. Saw it myself. Friends still ain't caught a whiff of her. Slaves are paying the price.
See, does the other one have the names?
Get nowhere with just axes.
I don't know icons.
That's the cult's doing. Donald's joined up too.
Alright, here, I'm gonna put on this monitor. One second. I zoom in a bit? Yeah, one second. Do I play the game? No, actually, I just use Reddit posts.
See where the gnome sapper went?
I'm gonna pull up on this side. Classes. Subclasses. Okay. If I can find a less obtuse one. Nah, I'll make it work. I'm good. This one's annoying. Alright, let's see. What's this first one? I'll figure out the convention as I look. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, that's College of Swords. That's the first one.
Friends still ain't caught a whiff of her. Slaves are paying the price. Those pricks will get nowhere with just axes.
Zoom in a little bit. Is that better?
The cult pricks are spreading like flies on shit.
So they go in order by classes, alphabetical. Cool. See it? Do you see it now? Alright. Swords. You could make an argument for putting it in S, but ultimately it's got pretty bad gear proficiencies. And I'm a slut for heavy armor and weapon flexibility. Quag making a tier list? Yeah, yeah. Is this one different? No, this is the same one I'm on already, but thank you.
Scarred, you're still at it then.
Prick ain't stopped caning those beasts last I saw, and he still ain't broke.
So here's the thing. Swords Bard, great. Me putting it in A tier and not S tier does not mean it's not a great subclass, but it's got bad gear proficiencies. The context of solo? Yeah, context is, for reference, anyone who hasn't seen this, I have a solo honor challenge runner. I have over 6,500 hours in the game. I've completed solo honor mode over 100 times on stream.
That's the cult's doing.
Yeah.
Joined up too.
Ultra Glamour, it's kind of C tier. It's not bad, but it's very hard to get value out of its features. It's absolutely not D tier because it does have some sauce, does have some tech, but personally, subjectively, I hate things that are super rest dependent. So that bumps it down from B to C for me. College of Lore, S tier. Now this might surprise you. You might be like, Quag, Lore Bard? S? Here's the thing. Lore Bard has an insane amount of adaptability. You can do whatever the fuck you want caster-wise as a Lore Bard. Not only do you have cutting words for improving consistency on saving throws that would otherwise be hard or impossible to improve consistency for, like fixed DC things, but Magical Secrets is actually fucked up. You could be like, hey, I want to keep my full caster progression, but I want to pick up Hex and Armor of Agathis from Warlock. I'm going to take those. You could be like, hey, Clerics, you have Spirit Guardians. That's pretty cool. Gimme. You can take Contagion. You can take Guardian of Faith. You could take so many very specific class-coded spells while still maintaining your Bard progression. Remember, Bards get skill expertise. They get a little bit more slowly than Rogues do, but they still get it. You get an additional short rest at level 5. Your Bardic Inspirations start coming back at level 5. You have so many different things you can do. So Lore Bard is absolutely S tier, and this is also, if you include Bard's insane advantages in dialogue throughout the game, whether it's free checks, whether it's simplified checks, whether it's lower DC, whether it's advantage, just you get a lot out of Bard as a whole. And everything I'm saying about that part goes for all Bards, which is why Bard as a class, you know, it couldn't in good conscience ever go down to D tier here, but it's really fucking good. Valor? I'm going to put Valor right next to Swords. Now, purely subjective whether you put one higher than the other, but the thing about Valor is it has better gear proficiencies than Swords. You don't have the Flourishes, and that's a pretty significant downside depending on how you're choosing to play, but you do have Combat Inspiration. Combat Inspiration in solo is hard to get value out of, but certain summons that could use weapons, you can apply it to them, and Combat Inspiration counts as an additional hit event. So, not only are you applying certain damage bonuses that these summons have, like if you multiclass with Necromancy Wizard, for example, then that follow-up is going to get their Undead Thralls bonus as well, but it's also able to apply things like Purple Worm Toxin an additional time, so you can snowball your damage quite hard with Combat Inspiration, even in solo, though it is harder to use in solo. But gear proficiencies plus that alone make me very comfortable putting that on tier with Swords Bard. It is just that good. And then this is just base class Bard. I don't think I'm going to do base classes. I could. Maybe at the end. Maybe at the end. How come most solo runners seem to not like having to rest? It's resource inefficient. It feels bad to lose momentum. Alright, what's this next one? This next one's Barbarian? Berserker's in D tier. Again, everything's viable. Berserker's a shit subclass. Here's the problem. You have absolutely nothing of value outside of your rage. Because Intimidating Presence is full action and goes off your spell save DC, which, are you invested into that on a Berserker? Why? Why would you do that? And the other thing you get is, it's escaping me what the other thing Berserker gets outside of their rage is. There's a second thing, I fucking forgot. That's how nothing it is. The things you get during rage are okay. Improvised melee on a bonus action is situationally useful. Enraged throw, being guaranteed prone, is quite nice. Frenzied strike as bonus action, being sort of if you want to attack with two-handed weapons with your bonus action, it can be nice for that. I've built runs around that too. But ultimately, for most of your run, especially here in the context of solo honor mode, you have to spend a bonus action to turn on your rage, and then on following turns, then you have a subclass. Mindless Rage, that requires you raging. There was a second thing, but I'm sure it'll come to me eventually. So, you're extremely inefficient action economy-wise. A lot of people are going to come up with, Quag, take the Thief Dip. Yeah, Thief Dip plus having extra attack on a Berserker is level 8, chatter. That's level 8. If we are justifying a subclass's level 3 features by getting it to level 5 and then taking a 3-level dip into another class, the class isn't good. And you know who else can take a Thief Dip? Everybody else! So it doesn't fix the problem. So, Berserker is comfortably Barbarian's worst subclass. That does not mean it's not viable, that does not mean it doesn't have sauce. Really cool Berserker thing you can do, you can bully the shit out of Gortash, because if you just enrage throw things at him in his transformed state, he's always going to go prone before he can do anything. So you just spend a bonus action every turn and he's fucked. So once again, me putting something in the lowest tier does not mean it's not viable. Gotta stress that a lot. But it is the worst that the class has to offer. What's this one? Giant? Giant's S tier. Giant is fucked up. Giant is unethical. Giant caught a nerf a week after patch 8 came out and didn't care. Do I need to justify Giant? Does anybody need me to talk about this class more? Like, we good? We can move on?
Donald's joined up too. Drunk. The cult pricks are spreading like flies on shit. See where the gnomes went?
Off more.
Scargill's still at it then.
Alright, what's next? Wild Magic. Wild Magic's A tier. So, Wild Magic is the oddball. The only reason it's not an S is because it's fucking weird. And the effort in getting value out of it is a barrier for a lot of people. But Wild Magic's the only Barbarian subclass that can fully retain the ability to spellcast while raging, which is very valuable and very fun. But also, it doesn't have significantly detrimental surges the way Wild Magic Sorcerer does. The worst you get is like a mild inconvenience, but the best you get is like, hey, your weapon that you have equipped is now light and thrown and does extra damage. So you could be running around dual-wielding rat bats if you wanted to, if you got lucky enough. You have Wild Magic, there's a retaliation effect that is very unique and very powerful. That if you luck into that one, enemies are just gonna die by trying to damage you long before you go down. Wild Magic's really good. You could refill allies' spell slots, you can improve skill checks of yourself or them, you can give everybody bonuses to saving throws. Magic Awareness it works differently than it says it does, it's actually just saving throws, period. You get a bunch of good stuff. It's real nice. What's next? Wild Heart? Wild Heart is S tier. Wild Heart is extremely customizable. You can go so many directions with it. Tiger aspects, or Tiger Heart for Tiger's Bloodlust is a spammable AoE that applies a bleed guaranteed that you can use as many times as you like while you're raging. Eagle Heart gives you the dive, which is a good way of knocking things prone. You have Aspect of the Stallion for huge temp HP on bonus action. You have Aspect of the Tiger for huge accuracy on any attack rolls. You have Aspect of the Wolverine to shut off movement. You have Aspect of the Honey Badger to bypass rage charges as a mechanic entirely. Wild Heart is fucked up. Wild Heart is cracked. It's not rage dependent the way Berserker is either. Which aspect is the one that maims on hitting a bleed target? That's Wolverine. And Wolverine also doesn't quite work that way either. It's more like whenever you do anything that could remotely be construed as hostile to anything that is capable of bleeding or being poisoned. So it's just like, most of the time it simply exists near someone, they can't move. Pretty good. Only reason I don't take Wolverine is because I'm lazy and don't want to deal with maiming myself constantly. One of the aspects just lets you dash, gain a lot of temp HP immediately, so good. Yeah, that's Stallion, Jason. That's Stallion. We got an ad break. I'm snoozing it. So in 5 minutes, I'll take a quick break here. There we go. Yeah, Bearheart gets resistance to everything except Psychic, which isn't unique, but having that on a rage charge rather than something like needing to seek out elixirs of universal resistance or maintain a warding bond is pretty good. Yeah, you could do Bearheart plus heavy armor if you want to do a heavy armor master barbarian, and that's really good. Alright, what's next? And then that's just barbarian. Okay, what's this? Is that cleric? Yeah, that looks like cleric. Yeah. Alright. I can't put a cleric subclass in D tier in good faith, but War Domain goes in C tier. War Priest charges are extremely impractical to get actual value out of because they're extremely long rest gated, and also you have almost no control over when they trigger. Basically, whenever you deplete your action on an attack, your War Priest charges will be like, oh, it's go time. And they'll be like, okay, now your attacks for the rest of the turn cost bonus action. You can't opt out of that. If there was a toggle, War Priest would go straight up to S tier. Not even fucking with you. Like, that change alone, being able to control that, it would go all the way up to the top tier. But because you can't, you end up having restricted place. Similar thing. Band of the Mystic Scoundrel is a very popular item. It makes it so after you land a weapon attack for the rest of the turn, your illusion and enchantment spells will cost a bonus action instead of an action. Have you ever used that ring and been like, damn, I wish I could use an action point on this spell, but you can't because you no longer have a choice? Same thing. Restriction of your choices for something that ultimately isn't that worth it. Like, being able to cram out a special arrow on your bonus action with a 1-level dip is really good in theoretical damage calc environments. I know spreadsheet gamers really like the 1 War Priest dip for like peak archer calcs, though I don't know if it is even still peak anymore post Hexblade, but it's up there for that, for theoretical gameplay. But in terms of in actual gameplay, War Priest charges are really obnoxious to use. The other things are good. War God's Blessing is great team support. It doesn't push it that high up the list for me because I'm primarily a solo player, but I figured I'd mention it. Having access to the Crusader's Mantle spell is really good. Crusader's Mantle without having to be a paladin is nice. You get it a lot earlier in the game, and it is great for team support. If you're doing a run where you have a bunch of allies who are like playing summoner type, a War Priest is a huge boon for the team. So, still good. And for reference, Cleric is my favorite class. I have played thousands of hours of Cleric. So, yeah, like, I like it. It's just not as good as others. Death Domain's A tier. Only reason Death Domain doesn't go in S tier is 2 things, actually. 1, doesn't get heavy armor. And 2, its Divine Strike is one of only 2 Divine Strikes, War is the other one, where it's not a DRS. So it's not a separate instance of damage, meaning the amount of extra damage it's capable of giving you is more limited. So, other than that, Death is great. You got martial weapon proficiency, you get good ranged attack roll cantrip options in Bone Chill and also Bone Chill. And if I mentioned Bone Chill is really good. Especially with Reaper, you can choose 2 targets. It doesn't have a projectile, so it's good for getting surprise rounds consistently. It's good at hitting certain angles that you normally couldn't. And then, of course, it spouts off healing and forces disadvantage on enemy undead. Well-rounded spell, very good. Another thing you get as Death Domain that other clerics struggle to do is you get Always Prepared False Life. So huge temp HP on demand. Very good. Your Channel Divinity is really good on-demand burst damage that scales with your cleric level. And you could apply that to any kind of melee attack. You could do Daredevil Gloves Eldritch Blast and dump your Channel Divinities. You could turn into the Slayer and still be doing it in Slayer form. It's just very well-rounded. It's very good. But Toll the Dead is a terrible spell. Don't ever take it. Even on Death Domain, where it has its strongest use cases, it's awful. Take Bone Chill. Be kind to yourself. Alright, what else we got? Light. Yeah, Light can go S tier. So, Light is not S tier because of Radiating Orbs. Radiating Orbs are a terrible, terrible mechanic. AC is the game's worst defensive feature, except for relying on saving throws. But Radiating Orbs are temporary, capped, gear-restricted AC, so worse. It is not Radiating Orbs. The fact that Light Domain goes in S tier, despite not being a heavy armor domain, is because Radiance of the Dawn, the Channel Divinity, is extremely good. The Light spell list is extremely good. And Warding Flare in certain restriction scenarios, such as no looting, or any sort of challenge run rule set where you're not allowed to get crit immunity, being able to perceive an incoming crit and be like, I'd prefer if you didn't, is nice. Did you mean Toll the Dead, not Bone Chill in that last statement being sarcastic? I said, don't take Toll the Dead ever. Be kind to yourself and take Bone Chill. Right. If I said it backwards, then yeah, reverse that. But hey, Adrix, yeah, tier list. So, Light Cleric is very good. And it's not propped up by Radiating Orbs. Stop nerfing yourself by taking Radiating Orbs. You get other good spells like Flame Strike. Flame Strike's awesome. Scorching Ray is one of the highest peaking damage spells in the game because attack roll based spells that hit multiple times, you can stuff a lot into it. However good you think Eldritch Blast is, Scorching Ray is at least twice as good. So, Light Cleric, very, very good. No martial weapon proficiency is a downside, no heavy armor is a downside, but like, it's still that good. Hey, Central Scrutinizer, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Alright, what else we got next? Nature Domain. Nature Domain's also S tier. Now, I've seen people with some weird takes on Nature. Some of them high profile in the modding community, oddly. Nature Domain is incredibly good. You get heavy armor proficiency. You don't get martial weapons, but you do get heavy armor. And getting heavy armor is real nice because some of the best defensive gear in the game, like the Adamantine Splint, like the Armor of Persistence, that's heavy armor. You want that. This also enables you taking the Heavy Armor Master feat without having to bend over backwards to pick up that proficiency. Real good. Hey, lots of free thanks for the bits. Nature Domain also gets access to some parts of the Druid spell list. Notably, you get Spike Growth at level 3, you get Shillelagh or Thorn Whip, your choice of which, at level 1. And if you're doing something like peak retaliation damage, Nature Cleric level is really nice because you get that heavy armor proficiency, you get Shillelagh for your Ironvine shield. Or if you're doing Ironwood Club, which is another really good weapon, you can pick it up for that. If you're doing something like a Moon Lantern, Shadow Lantern build, or a Torch build, remember, Shillelagh also increases the damage die of the weapon if it's below a D8 already. A lot of value out of that. Good spell. Nature also gets, as of patch 7, they moved Dampen Elements to not require a Channel Divinity anymore, so it's just a reaction. But Dampen Elements allows you to intercept incoming damage, either at you or an ally, that is not currently considered as elementally resisted, and you can cut it in half. Now, the reason why I worded it that way, that very specific way, is because you can use Dampen Elements to work on damage that has been neutralized already. So, an example of this is, let's say you're fighting Answer, the big stupid dragon in Act 3, and you're in the second half of the fight, where it started raining, so he's zeroing out your lightning resistance, so you're taking all the incoming damage neutrally. Let's say the breath weapon is coming at you. You can still dampen elements in that situation, because the way the game's looking at it is, okay, you have resistance, and then you're getting vulnerability, so that's neutrality. You do not have resistance. So, that breath weapon comes in, you can burn a reaction to cut that neutral damage in half again. And most forms of resistance reduction, that kind of thing, do not work that way. In fact, I think only the cloak you can get in Ketheric's room and Dampen Elements off the top of my head work that way. The Paladin Aura, Aura of Warding may work that way. I've got to test that one. Yeah, Nature Cleric being able to cut neutralize damage in half. Cost of a reaction point for themselves or allies, nothing else. No channel divinity on that is really, really fucking good. On top of that, Divine Strike, which every cleric domain that does not get potent cantrip gets at level 8. It's a different version for each, but Nature Cleric gets lightning, fire, and cold as their 3 options. No one else gets options. They get options. Not only are those some of the most favorable elements to have for damage interactions, but a fun little... Oh, hey, Trade. Trade, we're doing a subclass tier list. I was in a receptive mood, so we're doing it. How was your stream? If we got a mod around, can someone shout out Trade so I don't have to mess up my windows? Nature Domain, when outside of combat, can react with all 3 versions of their Divine Strike on the same hit. If you set them to not ask, you get all of them. So that's 1d8 cold, 1d8 fire, 1d8 lightning on every single attack. So strongest stealth archer you've ever seen, number 1 is Rogue. Number 2 is Nature Cleric. Number 3 is everybody else. Also, due to the fun properties of having directly elemental divine strikes that you could react with, Nature Cleric can do things like hit someone with an arrow, apply oil of combustion to them, react immediately with Divine Strike Fire to apply and detonate oil of combustion in 1 hit, which is very, very relevant when challenge running. You could arrow many targets and wait for the 4th person to get hit, then do it there, and then all 4 detonate. Very, very powerful application of that. Then, of course, on top of that, you get standard high-level cleric stuff that they all get. Hero's Feast, 6 level 8 upcast, you know, yada, 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 yada. What was that, Nature and S? Light? I put Light up there. After my recent Light run trade, I think it deserves to be there. Tempest also S. Tempest Domain is my favorite cleric subclass. In my opinion, it's one of the most well-constructed subclasses across the entire game. You get heavy armor proficiency, you get martial weapon proficiencies, each tier order. No, it's just order of as I'm seeing them. You get heavy armor proficiency, you get martial weapon proficiency, you get a damage retaliation effect, your choice of lightning or thunder, only costs a reaction point, all at level 1. You get a great, always prepared spell list. Then at level 2, your Channel Divinity is force a max roll on a lightning instance of damage or a thunder instance of damage. Pairs very well with applying lightning vulnerability or thunder vulnerability through either wet or brittle. You get Call Lightning at level 5, which is one of the most damage efficient spells in the entire game. You get a Divine Strike at level 8. It's good. Am I ordering within tiers? Not at the moment. Hey, Faelor, doing a tier list? Yep. Yep, because we can. Tempest is awesome. A Life Domain goes in D tier. Life Domain is a bit of a tragedy because most of the things it's trying to do, other clerics can just do. If you want to throw out a healing spell on every other cleric, you can. Like, you could prep Healing Word, or Mass Healing Word, or Prayer of Healing. You can just do that. You don't have to give up all of your subclass features. You get heavy armor proficiency, and you get a Divine Strike, and sure, that's nice, but, like, what about all the other ones that get heavy armor proficiency, or martial proficiency, or Divine Strike, or other good features? Ultimately, Life Domain subclass features aren't good, because healing in this game is not good unless you are doing a run restrictive enough to where, like, let's say you banned consumables entirely, then the value goes up. But then you're still long resting very frequently, and you're not getting proactive value. Because proactive value is don't let the damage happen in the first place, or be tanky enough that the damage doesn't go above 0. Planning to give up your cleric to make them a healer is a comfort play that if you have lower game knowledge or experience feels good, but I promise you'll do better once you stop doing that. Again, everything's viable. Even stuff in the bottom tier, but don't play Life Domain. Play something else. That Lore Bard at us? Yes. Or what else we got? Trickery Domain. Trickery Domain's A tier. Trickery Domain's really good. It's got, if you include glitches, exploits, and all that stuff, there is a working item dupe glitch on current patch that's exclusive to Trickery Domain, so if you value that in, sure. If you don't, that's okay too. You've got, at levels 1 and 2, you have concentration abilities that you can use even in situations where you normally couldn't concentrate, such as while raging as non-wild magic barbarians, allowing you to have some interesting build applications there. You get good, always prepared spells. Disguise Self is great if you don't have the DLC helmet. You get Mirror Image, Dimension Door, Fear, I believe. Just get good stuff. You get a Divine Strike, and Divine Strike Poison is good. Poison damage is good, by the way. Some people seem to think it isn't. Try checking targets for poison immunity before you click it at them. Hope that helps. But poison damage is good. Not too much to say about Trickery, it's just good. It's not fantastic the way that something like Tempest is, which is why it's not in that tier, but it's good. What else? What's next? Knowledge. Knowledge Domain's an awkward one. I'm gonna put Knowledge in C. Just because it doesn't do too much that you can't do elsewhere. Kind of for the same reasons I put Life super low. It's kind of like, why are you doing this here? You get some skill proficiencies, skill expertise, but like if you're trying to do that, remember you can always pick that up in your character from one level of rogue skill expertise, just do that. Bards also get that while being casters if you want to keep your caster progression going. You do get access to a couple of interesting spells. You get Telekinesis and Autoluke's Resilient Sphere. Resilient Sphere is otherwise a wizard exclusive. And those are cool, but you don't get a Divine Strike, you don't get any notable gear proficiencies or anything. It's just kind of, you're a baseline cleric with some extra sauce, but not as much as other subclasses. However, you are still providing something unique, and that's why it goes above that. That's why it goes above Life, because every cleric can heal, whereas a Life cleric cannot do some of the things that a Knowledge cleric can do. Is that it for clerics? Yeah. Like it is. What's this next class? Is that Druid? Hey, Soy Sauce, thank you for the 5 gifted. I don't know icons off the top of my head, so... yeah, alright, Druid. What do we got? Starting with... the Circle of the Stars. I'll just put that. Stars is S tier. Stars is fucked up. Chalice form is worthless for the same reason that Life Cleric is worthless, but Dragon form gives you functional immunity to failing concentration saves, which is incredible for a level 2 feature. You also get bonus action once per turn, Radiant AoE. Like, Stars is incredible. Archer, you get bonus action, ranged evocation spell, Radiant damage, that's also good. On top of that, you get multiple uses of Guiding Bolt independent of your spell slots. Immunity to concentration. Yes, while you're in Dragon form, you have a floor of 10 on your concentration saves. Right? Whatever you roll, the minimum that the game will consider you having rolled is 10. Concentration saves default to a DC 10. So unless you're taking massive percentages of your HP, you're not ever breaking your concentration as a Stars Druid. So, like, Stars is awesome. At higher levels of Stars, you can start switching your Starry form as a free action once per turn, so adapting to whatever the situation requires. You get a basically super version of Guidance at level 6 once per long rest, so you can do some ally support with that, and this is on top of having baseline Druid Kit. Druid Kit is really good. Like, Stars is up there. Stars is awesome. Spores is also S tier. Symbiotic Entity is a unique source of temp HP that you can use. You can merge it with any other source of temp HP in the game, effectively extending the duration of that one and being able to refresh it. So if you wanted to put Armor of Agathis on, and you wanted to maintain that for longer, you can combine it with your symbiotic entity and then refresh it with either of those. And you'll maintain the properties of both as long as you maintain that temp HP. So that's the extra necrotic damage on everything you do, the second instance on your Halo of Spores, the cold damage when people hit you. You just have both going. You could combine it with Glamour Bar. So anyone who hits you gets charmed. No saving throw, nothing. And you just keep re-upping that with your symbiotic entity. You can just do that. You can preserve limited time, like short window things like Merkel's Gift in the Mind Flayer colony at the end of Act 2. You can combine that with your symbiotic to keep that going for longer. And get the damage bonus of your symbiotic and Merkel's Gift. A lot of value. Halo of Spores allows you to weaponize your reaction, and you can use that not just on enemies, you can use that on objects. So there's absolutely nothing stopping you from starting from level 2 of Spores Druid, just like, oh, we're in a fight, I'm gonna put an Alchemist Fire at your feet, pop it with Halo of Spores, and then start dragging things from my inventory into that fire patch until you're fucking dead. Nothing stopping you from doing that. Level 2. That's just something you can do. But also, at that point in the game, your bonus necrotic damage from symbiotic entity is on your weapon attacks, your throws, and your unarmed strikes. So no matter what kind of gameplay you're doing, it's a very early damage leader. This is on top of you get extra summons at Spores Druid level 5 where you get the Spore Zombies. Now, I don't really care about the Spore Zombies. I know a lot of people like them. They're just bodies in the field. Their stats kind of suck, but you can flood the field with theoretically an infinite amount if you know how to get around resource timers and such. And you get a good spells list as Spores. You get Bone Chill, which other druids don't get, and that's nice for filling the gap. Druids don't have a real star of the show ranged attack roll cantrip. Like, you have Produce Flame, but that's short range. You have Thorn Whip, but that's technically melee. Adding Bone Chill helps cover the bases that those two don't get, so it's very well rounded. It's very, very nice. Will Symbiotic Entity write off Agatha's Cold Retaliation at the same time? No, it doesn't apply to that. Toll the Dead sucks. Don't ever take Toll the Dead. It's one of the worst spells in the game. Actively awful. Don't do it. Circle of the Moon. Circle of the Moon's interesting. I think that's going to be the first one we put in B tier. Because it's not bad at anything it sets out to do. It's just very focused on Wild Shape. And every druid can Wild Shape. You do get some extra things you can Wild Shape into, and those forms you get as Moon Druid are really, really good. In the case of the Myrmidons, I think that's something... Those forms are so good that even people who don't like Wild Shape are like, okay, I get it. It's just, it's very... If you are not craving a Wild Shape focused gameplay, the subclass doesn't provide anything else to you. Can you upcast the False Light from Fiendish Vigor? No, you cannot. So, not a lot to say about Moon. It's just fine. Nothing wrong with it. Just if you're not Wild Shaping. My game? Yeah, my game is open. Oh, David, I'm standing in Grimforge. Moon at B? This is not me saying Moon is bad. Moon is real good. But, like, it's Wild Shape stuff. Like, every druid can still turn into most of the shapes that you hear people associate with druid. What else? Land. Land is just a druid pretending to be a wizard. You get some nice always prepared stuff. You get immunity to being poisoned eventually. But meh, say land is on par with Moon. That's fair. Sure, I'll put it in B. Like, putting it with knowledge doesn't feel right. It can be up there. It's actually annoying shaping on bonus action in a lot of situations. Yeah, oftentimes I want to shape on main action so that I can do my tadpole powers on bonus actions. On Moon Druid runs, I will often not use the Zathis so that I can still have my wild shape and my tadpole powers on different buttons. And gets a lot of good spells. You have to keep in mind spells that you can still access without being land. Like, sure, land gets Lightning Bolt as an option, but everyone can cast Lightning Bolt Scrolls. Sure, they can't upcast, but, like, you can still just get a pile of consumables and go to town. Land could get Misty Step? Okay, so can everybody. There's 3 different items that give you Misty Step in Act 1. Who cares? Kind of like how, you know, the Githyanki jump and Misty Step don't mean anything because everyone can just do that. Alright, that's Druid done. Next is what, Fighter? Is this Fighter? Yeah, okay. Battlemaster. Battlemaster's D tier. Now, preface this, I am currently playing a Battlemaster in an Honor Mode duo that I'm doing, but Battlemaster is easily the least desirable brand of fighter because you do not have enough resources to get through your first turn of combat. Now, you might have misheard me. I'm going to reiterate. You do not have enough resources to get through your first turn of combat. That's champion, not Battlemaster? Oh, good. So, here, hang on. Let me take the Battlemaster one. Battlemaster's this one. Apologies. That's Battlemaster. So, here's the thing. Battlemaster, you get 5 superiority die, right? You get 6 if you take a feat. Let's be super disingenuous and say you took the feat, which don't do that, but let's say you did. Attack 1, you use tripping attack, okay? Quag, that was champion. Nico, you're slow. I fixed it. I fixed it. I changed it, right? Changed it. We're good now? Okay. I'm gonna go back to what I was saying. Again, don't treat Sherman like he's stupid. I got you. So, attack 1, tripping attack. You've used 1 superiority die. Attack 2. Let's say you just tripping attack for all of them, okay? Let's say you're level 11. You have improved extra attack. Attack 3. You've used half your resources with your first action point. And that's assuming you didn't use precision attack on any of those to mitigate bad accuracy issues. Let's say you action surge. Attack 4, attack 5, attack 6. You're out of die, and that's assuming you had the feat to cover the 6th one, which you most likely didn't take the feat. But let's, again, be disingenuous and say you did take the feat. Okay, you have used all of your class's resources for the short rest with just your first 2 action points on the first turn of combat, assuming you held back and didn't use your resources as fast as you could have. That's assuming you held back. If you didn't hold back, well, you certainly don't have enough because precision attack can go on each one, and precision attack is one of the few good things Battlemaster has, and it's like you still can't get through. And this is without haste, bloodlust, Terrazul. This is without you doing anything that's attacking with your bonus action and applying, say, a precision attack to that. This is without you using riposte, which you won't have the superiority die to use if you use your Battlemaster maneuvers. Now you might say, but Quag, what if I just used things like special arrows that all the other fighters are using? And I'm glad you brought that up, Chatter, because the other fighter subclasses get to use their subclass features on their special arrows without running into the 1-turn resource wall. Champion always has that minus crit and that extra fighting style. Eldritch Knight always has war magic, they have their wizard spells in the back, they have their Eldritch Inertia later on. Arcane Archer gets literally double the resources of Battlemaster, and they also get Curving Shot, which they can use, no resource cost, just their bonus action once per turn, to create more damage if they should miss. And they get the passive of making any non-magical bows that they're using into magical, which is very relevant if you're using the makeshift bow, which is one of the most damaging bows in the game, with the caveat being it is non-magical normally. So, like Battlemaster, you have a really solid first action of every fight, and then nothing else. Rank Battlemaster higher if there are more die? Yeah, double the die and it would go higher. It'd probably beat out Champion if you could sustain your maneuvers for more than one singular turn. But the problem with Battlemaster is after your first half of your first turn, when doing optimized gameplay, you don't have a subclass, because there are 0 passive features on Battlemaster. You can go check. There are 0, nothing. All of it requires superiority die. Unlike Champion, who is strictly passive. Unlike Arcane Archer, who gets both. Unlike Eldritch Knight, who gets both. It's entirely passive. So, Battlemaster goes in D tier because ultimately, after your first or second action point, it is a fighter with no subclass. Oh, and To be perfectly clear, even when it does have resources, it's still doing everything worse than an Eldritch Knight is. Just being clear, but we'll get to the Eldritch Knight-shaped elephant in the room. Arcane Archer's pretty good. I want to put it in A, like my heart wants to put it in A, but I will be measured here and put it in B just because it does what it says and caters to archers. If you don't want to do archery, there's nothing here for you. Sorry. And just because of that restrictive thing and how I chose to handle Circle of the Moon, I'm going to apply the same reasoning here. But Arcane Archer does not have any of the resource problems that Battlemaster has. It is absolutely not bad in any way. I love Arcane Archer. Highly recommend you play it. It's a bit unfair too. It is. It is a bit unfair. But I'm trying to spread things out. I don't love putting it in B. But I'm going to throw a bone, and maybe we'll revisit. It's cusp of A here. Cusp of A. It is really, really good as a subclass, though. But Arcane Archer is very, very, very good. Remember how Giant caught a nerf a week after Patch 8 came out? So did Arcane Archer, and it's still really good. So, I'll probably end up moving it up. What else we got? Okay, this one is Champion. Champion goes in A. Champion does nothing flashy, but it does everything well. You get extra -1 crit passively. No gear slot requirement, no elixir requirement. You just have that. And that's functional accuracy. That's very, very good, especially once you start attacking things with advantage, especially once you get another source of minus crit from somewhere. And unlike other crit fishing approaches, you do not have to give up damage to get your sometimes damage on a champion. It's just always there. You get a second fighting style over every other fighter, which is real nice. Customizable. You take what you want. You can apply that to throwing, apply that to archery, dual wielding, two-handed, whatever. You get a Remarkable Athlete, which improves your skill checks for strength and dex, things that you're not proficient in. So unfortunately in BG3 that doesn't apply to your initiative the way it does in Tabletop. But it does mean that you're a fighter that can do a bit of sleight of hand if they need to, without grabbing the proficiency. You get massive jump distance as well. Champion jump increase is really, really funny, and mobility is so strong in this game that having a huge jump that you don't need Enhanced Leap for, but you can still combine Enhanced Leap with via potions or some other source. Champion's got really exceptional mobility, and just is fighter plus. Champion better than Arcane Archer. Arcane Archer's better in most cases. Raid, try listening to the stream that you're watching if you want to know why I'm judging things the way I am. Just, thank you. Thanks, buddy. Stacks with Athlete, correct. Hey, bad guy, how are you? Fighters gas at every level. True, Leaky. Reading through what you're saying, Levon. Yeah, fighter, good. All fighters, good, Levon. I agree with everything you're saying there. Just if we're talking subclasses. And then the GOAT. We almost gotta make another tier for this one. Eldritch Knight. There's only one class that competes with Eldritch Knight for title of, like, Overlord of classes in this game. There's only one. But, like, Eldritch Knight is... You put a gun to my head right now, you say, alright, Hunter was deleted from the game. What's the best class in the game? It's Eldritch Knight. It's not close. It's Eldritch Knight. It's separate tier for Hunter, Eldritch Knight, Arcane Trickster, probably. Eldritch Knight is fighter, except also you get wizard cantrips, you get first and second level wizard spells. That includes the high desired, like, ritual spells, Enhanced Leap and Long Strider. It includes situational panic buttons like Shield. It includes utility like Magic Missile. You can pick up Mage Hand if you want to. You got Booming Blade, Blade Ward, Minor Illusion. You get all that sauce. Every time I read on paper Eldritch Knight skills and feats, I don't get why it's Z tier. I don't understand what you're going out there. So I saw you want me to continue to explain why it's good, or you don't get why people rank it low. I'm confused. But continuing, you get war magic for action economy flexibility with your openers. You can open with a cantrip, and then, you know the cram a special arrow down someone's throat with a bonus action thing that I mentioned for War Cleric? Well, Eldritch Knight can do that, except they don't have any of the downsides. They can just do that. Why it's so good to be above S? Okay, everything I'm saying. You can also use War Magic with Booming Blade as a patch 8 to effectively get a pseudo improved extra attack and do 4 attacks, 4 melee attacks, which is strong. Then at level 10 you get Eldritch Strike, which allows you to apply this condition called Stricken with Eldritch Inertia. And I need you to hear me on this one. The tooltip on this one does not do it justice. It says something like, when you hit someone with a weapon attack, they have disadvantage against on the saving throw of the next spell you cast. That's not what it does. That's not what it does at all. What Eldritch Strike does, Eldritch Inertia does, is you hit someone with a weapon attack, they have disadvantage on all saving throws, everything, all of them, everything for the next few turns. There's no saving throw for them to avoid having this penalty put on them. You hit them with a weapon, you graze their big toe with the poo scraper, they have disadvantage on saving against everything in the entire game. Everything. All of it. So you want to apply some powerful paralytics or damaging poisons, you can do that. You want to apply some crowd control spells, you could do that. Damaging spells, you could do that. You want to knock someone prone with your weapon maneuvers, whatever, doesn't matter. Just like Eldritch Knight makes it so you're going to fail. That's it. That's the level 10 feature. Eldritch Knight is the GOAT. It's that's just how it is. To go into the consistency of what Eldritch Strike provides there, if you're trying to stick a Crawler Mucus to a target to set up auto crits, if you shoot someone with an Arrow of Slaying or hit them with a Rat Bat, you know, something that's 2 instances of damage like that, coated with a Crawler Mucus, they're going to have to make both of the saves simultaneously. If you have already hit them with Eldritch Inertia ahead of time, they have to roll both of those saves at disadvantage, meaning they have to clear that save 4 times, or else they get paralyzed. They have to succeed all 4 times. They roll low even once among those 4, paralyzed. And then, hey, you're a fighter with improved extra attack and war magic. You're just hitting them a bajillion more times for auto crits at that point. You could be doing that with arrows of many targets to everybody. Like, Eldritch Knight is the GOAT. It's not close. Whatever class you think is the best, unless your answer is Hunter or like Arcane Trickster, it's Eldritch Knight. Spoilers for the rogue section of the tier list. You're really gonna love the rogue section, rogue haters. Sorry. What we got next? What is this class? Is this wizard stuff? Yeah, this looks like wizard. Doesn't make sense alphabetically. No, that's monk. Okay, it is monk. There we go. Yeah, that's shadow. Oh, is that my goat? That's my goat. Shadow Monk, S tier. Talking no multiclassing? Generally speaking. I mentioned multiclassing a few times here and there. Shadow Sorcerer doesn't come close? No, not even a little bit. They don't even remotely do the same things as Soy Sauce. Is Captain ET here? Maybe around somewhere. No, hang on. This one's Shadow. This one's Shadow. The icons are small. I'm old. We'll move that one out for now. We'll get there. So Shadow's S tier, because Shadow Monk is resource efficient. You have great value at level 3. You have bonus action hide. You have minor illusion, which are resourceless. You get good tools in silence at level 3, which is huge. That's like full caster territory. But remember, you're a monk. Hey Captain, how you doing? I figured you might be here. So, like, Shadow Monk's awesome. And then, at level 6, you get Crazy Mobility with Shadow Step, which synergizes very well with the fact that most people are hitting level 6 right before or during Act 2. So, you can just go around the map however you see fit. 90% of the Act 2 map. It's just, the world's your oyster. On top of that, Shadow Strike at level 11 is one of the most individually damaging melee attacks in the game. Awkward to set up, but the damage peak is absurd. Yes, Shadow Monk hits harder than Open Hand Monk with peak Shadow Strike. Just does. Cry about it. So, Shadow Monk goes up there. Its utility and its power and its resource efficiency and its flexibility do so many things, which really, really good. Now, despite me just spending some time putting down Open Hand, it goes up there too. Open Hand goes in S tier. It's very flexible. You're able to situationally give yourself an extra bonus action that has a heal on it. You're able to customize your bonus type of damage you can put on your attacks. You have customizable Flurry of Blows, which can cover all sorts of situations. You have the easiest time of the monk subclasses in punching with weapons in your hands. Like, it belongs there. It's one of those things that is both overrated and very, very good. So, yeah, Open Hand Monk is S tier. 4 Elements Monk is going to blow your mind. Also S tier. Now, 4 Elements is the one where you could maybe bump it down to A. But Fangs of the Fire Snake is a crime. Fangs of the Fire Snake is, if anyone who knows damage in this game, Fangs is the DRS. So, Fangs of the Fire Snake is like you're punching someone across the room twice, then buffing yourself for the rest of the turn, and it costs 1 key point and is your attack action, so you can do it with extra attack. Fangs of the Fire Snake absolutely props this class up in comparison to the other 2 that are in S tier. It is very Fangs carried. If you're not playing Fangs, then it gets different placement, but that'd be like looking at Paladin and being like, well, if Paladin didn't have Divine Smite, it's like, well, it does. It does. So, it's there. That's where we're going. Deal with it. Drunk Monk is unfortunate. Now, I'm gonna preface this by saying it's still a monk. Do the Magic Club makes it so good? No, right? It's due to what I just said makes it so good. Drunk Monk goes in D tier. It's not that it's not viable, it's not that it's actively bad, it's just that it doesn't really do anything you care about. You get a little bit of AC, sometimes you have a once per long rest key recovery mechanic, you turn off the penalties from being drunk, it's like, okay, cool. But your active things you can click, the Flurry of Blows is pretty good. You get free mobility boost and disengage. I would say it's, broadly speaking, a little less useful than the Open Hand Flurry of Blows variants. A little bit, but not by much. You get redirect attack at level 6, which is nice. Just getting to attack when people miss you at the cost of a key point is pretty good. But the high-level features just aren't there, and the key point hunger is just a little too much. It's too inefficient, and there's not really a situation where I could justify if I was trying to, like, play something optimally, play towards a challenge, because I am a challenge runner. There's not a case where I would choose Drunk over any of the others. It's wisdom hungry, but, like, even more wisdom hungry than Open Hand. Like, Open Hand, you're fine breaking even, but if you don't go, like, high on it, you're just not going to achieve any degree of consistency with the higher level things that it wants you to use. And even when you do play to that, you're still not coming out ahead damage-wise over the other ones. Hey, Lich, how are you? But yeah, Drunk Monk unfortunately goes down there. Alright, what's next? What's this class? Is this Paladin? Okay. So I will be kind to start. I'll be kind. Now remember, we are ranking subclasses. I'm not doing full classes. Maybe I go back at the end of this and do full classes. But we're doing subclasses here, so bear that in mind, okay? Subclasses. Oath of the Crown can hang out in A tier. Oath of the Crown is the first Paladin subclass in this game that actually makes you want to keep your oath. Because the features are like, hang on, this is worth it. Not only do you have good oath features, you have a better spell list than the other Paladins most of the time. Now, like, Spirit Guardians has a huge pillar of this particular building. Paladin sucks at AoE, sucks at action economy, sucks at resource efficiency, and Crown does a lot to try to combat these things in a way that the other Paladin subclasses tend to fail to do. You're able to give yourself a lot of accuracy on demand, you're able to do meaningful team support, and you have AoE, and plus the Oath is not as fragile as Devotion and Ancients. It's not as ironclad as Vengeance, but it's reasonable. Like, Crown is not a bad subclass, and for reference, I am a Paladin disliker. I'm a Paladin hater. I think that people who make Paladin their entire personality should diversify their interests to all of the other better classes in the game. That said, Crown is legitimately a good subclass. So I will give Crown its flowers and put it at A. Oath of the Ancients. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on a couple of these, because they should be obvious, but Oath of the Ancients is garbage. Oath of Devotion is also garbage. Oath of Vengeance is also garbage. Oathbreaker can go in B. So, here's the thing. Paladins, and I'm going to talk generally about the class here, breaking what I said a minute ago. Paladins have a lot of things they're lacking. They have bad action economy. They have no initiative increases. They have almost no movement speed increases. They have multiple different resource pools that they're managing, some of which cap out at a number that leads them to be in Battle Master territory of, okay, so that was your first turn. What you doing next? And those three subclasses that I put in D tier all have that to some degree. Now, you could make an argument that Vengeance goes up to C tier if you really want to. Like sure, I'll give that to you. Even though, spell list Devotion beats out Vengeance by quite a bit, so I'm actually gonna bump Vengeance back down because I changed my mind immediately. I couldn't in good faith put it above Devotion. It goes there, but you just end up with bad channel oath features that you don't care to maintain your oath for. If you are trying to maintain your oath with Ancients and Devotion, you're going to have a very hard time making any optimal plays in gameplay. This means attacking any neutrals, can't do that. With all Paladin oaths, I believe you break your oath when taking the hag hair from Ethel. Most routes through Strange Ox are oath breaks. Most routes through interactions with Dame Aelin are oath breaks. There's just a lot. There's a lot of things that end up making your gameplay more complicated for no actual payoff. That, again, Crown does a lot to alleviate some of these issues. Crown, legitimately good. If you're going to play a Paladin, I would highly recommend you play as Crown or Oathbreaker. Now, Oathbreaker is a tier below Crown because its channel oath things are not as good. Control Undead is really fun. I've done 2 runs on my channel structured around Control Undead. You do some real cool stuff with it. But, the other channel, Spiteful Suffering, is dog water. The spell list for Oathbreaker is decent. You get Hellish Rebuke, which is pretty uncommon. You get a Charisma Scaling Inflict Wounds, which can be nice. But ultimately, you still have the Paladin problem of, okay, how many of these spells are good enough that I'm going to use a spell slot on that over Divine Smite? With Crown, you have the Spirit Guardian-shaped elephant in the room. Once you hit level 9, which is a little late, but you have AoE. Paladins don't have AoE. Action economy efficiency, you can set up Spirit Guardians, and then you don't need to use more actions on it. Really good. Oathbreaker doesn't really get to that bracket, so it goes a tier below. I shared the tier link after completion? I can, and I'm sure it'll be on someone's YouTube somewhere. Oathbreaker would be S tier. Control Undead actually allowed you to control the undead you cast it on? Yeah, probably. Alright, that's Paladin. Next. Ranger next. Ranger. Alright. Hunter, up there with Eldritch Knight. I mentioned this before, but if you are trying to present a serious competitor to Eldritch Knight, Hunter is the serious answer there. Hunter is incredible. Everything you want out of a class, Hunter can do. Baseline Ranger already gets a lot. You get great saving throw proficiencies, you get resistances, skill proficiencies, ritual spells, you get Hunter's Mark, you get Silence, Spike Growth, Ensnaring Strike, all sorts of very, very, very desirable things. But Hunter, let's zero in on the Hunter class features. At level 3, you get to choose between Hordebreaker, Colossus Slayer, or Giant Killer. What do those do? Hordebreaker is AoE on demand. Now, it's got specific weapon interactions, where some weapons can use the mechanic of how Hordebreaker does its AoE to do even more things. Rat Bat, praise be, best two-handed weapon in the game, two-handed melee weapon in the game, can turn Hordebreaker into a damage-dealing AoE, and Bow of the Banshee can turn Hordebreaker into an AoE Frighten. So you have a high-profile melee and a high-profile ranged option that interact very favorably with Hordebreaker. And again, Hordebreaker is a level 3 feature. You can also combine this with various combat openers where, let's say, if you started a fight, you killed someone with an Elixir of Bloodlust, you get your action point refunded, and you have your extra attack from using Hordebreaker. It's a separate turn, so Hordebreaker's back, but you could still use your Hordebreaker follow-up from the previous one, and then do a new Hordebreaker, and then you have your attack, then you have your other attack, then you have your Bloodlust action. So a Hunter can just open up a fight just making 6 attacks at level 5. No haste required. They can just do that. Something they can do. And remember, unlike Gloom, Hunter gets this every turn. Hordebreaker is once per turn. Honestly, can't understand why Alacrity Hordebreaker lost out to Gloomson. Why do you think this didn't get traction? Because people really latched onto Gloomstalker because of mostly initiative downplay. We'll talk about that more once we get to Gloom, Ramus. We'll get there. But that was just Hordebreaker. Colossus Slayer is once per turn, extra d8 of damage, matching your weapon type to a target you hit that's below max HP. Now, in combat, that works out to be extra damage every turn of whatever type you need it to be, and that's good. Out of combat, you can apply that to Stealth Archer stuff and get it on every single hit. And Rangers, as we know, make good Stealth Archers. So if you're doing that out of combat snipe people gameplay, remember that Hunter and Swarm can get that damage on every shot. Every shot. That's important. Giant Killer is the least used of those three, but it does have value because Giant Killer is one of the very few riposte style effects that triggers your extra attack. So, you can run around in Act 3 fighting Steel Watchers, you can bait an opportunity attack from a Steel Watcher, they miss you, you click Giant Killer, you get to hit them for free, I mean, cost of reaction point, but then you also trigger your extra attack. So then you get to make another attack off of that. And then you still have your other attacks that you had independently of that. Hey Smelly, thanks for raid. I'm doing a tier list of subclasses in BG3 because someone suggested it, so I'm doing it. We're going super in-depth. I hope your stream was good. You're saying Colossus Slayer over Gloomstalker for Stealth Archer play? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. That's all the level 3 stuff for Hunter, by the way. At level 7, I believe is where the next features are, you get a bunch of options, but I'll cut to the chase there. They suck except for multi-attack defense. Multi-attack defense is good, because multi-attack defense is largely opportunity cost-free AC. Its competition features are not good, but multi-attack defense makes it so anyone with extra attack, they're most likely not going to hit you after the first attack, because you're imposing a pretty big penalty on their attack rolls after the first one, and that's really nice, especially as you scale further and further into the game, and most martials tend to have extra attack, or at least are dual-wielding. It does give you a lot of comfort without you having to give up gear slots or multi-attack defense. Give gear slots for AC, rather. You could just have multi-attack defense going instead. Then at level 11, Hunters get 2 abilities. They get Volley and they get Whirlwind Attack, which is like, hey, what if my regular attack just hit everybody? All of you. Just everybody. Yeah? Yeah. There is no per long rest limit, per short rest limit, per turn limit. There's no charges. It's just, you can, instead of a regular attack, just choose to hit everybody. Yeah, like, I don't feel as if I need to explain why that's good, but you just hit entire room instead of single target, and then do it 5 more times in your turn. Okay. Yes, please. A hunter is super duper tippity top tier. Like, hunter incredible. Gloomstalker. Gloomstalker is B tier. The reason why Gloomstalker is B tier is because there's absolutely nothing special about it. Gloomstalker provides you a bunch of things that you can get through various other means. It gives you initiative. It gives you dark vision. It gives you bonus action hide. It gives you a little bit of movement speed on turn 1. And it doesn't have any features anybody cares about after level 3. Spoiler. Things like wisdom saving throw proficiency don't tend to mean anything if you know how to get immunities, which, as an experienced challenge runner, I can tell you immunities are one of the most important things to get. Dread Ambusher is not more action economy than what Hunter gives you, because Dread Ambusher is on the first turn, and Hordebreaker is on every turn, as is Volley and Whirlwind Attack. So the thing about Gloomstalker is it's very, very popular because early BG3 content creation heavily favored it, whether this was Tactician Challenge runs right before Honor Mode came out, which I was doing a lot of those, and then when Honor Mode came out, the first really prolific content creators that got shine for doing solo Honor Mode tended to do the build archetype of combining 5 levels of Gloomstalker with whatever other classes they can put on for personal preference, and they had a lot of success with it. And remember, this is not me saying Gloomstalker has low viability, because it doesn't. But what Gloom allows you to do is that sort of gameplay of playing a ranger where you don't need to know how to do anything supplemental. You don't get penalized for having bad movement speed, which is why so many people got away with playing Halfling. You don't get penalized for having no dark vision in Act 2, which is why so many people got away with playing Halfling. You don't get penalized for skipping alert and taking things that are less consistent or less desirable. Things like a level 4 sharpshooter pick are comparatively penalized less, because not only do you have the perception of being able to get around the issue of low accuracy by having Dread Ambusher as an extra shot you can do, you're very unlikely to miss both of your shots at level 4, even with sharpshooter on, but it is possible. It gives you this idea of more flexibility, and that goes away as you learn more about the game. Gotta say, Morgana presented incredibly, by the way. Oh yeah, Morgana Evelyn, friend of the channel. Let me get out in front of this before anyone thinks I'm taking shots at her with any of this ever. No, she's awesome. We're chill. She comes in all the time. I have a huge amount of respect for her and her content. And unlike a lot of the people who produce absolute fucking garbage on YouTube, she actually puts a huge amount of effort into hers in terms of fact-checking, in terms of putting the content together, presenting it, backing up the things she says with actual logic and reasoning and whatnot. And she's great. She's lovely. We stand her. She's great. None of this is in any way pointed at her at all. But yeah. She's talked at length about execution being important and how you're actually handling your builds. Soccer Insane and Party Setup solo plays a different story. That's the thing these days. It's not. There is nothing that Gloomstalker can do that you can't do via other means. That's the entire point that I'm making. Gloomstalker doesn't provide anything that you cannot get. For example, buy a dark vision scroll. Okay? Put movement speed on your character, which is something everyone should be doing for all of their characters. Play a hunter, and you have more action economy. You have what is functionally the same level of dark vision. You have enough movement speed, and here's the best thing. You have subclass features after the first turn of combat. Hunter and Swarmkeeper do more out of combat. Beastmaster and Hunter do more in combat. Gloom gives you this middle ground of okay, if you don't have a super high level of game knowledge, you don't know the intricacies of where to get this buff, that buff, maintain uptime on this, that, the other thing, then Gloom can be attractive. And I want to make it perfectly clear, I played a lot of Gloom when I first got into Honor Mode. My first successful solo honor mode clear was Gloomstalker. I am not pretending that I'm above it or anything of the sort, but it does not provide you anything that you can't get elsewhere. So this brings you back to the sort of thing I said about Battlemaster, where, okay, if the subclass features aren't doing anything for you, what is the subclass? The answer is nothing. The answer is nothing. So, Gloom goes in B, because ultimately it is a ranger, it doesn't have any features that hurt you, and it's great as a training wheels class. But it is a training wheels class. Beastmaster. Beastmaster goes in A. Now, that's going to be immediately upsetting to some people. Tabletop people who have not played Beastmaster in BG3, they fixed it. They fixed it. It's better. It's better. It's better, okay? They fixed it. Beastmaster in BG3, you get some really unique tech. One, you don't have to give up your turn to control the summon the way you do in tabletop. You don't have to use your action point on it. But you get a bunch of different summons that fill a bunch of different situational roles. Now, they do things from, at level 5, the bear has the most consistent disarming effect in the entire game. It is an attack roll that if it hits, if the target can be disarmed, they get disarmed. There's no saving throw. If it hits, they drop their shit. If they can't be disarmed, they get knocked prone instead. So, just an amazing ability, and that's just a regular attack your bear can do. Your boar summon has the ability to rage, and then has an AoE charge attack that can hit and knock a bunch of people down. Your spider summon, like a lot of other spiders, has huge jumps. The mobility is great. The situational application of web surfaces is pretty good, especially in the early game. But late game, the spider is an absolute demon damage-wise. The spiders infest ranged attack. Once you put Hunter's Mark on a target, you give them a little bit of Piercing Volt, maybe you did it with Ballast Armor, maybe you did it with Bloodthirst. The spider is out there hitting for like Archer levels of damage, with its just regular attack. The Wolf at high levels has high initiative, you've got a Necrotic Bite that lowers Constitution, you've got a Force Damage AoE, you've got a Piercing attack, you've just got all sorts of crazy things. At high levels, the bird makes darkness by moving. Now, you might think that I left out a condition, a resource cost. No, look, if you have the bird fly, it just makes a darkness cloud where you told it to fly. And then you have it fly again, and it makes another darkness cloud. You have it fly again, it just darkness on demand. And I think a lot of us know that darkness is very, very good in this game. So, yeah, and those are just some of the things Beastmaster does. So, keep in mind, if you're talking damage per round, which is something that a lot of people like to look at, Gloomstalker is not remotely competitive with Beastmaster because, again, Gloom gets Dread Ambusher on the first round and absolutely nothing else. So if you think Gloom damage is good, if you think Gloom is OP, you know, crazy in party play, to borrow what others have said, just know that Beastmaster is better at everything and gets features after the first round. Oh, and also at higher levels, your summons get the ability to hide, dash, and help on bonus action. Yeah. Watch 15 hours of Beastmaster guides. Nobody noted it adds proficiency to everything. So, what Remus is referring to here is Beastmaster summons and Necromancer Wizard summons have this feature where you get proficiency bonus as extra damage. So this applies to any damage they do. So if you have your Beastmaster Bear just like claw an Alchemist fire, and it sets off a huge fire surface, say you're defending the portal, defending Halcyon from all the undead, that surface is going to get that bonus damage on top. So it's incredibly, incredibly useful. Beastmaster is awesome. Hey, Layla Zero. The reason why Beastmaster doesn't go above A is because micromanagement of summons is incredibly fucking annoying. I'm not gonna lie to you and pretend that it isn't. Like, sometimes you're walking around, you're like, okay, where's my bear? And then you realize it got stuck on a barrel 5 minutes ago when you were walking, and it's really fucking shit. It's really annoying. I hate it. It's so frustrating. Yeah, bear stuck on a piece of paper in Act 1. Exactly. So, like, that does dock it a full point from S tier. Just, is really annoying. I hate it. Swarmkeeper. Where do I put Swarmkeeper? I think I'm going to put Swarmkeeper in the same location as Gloom. If I were to rank within the tier, it would be slightly higher. The reason is, Swarmkeeper is awkward to get value out of. The reason why I'm putting Gloom high based on ease of use and Swarmkeeper low based on difficulty of use is because it's weird. There's a lot of situational decision making you have to do to get value out of its features. Like, the teleport is really, really good. But a lot of players have pointed out, okay, but that's terrible range. But then you have to apply the very specific game knowledge of, okay, in this game engine, you get higher targeting range from high ground. So if you want to get more value out of the Swarmkeeper teleport, then make sure you're initiating your teleport from high ground so you can go further. And it's like, you can also use it out of combat to teleport, like, through jail cell doors and stuff. It's got a lot of utility. The hover you get at level 7 with the writhing tide charges, I think is the name, allows you to have surface immunity. So you can hang out in some places you have no business being as a Swarmkeeper, and that's really fun. The Swarm's customizable. You could choose your damage type among the 3. The effects, like the blind, I've seen some people complain that the blind is only 1 turn, but like, activate the blind during their turn, and then it lasts their turn. So like, for your final attack of the turn, like, don't use your Swarm till your final attack. Shoot your bow, end your turn before your arrow gets there. You'll get the prompt to use the Swarm, just do it during their turn. And then you still have it in effect. Like, the point that I'm making here is Swarmkeeper's tech is very applicable, but it's much more specific and purposeful in how you have to use it. So I'm putting it in the same tier as Gloom rather than putting it up at A with Beastmaster because it is hard to play. But Swarm is good. I do recommend it. And again, Swarm does, you have your features on more than the first turn of combat, so I can't stress enough that puts it over Gloom. But it's got some favorable multi-classing options. It's got good stuff going. Okay, what do we got next? Ooh, is it finally Rogue time? Are we here? Oh, we're finally here. We're finally here. Arcane Trickster, S tier. Arcane Trickster is incredible. Arcane Trickster is huge. So, Rogue base class. Rogue is the tankiest class in Baldur's Gate 3. It is. You could be upset about it, but it is. Between evasion and uncanny dodge, and then the ability to pick up those gear proficiencies to get things like, heavy armor master with the adamantine splint, without turning off their features like Blade Singer, you can just stand there and be a fucking brick. Taking damage on a rogue is an elective. You don't have to do it. You can simply say no. So, that is on top of... Where's the S+ category for rogue and Emissary? So, that is on top of... Sneak attack is incredibly good burst damage that cares very little about what you're using. So you have supreme gear flexibility. It scales well with challenges because you don't need to go out and get a specific piece of gear. Like, you don't need to be like, oh, I'm useless without my Titan string, but no. You could have a rusty bow of used condoms and M&Ms, and it doesn't matter. Your rogue is like, here's all the damage. Here, enjoy. It does not matter. Now, Arcane Trickster, in particular here, gets a lot of the same stuff Eldritch Knight does. You get the Wizard spell list. So that is Enhanced Leap, that is Longstrider, that is Booming Blade, that is Shields, Minor Illusion, Blade Ward, and Blade Ward combines very well with Rogue's innate tankiness to, just say no to damage. You don't have to take damage. Additionally, Arcane Trickster Mage Hand is extremely useful. It is not duration bound like all the other Mage Hands, so it can just sit there. It starts invisible, and it'll break its invisibility once you first tell it to, but if you short rest, it turns invisible again. That's something I actually didn't even know until relatively recently. But Arcane Trickster Mage Hand is really good. You can use it. You could park it invisible outside of your turn order next to someone and just start hitting sneak attacks because you just need an adjacent ally or advantage to hit sneak attacks. You can equip it with gear. You can give it a strength potion and send it independently of you into a fight and throw someone into a chasm. Then, oh no, it gets killed, short rest, do it again. Like, you can do so many things with that mage hand. Arcane Trickster is incredible. You also get a large number of first level spell slots. I believe you end up with 6. Someone fact check me on that. I believe you end up with 6 first level spell slots, which is enough to do all sorts of things. You could, in fact, run around and shield every round someone attacks you. And you're just good. So, like, Arcane Trickster is legit. Oh, Magical Ambush is a feature that is technically sometimes useful. I actually don't value Magical Ambush at all. I'm probably somewhat of a hipster in the Arcane Trickster Glazer group of I just don't think Magical Ambush is even worth thinking about. So, like, that doesn't factor in at all here. It's S tier even if that feature didn't exist. So, like, Arcane Trickster is taking the tankiest class in the game that has on-demand burst damage, skill expertise at level 1, and then again at level 6. Cunning actions for bonus action versatility. You're taking all of that, and then you're stapling the wizard kit to it. The important parts of the wizard kit, that is. It's incredible. It's amazing. I genuinely think that if every class had, like, an Arcane Trickster Eldritch Knight, like, hey, you're you, but also a wizard, I think they would all probably end up there. I don't think that's a hot take. Yeah, it's that good. RIP cantrips sneak attacks, though. Yeah, if anyone played before, I think at patch 3, you could sneak attack on cantrips, and it was funny. But Arcane Trickster is incredible. And also, from a challenge running perspective, I've not been bringing up credentials and stuff too much lately. The harder a challenge run rule set is, the better certain classes scale, at least in the eyes of people like myself who do hardcore challenge running. The most restrictive challenge run rule set that I know of, which was a no-hit run originally done by Kaylee Nani, she completed, the first completion of this rule set was as an Arcane Trickster Astarian, and this was heavily restricted run. No tadpoles, no scrolls, no summons, so she didn't even use the mage hand thing. No temporary followers, killing everything in the game with a legendary action, recruiting all companions, completing all their storylines, solo honor mode, of course. No returning to previous acts once you've left them, and 1 HP the entire time. You get hit, that's it. That's the whole thing. She completed that with an Arcane Trickster. And then I was the second person to complete it as a Shadow Monk. And then she went and did it again as a Divination Wizard. And was working on it on other classes. I've fallen behind there. But as soon as you end up with a rule set that is that intensely restrictive, the bigger your bag, the better you do. And Arcane Trickster has that. So, very, very, very good stuff. One time she died to falling damage, that was a sad day. Yeah, it was. Yeah, real rough stuff. Alright, what's next? More rogue stuff. Tier list just for solo. Thanks, just new here, so not sure at all. So, my primary point of reference here, not enough damage, is solo. I am primarily a solo player. I do play co-ops with other challenge runners from time to time, but I have over 6,500 hours in this game, and about 6,000 of that is solo honor mode. So yeah, it's primarily solo honor mode. Things can go up or down depending on, you know, other factors, but it's about 6,000 hours of solo honor mode. Assassin. Assassin goes in B. And this is not because Assassin's bad. This is because Assassin is the Gloomstalker of Rogue. You have some sauce, but ultimately, a lot of the stuff you can do can be imitated elsewhere, and then your value falls off a cliff after turn 1. This is, again, this is not me saying Assassin's bad, because it objectively is not. But just, you know, you're fine. You're a rogue that gets a wider variety of combat openers, and you can auto-crit without needing to invest consumables in it against certain enemies. It's, like, fine. I understand a lot of these places a lot better now. The calculus changes a ton with less action economy. I think a big thing with full party, or more than one, is it's not that the classes become more valuable, it's that you don't have to be as efficient, and I think there is a distinction there. It's better than Gloom full class. I agree with that, Raid. I agree with that. I'd say Assassin's a better subclass than Gloom, but, you know, relatively speaking, I'm going to put it there. Not too much to say about Assassin. It's good. Swash is better, though. Swash is better. Because Swashbuckler, much like Gloomstalker, gets that built-in initiative increase. However, Swashbuckler gets to do that while also bringing tech of their own. Swashbuckler gets, at level 4, a bunch of very useful bonus actions that they could do. Swash gets to do, and the only reason, for reference, the only reason I'm putting Swash below S is, we'll get there in a moment. It's like a cusp of S. But we'll get there. You get really good bonus actions. The Flick of the Wrist is a full weapon action that can disarm, and you can build it either towards disarming, or you can build it so that the DC is low enough that they don't drop their weapon, so you can simply keep hitting it. You can do spins on them. Like, you can just absolutely style on people by just flicking it until they die. On top of that, you get half of the mobile feat built in for free, the half that allows you to just do hit and run gameplay, and that's extremely valuable. Higher levels, you get Panache, which is a very powerful charm effect that you can use in a bunch of different applications, and it's extremely consistent. You're rolling a persuasion check versus their insight, and because you're a rogue, if you have proficiency in things, you're just going to succeed. So it scales really, really, really well, and that initiative bonus that Swash gets, unlike the Gloomstalker one, scales with your rogue level. The biggest unique thing about Swash, and this is about the third oddball thing that I've mentioned so far that is probably outside the bounds of what people knew Swash could do. Swashbucklers can sneak attack on their own sneak attack. So what I mean by this is if you're out of combat, you use Swashbuckler's version of sneak attack on a target, the game will prompt you to, provided the target's somehow still alive, you can react with your sneak attack on your sneak attack. There's Swash run on my VODs? Yeah, there is. So, that means, in theory, let's say we were max rolling a sneak attack with vulnerability, a Swashbuckler can just slap someone with 288 bonus damage on top of whatever their weapon's doing. 288 bonus damage. Obviously, that's max roll crit with Vuln, but, you know, even having only a large percentage of that bonus damage as bonus damage. Like, that's not what the weapon's doing. The weapon is still hitting. That damage comes later, but you just have that. Swashbuckler's incredible. Now, I put it here, a cusp of S. I'm willing to move it up to S, but I'm keeping in mind the criteria of why I put Swarmkeeper a bit lower than I personally value it, is because it's very oddball in terms of, like, what you need to know how to do and where. Like, there's weird stuff. Like, for example, the class tells you, hey, yo, you need charisma for this. Well, you don't, actually, and, like, technically intelligence is still your spellcasting, but, like, you don't need it because no rogue really wants that. But yeah, charisma is your vicious mockery, but you don't really need that. And yeah, technically charisma scales your disarm, but like you don't necessarily need that, and there's other ways to get that going. It's complicated. There is a knowledge barrier for some aspects of Swashbuckler that make me hesitant to put it up here. But then again, I put Hunter here, and the only reason people don't think Hunter is good is they either haven't tried it or it's pure skill issue. So like, fuck it. Swash can go up to S. It deserves to be there. If we're comparing within the rogue class, I do still value Arcane Trickster more highly than Swash. but it deserves to be there. And, you know, if I put multiple monk subclasses up there, we can put multiple rogue subclasses up there. This is the problem with tier lists. It's sometimes hard to place things. Because everyone's got their own criteria, there's context, and then oftentimes you'll get this far and you're like, I could change this one. To what extent do you think Rogue is underappreciated because of the knowledge requirement? I think it's mostly a literacy requirement, Remus, because a lot of people don't understand basic things about Rogue. Like, you know your sneak attack scales on every odd numbered level? So every odd number, you get an extra d6. It's not like your sneak attack is 1d6 forever. I've seen people actually say, well, sneak attack's worse than Divine Smite, because Divine Smite is d8, and that's d6. No, you know, you just... It keeps going, brother. It keeps going. So, it's lack of literacy. Reading sneak attack and all of its... how it scales, its conditions for performing it, the weapons you have to use for it, reading Uncanny Dodge, and honestly, post-patch 8, them changing Uncanny Dodge to sort of a completely different thing, that the description doesn't really tell you anything about. But, like, yeah, it's reading. Changed Uncanny Dodge? Yeah, they basically buffed it, Viper. They essentially buffed it. That's also why a lot of people think all of Rogue's value is front-loaded. Yes, what Dubsy said, a lot of people... I've heard the take that Rogue stops at level 3 or Rogue stops at level 5, and that's just, like, actually divorced from reality, because Uncanny Dodge is the feature that makes Rogue the tankiest in the game, but that's at level 5. Evasion is at level 7 of both Monk and Rogue, and Evasion is also one of the best defensive features in the game. Level 11, you get Reliable Talent. Level 10, you get your additional feat. Remember, Fighters and Rogues are the only ones that get an extra feat. So, like, Rogues do scale with later levels, but it's a literacy thing. Like, if you came to BG3 really trying to push DM's limits with Rogue, you could just do most of what you wanted. Oh, yeah, absolutely. BG3's level up screen just doesn't tell you a lot of stuff. True. That's true. No, Captain ET is a trustworthy source. So, like, trust. Vouch. Oh, it's for chat's benefit. What else we got? Thief. Yeah. A big part of why I'm putting Thief S rather than A is because Thief is great as a dip as well, including multi-classing with the value. Like, a lot of people lean on that Thief dip. Well, it's also good pure class because you get to be a rogue with everything Rogue can already do, but you just have another bonus action, which is objectively extremely powerful. That's, like, essentially all you get, other than, like, I guess fall damage resistance, which you're already a rogue, you're not taking fall damage. But, like, if that's gonna be your one feature, still a good one. Still a good one. So, yeah, Thief goes up there. Thief goes up there in S tier. So we put every rogue subclass except for Assassin in S tier. That's fun. Alright, what's next? Sorcerer. Sorcerer. A Draconic Bloodline. B. There's some top-end damage calcs with Lightning Bloodline that are interesting. Fire is just Evocation Wizard, but bad, but I guess if you're focused on low levels rather than game in its totality, it comes online at 6 rather than 10, but it is a worse damage-dealing feature than Powered Evocation. It applies to fewer things, so comparing, like, Scorching Ray to Scorching Ray, it's like, ugh. You get Armor of Agathis as a full caster. That's nice. You don't have to wait till level 6 like you do for a Lore Bard. And you can apply your Draconic Elemental Affinity bonus to, like, various flavors of Booming Blade if you have relevant damage riders on that Booming Blade. I don't like it, but it can be in B. It's whatever. No, I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. I do think it's better than War Domain, which I'm gonna use as the cutoff there. It's not a good subclass, but like it's not actively awful. Oversold, yeah. But again, like that same YouTube Shorts content you're referring to, Evocation just does it like strictly better. Strictly better. Most Sorcerer, versus Wizard, just love the versatility of Wizard. That's my opinion, is people who glaze Sorcerer and undervalue Wizard. Sorcerer has bad subclasses, except for Storm, we'll get there. Bad or mediocre subclasses and a terrible spell list, but meta magic is broken. Meta magic is extremely good. But like you can't really effectively separate out one feature from a class's kit. It's like, oh yeah, Wizard wouldn't be as good if you took away scribing. It's like, yeah, of course it wouldn't. That's their thing. That's what they do. So you can't really pick and choose like that. So I find them kind of hard to compare. But Wizard gets a much better spell list, and I think Wizard is more well-rounded than Sorcerer is. Like it's in the same tier as Arcane Archer and Swarm. I think it's a couple of them. Did I put Arcane Archer there? I did put Arcane Archer there. Alright. Draconic can go and see then. You're right. It'll be there. Is a dumb question. Where does it say the sneak attack scales with level? It maybe doesn't. Maybe you just have to have that understanding of rogue from source material, or look at the wiki or some such. But maybe you have to know from playing a rogue and seeing it go up on your odd numbered levels. That's where it scales. What was next? Shadow? Shadow's better than Draconic, but there's not really too much to say about it. The dogs are good, but without extreme abuse of equipping gear to the dog, it's not going to do that much without you taking Hexblade, which makes it dependent on another class. Eyes of the Dark is fine, but it's Devil's Sight at home. Having a cheat death at level 1's cool, but like, what if you just didn't die? Having good dark vision at level 1's cool, though. So, yeah, it's just fine. Whatever. Storm Sorcery. High A tier. Very high A tier. I can't in good conscience put it in the same tier as, like, the goats up here. But Storm Sorcerer is filthy. Storm Sorcerer kicks fucking ass, man. It's so good. Heart of the Storm, awesome, awesome, awesome feature. Well, let me start in order. Tempestuous Flight, convenient, nice. You could do some cool stuff with it, especially good early game. But you hit level 6, you get Call Lightning, you get Heart of the Storm. Not only does meta magic Call Lightning go insane, but Heart of the Storm turns any use of Shock and Grasp or any leveled Thunder or Lightning spell into effectively a room-wide AoE that scales with a bunch of very applicable damage bonuses. You could pair that with Warcaster to do opportunity spell Shock and Grasp to make your opportunity attack just a, like, not only do you get the Shock and Grasp, but Heart of the Storm happens, like, whether you hit or not. And then you get resists. You get, at level 11, you get a good damage retaliation effect that knocks things back. Heart of the Storm scales with your sorcerer level. Like, it's really, really something. It's truly one of my favorite subclasses. Chat thinks it should be S tier. The experienced Storm Sorcerer is here. So, maybe I am devaluing it too much based on, like, base class Sorcerer. Again, outside of meta magic, I'm like, eh. But as far as looking at the subclass in a vacuum, I could see an argument for it being up there. I could see an argument for it being up there. But we are ranking subclasses. As much as I've talked about base class a lot here, Ansel, we are ranking subclasses. So sure. Yeah, Storm Sorcerer is awesome. Highly recommend. Wild Magic. Now this one probably is going to surprise a lot of people, because this definitely goes against the last time I ever tried to rank things like this. Wild Magic Sorcerer is a strong A tier. Strong A tier. I'm not trolling you. I'm being completely serious. But here's the thing with Wild Magic Sorcerer, just like either minimize the surges happening at all by playing it like a martial, or weaponize the surges by rolling for what you need pre-combat. Did you do random for honor? No. I did a pure class, Wild Magic Sorcerer run where all I did with my spell slots was I turned them into sorcery points, which I just ran around hitting things with Booming Blade, and I used my sorcery points on Bend Luck and Meta Magic, and Bend Luck allows a Wild Magic Sorcerer at level 6 to be the best skill check user, however you say that, passer, whatever, in the game. You can, and I did this on my run, you can just stack up enough Bend Luck to succeed the DC 99 at the end of the game, without rolling a 20. You could just do that. There isn't a DC check you can't pass with it. The controlled chaos is reduced stable? Yes, yes. Wild Magic A, Draconic Seal drives the slot farm. Wild, good. Wild Magic is objectively a better subclass. Wild Magic's really good. Highly recommend. Bend Luck is awesome. 1d4, 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 1d4. Guys, I think we got it. 1d4, 1d4, 1d4. Do Barb already? Yeah. Alright, that's Sorcerer. What's next here? Warlock. Alright, Archfey, unfortunately, is trash. Unless there's some Misty Escape stuff that I have not messed around with, because I've been wanting to mess with Misty Escape, like, a little bit more, but I haven't gotten there yet. Archfey, unfortunately, just isn't good. Like, the spell list has some interesting things. For context, on my level 1 Warlock run, I was Archfey until Act 3. I switched to Great Old One in Act 3. But I wanted to be Archfey to have access to sleep on that run. Because it was nice, it was comfy, it was helpful. The subclass features, especially compared to the other Warlock subs, are just, it's not competing. Also, a bug they never fixed with patch 8, Hexblade just gets Archfey's level 4 spells on top of its own. So, like, Hexblade also just ate a huge chunk of the class, and they never changed that. I don't know why, but they never fixed it. Archfey, unfortunately, is not very good. It doesn't actively, like, hurt you, so maybe it goes up to C at some point if I reassess later, but it's not. It's just not good. What's next? I'm getting lost in the sauce with all these. There's too many icons down here, chat. Alright, Hexblade. S tier. I don't have to qualify this one. Warlock base makes it C. It sounds like you're saying Warlock isn't good, Raid, which would be stupid. We're not saying that, right? But also, we're not ranking base classes. But also, you're not saying that, right? Hexblade's S tier. Like, I don't think I have to qualify that. Hexblade has perhaps the most popular 1-level dip of every class in this entire game. The most impactful 1 level you can put. It's just Hexblade. But then also, you have an insane spell list all the way through. You can play as a martial, you can play as a caster, you can play as a summoner. Your spell list is really fucking good. Hexblade's up there. Like, there's never a bad time for Hexblade. What are tier qualifications? D, having the subclass actively harmful. D is more like providing effectively nothing compared to other subclasses, I guess would be how I would word it. Like, if everything you can do is pretty much done by everyone else in your class, you go to D. If you have some sort of sauce, but ultimately you have some very big design issues, you go to C. B is like, you're good for something. A is like, you're really good. S is like, you are something special. That's, broadly speaking, what I'm going with here. And, again, for anyone who came in halfway through this. I fucking hate tier lists. They are a garbage metric of information. That's why this is taking me like 2 hours to go through and talk about this as I'm doing, because I'm making sure to give context for everything I'm doing, which is not something you get by just looking at a tier list. Do not ever look at one of these and think you're gleaning any useful information unless it's paired with someone like telling you all of their reasoning. And even that, you don't have to agree with their reasoning, just like make sure that there is reasoning. What else we got? Picking out icons is hard. The Fiend. Oh, I love the Fiend. Fiend is A tier. The Fiend is still my personal favorite Warlock subclass. I can't, in good conscience, put it in the same tier as Hexblade. It doesn't do all the same things, but strong A tier for Fiend. Great spell list, great features. Really, really, really good overall. You can pick a resistance of your choice at level 10. You get huge bonus to skill checks at level 6. You have Scorching Ray. You have Fire Shield in your spell list. You pick up Command from Cleric, which I'm not a huge fan of Command, but it's still situationally useful. You get good temp HP when you get kills. Like, Fiend is great. Big Fiend enjoyer. Great Old One is pretty much exactly as powerful as Fiend. I think that depending on the level, it beats out Fiend. Like, I think Great Old One has a much stronger level 1 than Fiend, because Mortal Reminder is, you know, once you have Mortal Reminder, you have it. It scales up your spell save DC, but it doesn't require class investment to get better. You have good spell lists with Black Tentacles, with the Dissonant Whispers. Later on, Thought Shield is really good. Great Old One's just really, really, really nice, really comfy. Remember when I was arguing with my friends about Elixirs, the only one I had below C was Tadpole, is the only one that actually impairs your gameplay, but you're forgetting and choosing to ignore the upside of Tadpole Elixir to make that argument, Dubsy. Tadpole Elixir is the only one that gives you advantage on attacks, so name another elixir that does that. And advantage is good. We can agree that advantage on attacks is a good thing, right? So why would Tadpole Elixir land in C for that? With a penalty that effectively means nothing for most combats in the game. Avard's truly a top tier spell. Yeah, Black Tentacles is Avard's Black Tentacles is incredible. Oh, I like missing my attacks. Based, Princess Batman. Based. That's Warlock done already? Well, yeah. Warlock good, except for Archfey. Poor Archfey. Alright, what's this next one? Wizard? Is this Wizard now? Or am I somehow forgetting a class? No, this is definitely Wizard now. Okay, let's get the diarrhea in the room out now. Where is it? Where are you? How do I make a new tier?
That's the cult's doing. Donald's joined up too. Drunk. The culprit.
It deserves its own tier. No matter what you're doing in this game, if you ever feel like playing Bladesinger, like DM me. DM me. You are worth more than that. Your time is worth more than that. You don't have to hurt yourself like that. I promise. Don't inflict Bladesinger on yourself. I like it. More power to you, Rebus. More power to you. No, you're allowed to have fun with things that are not good. That's part of the fun. But Bladesinger is, unfortunately, comfortably the worst subclass in this entire game because it makes you actively weaker. If you are trying to comply with its gear restrictions to maintain the ability to bladesing, you are giving up a majority of impactful and powerful gear in the game. You are severely undermining your ability to do damage reduction tanking. You are also, funny enough, limiting your AC options. You are unable to use certain high-profile weapons that are really, really nice, like Marco Heschker, like the Defender Flail. Now, asterisk, and that's somewhat what I'm talking about. There are certain equip order shenanigans you can do. There are certain dual wielder equip order shenanigans you can do to temporarily or situationally trick the game to allowing you to do a thing that it doesn't want you to do. Sometimes, like you can blade sing and then equip the Helldusk armor. But outside of very oddball specific workarounds like that, you are overwhelmingly giving up your defenses, your offenses, and your utility to get 4 AC and 3 meters of movement speed. At most 4 AC, sorry. 4 AC is once you hit wizard level 9. So, here's the thing. You're not allowed to equip items that give you critical hit immunity until Act 3. Because the Helldusk helmet is cloth. It's the first one that's compatible with Bladesinger rule set. That means a crit can just one-shot you out of the game until you are past the Apostle of Merkel and the Githyanki monks. And that's pretty bad, because if you're also running around with no damage reduction, every hit hurts you. If you're also running around with limited access to damage resistance, because, sure, you have Blade Ward, and Blade Ward's awesome. We stand Blade Ward in this house. But you know, casting Blade Ward constantly when Abjuration can just sit there and laugh, for example, kind of an issue. You have extra attack, and that's cool, but so do other classes. Not other wizards, I'll give you that. Um, 3-day 500 upvotes, but my Bladesinger keeps dying. Yeah, like, wizards have the smallest HP pool of every class. Wizards and sorcerers share that. Draconic Bloodline at least gets a little bit of extra HP over the others, but if you're running around as the lowest HP class, with no crit immunity, with no damage reduction, with no meaningful resistances granted by your class, like, and you're expecting to be able to play like anyone else can, your expectations are flawed. Ultimately, Bladesinger is... it sets itself up as a defensive wizard subclass that makes your defenses worse. And that's what ends it up there. Like Bladesinger General, F tier for fun, but I think just wizard spell variety, extra attack's dope. Like, I'm not gonna argue too hard here. Yeah, like, I know you're not trying to make a real argument, but if you're trying to argue for wizard spell list and extra attack, okay, multi-classing. Wizard, very uniquely, you have the one dip for spell scribing, you still get almost the entire spell list. You can go Bard, still be full caster, pick up extra attack at level 6. You could take Sorcerer for more spell slots for Shadow Blade, meta magic, all of that. Like, you can get the whole package without any of the downsides. So, like, Bladesinger, comfortably in this, you don't belong with the other subclasses tier. Hey, Mick, thanks for giving us up to Captain ET. Very kind. Much appreciated. Alright, now we can actually get to ranking Wizard. Oh, let's see what we got. So many icons here. I won't spend too long on each of these. Divination's A tier. Divination's awesome. Being able to control saving throws is really, really powerful. And it's sustainable. You get Port and Die back on short rest, and you get a bunch of them. Divination is quite good. Comfortably A tier. The out of combat? Yeah, I saw the out of combat thing. It's very, very nice. If you ignore Blade Song and just do it for extra attack, how does it compare with pure Transmutation? So, Transmutation actually has sauce, is the thing, David. Like, you don't have to make the argument for Transmutation. It's like, okay, well, if you ignore this class feature that doesn't work well, like, no, it's just everything Transmutation has is good. You can use Transmuter Stones to apply very convenient, fire vulnerability with Arsonist Oil tech. You can use Transmuter Stones for situationally giving yourself better saving throws, better movement speed, better dark vision. You can give them to allies. You have the crafting application. Now, a lot of people won't count that because they want to have one in camp, but I'm still going to count it towards the class features there. You have just efficient consumable access because of your crafting. Transmutation is unconditionally good, whereas Bladesinger is conditionally less awful. So they're incomparable. You think Alchemist exists as a class fantasy? Yeah, I mean, of course. There's lots of areas of fiction where people really want to play as an Alchemist type character. Yeah, it's absolutely a thing. I was just talking about Transmutation, right? Transmutation can be
the gnome sapper went?
There. High B, low A. What are you ranking? Sorry to hear. Hey, welcome in. We're doing subclasses. Ranking subclasses. I don't normally do this kind of content. You can hear my game still playing in the background because I'm doing solo on or challenge run. But I frequently talk about how bad tier lists are, and people did want to hear my takes on where the subclasses go compared to each other. So, you know, this is not going to be a habit thing. I don't do this kind of content, but we're doing it because we can. It seemed hype. People are enjoying themselves. So. Abjuration. Okay, Abjuration's S tier. Abjuration is the tankiest thing in the game that isn't rogue. You get insane scaling damage reduction with absolutely no downsides. It's just you exist and you have all of the damage reduction. Like, you're wearing 10 suits of plate mail worth of damage reduction just by existing. Abjuration's incredible. Like, one of the reasons why there is no merit to Bladesinger as a defensive subclass is because Abjuration outclasses it without trying. It's just better. A lot of people do Abjuration wrong. Yeah, a lot of people go too hard on leading into your ward count. Because, like, you'll see Armor of Agatha's Abjuration builds. It's like, okay, but if you're doing retaliation damage, you want to take some other stuff to actually retaliate with when people hit you. And also, you don't want to be so tanky that you don't take damage. You want to be tanky enough that you take only very little damage, so that all of your effects go through. I wouldn't say that's necessarily doing Abjuration wrong, but it's like, the idea of a retaliation build and the idea of an Abjuration tank are two different things that people conflate with one another. But, yeah, Abjuration is very, 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 very good. Very good. Have I mentioned it's very good? Necromancy. I'm going to put Necromancy up in A. The reason why it's not going in S is the same reason Beastmaster isn't going higher than A, because micromanaging summons can be really, really fucking annoying. However, Necromancy gets a really good passive. One, whenever you use Animate Dead, or anything the game considers close enough to Animate Dead, so this does include the Dance Macabre ghouls from the Necromancy today, you get one more of whatever you summon. So, instead of getting an army of 3 from an upcast Animate Dead, you get an army of 4. Instead of 3 flying ghouls, you get 4. And skeleton archers in particular, you can do a lot of very interesting things with at a very reasonable point in the game. Undead Thralls also gives them some extra HP based on your wizard level, but they also get your proficiency bonus on every instance of their damage. So, you can make your skeleton archers go absolutely crazy. You could put Drakethroat Glaive on their weapons, you could give them Purple Worm Toxin on their weapons, and then have a Haste Spore Cloud set up, have them all walk through it, have all of them unload on a target, and do some utterly insane damage. That's also without accounting for the lower level feature of whenever you kill someone with a spell, you get healed. You get healed for even more than that if you kill them with a Necromancy spell. That's without accounting for the higher level feature of you can get immunity to having your hit point total reduced, which in vanilla BG3 isn't really useful. There's only a couple of enemies that even interact with that, and by the time you get that feature, it's not really there. But there's some mods that, like, in at least one modded run, I've had an enemy click harm at me, and I was like, damn, I wish I was a Necromancer. But obviously that's not vanilla. But Necromancy's real good, real good. It stays in A rather than S because managing summons is annoying, but it is good. Enchantment? Enchantment goes in A. Enchantment has a really good level 6 and a really good level 10 feature. Not much to say here. It's just very, 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 very good. Nothing really gameplay defining, but being able to target 2 creatures with enchantment spells at level 10 is nice, and the level 6 feature is good too. What else we got? Where's the goat? Right, Evocation School, S tier. Transmutation feels a little bit low. I can take a pass at it later, but Evocation, S tier. If you're trying to do damage as a spellcaster, drop what you're doing. If it's an evocation spell, this is better. I don't care what you're doing. Evocation is better. So the reason why Draconic Bloodline goes so low and Evocation goes so high is because Empowered Evocation goes on every instance. So, like, for example, you hit someone with a Rat Bat with Booming Blade. Empowered Evocation goes on the bludgeoning, it goes on the piercing, it goes on every instance of Craterus wounds, it goes on all that shit. If you are trying to use peak damage Thunderous Smite, for example, it's gonna go on all that shit. If you are doing magic clubs with Daredevil gloves and Scorching Ray, it's gonna go on all the fire, it's gonna go on all the bludgeoning, it's gonna go on all the force, it's gonna go on all of those things. There's a clip, I don't know if anyone has it available right now, but I'd have to tab out to a different window. If you have my Raphael one-shot, you know, you can put that in. That was done with a Barbarian, but the only class that has relative damage to what was done in that clip for that certain kind of thing would be an Evocation Wizard. So we're talking the level of damage where you can one-shot Raphael 2 times over with one swing of your weapon. That's in solo honor mode. That's, you know, that's Evocation territory. It's also Barbarian territory. So it goes on Crater Flush and Scorching Ray? Yep. That's what makes Empowered Evocation so good. But also, that's not even the only thing Evocation does. At level 6, you get Potent Cantrip, which makes it so any of your save or suck cantrips, that's, you know, saving throw for no damage, they become saving throw for half damage. So at level 6, Sacred Flame and Acid Splash become incredible workhorse cantrips. Acid Splash is just guaranteed damage in an AoE and a very uncommonly resisted element that's very easy to boost and has good gear interactivity. And Sacred Flame becomes a single target, good gear interactivity, damage dealing option that is not blocked by evasion, because it's not an explosion. So, like, you just get very, very good value out of those cantrips starting level 6. And at level 2, you just turn off friendly fire on evocation spells. Very straightforward, but very nice, because it does mean you can, you know, Ice Storm your own feet, you can Fireball your own feet, you can Wall of Fire on yourself as long as you have immunity to burning, so the surface part doesn't hurt you, and just stand in your own Wall of Fire. That's pretty cool. Evocation gets all that. Is the extra damage level 10 feature? Yes. What else we got? Conjuration. Conjuration I don't really have a strong opinion on. I'm gonna put Conjuration in B just because I don't really think strongly one way or another about it. I do want to do a Conjuration run. I've not spent that much time with the subclass. Benign Transposition is cool, and I feel like there's some fun sauce I can do with it. And Focus Conjuration is a good feature to block your concentration being broken by when you're focusing on something like Cloud Kill. But, like, I feel like it has some sauce. Yeah, it'd be disingenuous to put it in the same tier as Transmutation if I haven't, actually. So, it'll go there. It fits the criteria there. Yeah, Stars devalued Focus Conjuration quite a bit. That's true. Especially because you can just play 10 levels of a different wizard subclass and then take 2 levels of Stars and come out ahead. That's fair. What else we got? Illusion? Illusion can go in C. Outside of the funny of, like, bonus action minor illusion and then throwing it with main action for memes, there's not too much it's providing that's of interest in this game. Hey GG, welcome back. Tier listed? Yeah. Rare occasion, but we're tier listed. What else is even left? Yeah, that's it. That's just base classes here, right? Illusory Self is pretty cash? That's true. Illusory Self is pretty decent. That's enough to move it up to B. Good call, Leaky. Alright, so a lot of this stuff is first impressions. I'd probably move a couple of these around if I cared to revisit, but reacquainting myself with which icons are which sounds like a lot of work. But yeah, that's subclasses. I guess if I wanted to do regular classes, just as a treat, as a bonus. All right, Wizard S tier, Warlock S tier, Sorcerer B tier. It's Beta Magic carried. Sorry. Rogue S tier. Ranger S tier. Paladin D tier. Monk could be S tier. Why not? Fuck it. Fighter S tier. You're noticing that classes are just good in this game. Like baseline classes. Druid, believe it or not, also S tier. It's crazy, right? Cleric? Guess what? S tier. Bard? You're not gonna believe this one. S tier. And Barbarian? Guess what? S tier. All the classes are good. So I don't think that ranking the classes here. How do I? I guess you're hanging out up here still. I don't do tier lists. I don't know how to remove from there. But the takeaway here is subclasses are good. Classes are good. Subclasses, in terms of base classes, Paladin and Sorcerer are the only ones that I would have serious issues with the design of. Goes into the square hole. You telling me this game is also S tier? How long was I at that? So good, incredible. Happy to do it for you, man.
The gnome bolted. Saw it myself. Friends still ain't caught a whiff of her. Slaves are paying the price. Those pricks will get
About 2 hours. Well, there you go. Share the link? Oh, yeah. Hang on. I don't do this often, so like figuring out where to click things and stuff. Make it a command? No. You clip it with a snazzy thumbnail. Maybe I'll start making highlights. I was thinking about like actually uploading like edited content. Maybe starting with shorts. Wild thumbnail just got here. Hey Tamer. Blades near clip should be in command. Uninspired run died. Thanks. Well, aw, sorry trade. How do I save this chat? People who make tier lists. How do I save the thing? No, it says save or download, but it's like log in, and I'm not doing that. You want me to just copy the image? Here you go. Join the Discord. I'm putting the image in the BG3 chat. Subclasses, classes done after for bonus. There you go, in the BG3 channel. Let me turn my other light on, because the sun went down while I was doing that shit. Alright. Brought to a Raj to get elixir and some money, talked to him, dismiss him, got caught in a dialogue, I learned his history. Aw, damn. Also eat? I will eventually. Thank you. Forget to put the disclaimer about context. I think people would know by this point. Alright, what are we doing? I'm just trying to get towards level 6. Do I have Roaring Thunder arrows? I have Roaring Thunder Arrow singular. Do you have one?
History itself. This again. Yes. This the past isn't it? Well, let's see.
But yeah, coming off the heels of that conversation, if anyone has questions about how I value a certain class or anything, or we can continue that discussion. I just want to actually play the video game now.
That's all.
I'll revisit it later. Took the opportunity to redo the guided run I made a while ago with the new strategies we found since then. Very nice. Gotta get closer.
I've got this.
So if you don't know, you get an extra chunk of XP, 80 instead of 35, if you access this Harper stash without getting in combat with any mimic in the entire game. So what you can do is these two, while they're still in chest form, you can Roaring Thunder them off the edge. No saving throws or anything required, because they're counted as objects. So if you're careful and you find an angle, I picked a really bad place to stand for this. Or forget which one is the one with the Wondrous. That's this one, the one up here. I'll come back later when I'm ready for the other part. Lots of LOLs already in the BG3 Discord server. Don't care. These are the same people that have some very interesting positions on class features that they've never read, so don't care.
I'll peel your balls like potatoes if you don't move, and you better hope that's the worst of it.
Where are we headed now? I could fight Hook Horse. That's reasonable. I've rage charges. I haven't done Joaquin's Rest yet. Do I have bombs? No, I used them all in the methods, right? I did use them all in the methods. Because I missed it and probably rewatched the VOD later tonight. Saw Drunk Monk and D tier. Kind of sad. Read the tooltip things. Look, he thought it looked pretty alright. Thing is, everything on that list is viable. Every subclass is viable. Even Bladesinger, which got put in its own tier for being a special kind of garbage, is still viable. Do not ever base your evaluation on what you should or shouldn't play off of a tier list. Even my tier list. Do not do it. Make sure I have the right gear on.
I've got this.
Maybe they're hungry. Could fetch them some moss. Shove moss in your own gob instead. Yeah, that rubble needs clearing.
Happily watch a Bladesinger done wrong correctly run. I don't know if I got that in me. Like the Stream and Lariat builds. They already don't like me there. Went in there a couple times and shot the shit, but it's very... There's some very interesting closed-mindedness to certain things. Like, I was trying to explain Uncanny Dodge, and they just would not listen. Just absolutely would not listen. Like, even when confronted with math of like, alright, this is how much damage Uncanny Dodge can mitigate. Can anything else in the game do this? And it's like, oh yeah, actually, Evasion can. What's the class with both of those things? Oh. But no. see people grow, though, man. I admire the optimism. I really do. It is important to hold on to that. People really don't like rogues for some reason. It's a feedback loop. People don't like rogues because it's a popular position to not like rogues. Why do those people not like rogues? Because it's popular. But if they don't like rogues because it's popular to not like rogues, they don't actually know why they don't like rogues. But then they'll default to, hey, it's popular. So you see how that just doesn't go anywhere? I would never attack anyone, that's crazy. But on Reddit? I'm gonna get some hate watchers for the next few weeks. Hello, Redditors and Larian server people. I'm nice, you can talk, it's not an echo chamber. You can disagree. Hello. Also, while we're here and while I'm doing streamer slop stuff, if anyone has a Prime sub that they haven't used this month, you know, helps me out. Oh, I feel slimy, say. Chat, am I a real streamer yet? Viper, thank you for the 5 gifted. Stop it. Stop it. Bad. But thank you. Nick Flo, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Oh yeah, I forgot I have these spiders. I should do something with them. I've literally been linked my own guides by dudes I'm arguing with. Doesn't surprise me. Hey, it's easy. Thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. You know how playing chess and look at your games 2-3 years ago, you're like, what the fuck was I doing? That's how I feel about my first run at BG3. It's still a lot to learn. I feel the same way about my early runs too, bad guy. That's a totally normal thing, and it's an indicator of growth. Growth is great. People should be given an opportunity to grow and be open to admitting that they themselves have grown. Growth is good. That is a good feel. It's a good thing. I'm glad you said that. Because a lot of my early shit, I'm like, yeah, I don't agree with that at all. But you know, experience, time, context, outside perspectives, yada 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 yada.
Stop digging again, and I'll bleed you dry.
I'll peel your balls like potatoes if you don't move, and you better hope that's the
Deal with Nier now, honestly. How many pegs do I have? Just the one? Don't want to deal with Nier now, changed my mind. Save Halcyon. No tier list allowed on Reddit. First Reddit decision I've ever agreed with. I'm sure. Did I kill the spiders? I legitimately don't remember what I have and haven't done in this run today. No, spiders are still there. What was the rationale behind having Way the Element Smoke rank so high in your tier list? Apologies, that is considering that class for a Kicklach run. Yeah, no, so, great question. Fangs of the Fire Snake is an incredibly powerful damage-dealing ability that you get when you get the subclass. It's efficient, you just click it. 4 elements in terms of damage is so Fangs carried. Like, and my rationale was I didn't want to separate that out from the class because doing that same thing for certain other classes gets messy. Like evaluating Paladin without Divine Smite, for example. It's like, alright, can you in good faith do that? When it's so integral to how the class does damage. I don't think you can. So that's kind of how I've looked at Fangs and 4 elements.
Yes, my desire.
Lost initiative. Got blinded. I don't want to be blind. Blind me.
This'll help.
Luckily I can still throw blind. If I fail to enter a basement chat and I know their password, can I go back and be friendly with them? Probably not. Don't know offhand, but probably not. To do my first long rest to get Will to show up. I would need to do a second one to get Tadpole access. Care to do that right now? I could craft a Guileful Movement and deal with Ethel, but I don't really feel an urgent need to do that until I want to change my stat distribution. We're going to be going Wisdom long term, but Wisdom does nothing for us until Act 3 anyway, so... Go for Halson. Still on strength. I really hate losing initiative. Stick with strength just for razor throw plays. Wait for this one to walk by.
Steady. 1, 2. Soldier.
Not enough movement. What do you mean, not enough movement? That's so unfortunate. I have never seen a goblin survive the throw at a brazier play, by the way. That's why I like it so much. Also, it's funny. Filling that one in the middle before Halcyon can make sure you get the XP. About to do that before. So, like, the Shattered Sanctum is incredibly well designed. They focus very hard on having just environmental options. There's braziers you can drop on things, there's statues you can topple on things. There's choke points, there's chasms, there's just a lot you can take advantage of. No, I already had advantage. That was to turn on Reckless Attack for throwing. Sparkle Hand's better for throwing than any other damage-dealing gloves, like the throw gloves. It depends. I'm using Sparkle Hands right now because I want Lightning Charge accumulation. Because Lightning Charges are damage on everything I do. NPCs could also topple the statues onto you if you stand in the wrong spot. Yeah. The Dwarf Rothe fight in the Grim Forge, everyone's just skipping their turns, using Blade Ward, and have Heavy Armor Master at that heavy splint. They just think they can't hurt me, so they won't even try. Correct, Illinois. Correct. This is something that you will see extremely frequently as a rogue in Heavy Armor, or playing as an Abjuration Wizard. A lot of Act 1 and 2 enemies, they just don't see a roll that hurts you, so they don't bother. And then in Act 3, once you get access to some even stronger defensive tools, you can continue to do that there. Good lightning burst on that kick. Gonna go around the corner. So, if the archers decide to shoot me, not all of them do. 37 HP, I could take it, but I don't want to get that low. Halcyon used his multi-attack on an actual enemy. That's crazy. Using Blade Ward for my action. Flick of the Wrist is my bonus. Doing big damage just my bonus action. Yeah. It's really, really good. There's a lot of swash down players out there who would simply downplay the combination you just listed because they don't like the vibes of either of those things, but objectively speaking, clicking Blade Ward and Flick of the Wrist trivializes most of the entire game. I was going to say most of Act 1, then I was thinking about it. It's like, no, it also does that for most of Act 2. Nope, also most of Act 3. Guapa Pastry. Is Tavern Brawler still worth taking on a Shadow Monk that mostly uses a weapon? Yes. Now, whether it'll be worth more than taking other feats, that's going to be up to you and depends on what else you value. But Tavern Brawler is one of those feats that is so impactful that even if you're only sometimes getting value, it makes a lot of sense. Like, for example, even if you're mostly using a weapon for your melee attacks, Tavern Brawler will affect your throwing. So it can put you at a position where you might decide that it's more valuable to throw a dagger, especially as a monk, where your martial arts die scaling influences your throwables as well. So you could eventually get up to D8 dagger damage, which is, you know, the same die as a lot of bows. You're not able to do special arrows with your dagger throws, but Tavern Brawler accuracy is certainly something that's relevant, and being able to do ability drain strength from range or ability drain dex as a monk uniquely with your daggers at angles that you can't normally with bows. It's an interesting utility option. And then Tavern Brawler is also giving you +1 to strength or con, your choice. So if you're trying to hit a certain threshold, like maybe that's how you're hitting 20 strength, so you can throw people on the ground, whatever you need to, that could be relevant. It could be a good decision for you still, even focusing on weapons. Now, it might not be more important than, say, taking Alert, or maybe you take Moderately Armored or Heavy Armor Master, depending on what your proficiencies in your build are like. But it can still be good.
I had no... If you want to find a cure, I cannot allow these butchers. They are the ones... There is no... The ringleaders have to die.
Don't you
Traveling to
know
Moonrise.
this information?
From if you can find this, you've already. It may prove impossible. I could come and help Mace.
Let's see here. I actually started using Swash a lot more than Assassin because not having a cunning action hide in order to sneak attack regular enemies nutty. Well, that's just a getting comfortable with Rogue thing, because you already don't have to. There's other ways to get advantage. But Swashbuckler can certainly access their sneak attack more easily than at the very least, Thief and Assassin can. So that's something. What feats and what stat do you recommend if you want natural high strength or act 1 and 2 with all stat increase items? Starting 17 strength and then taking a feat that does something for you and also increases your strength by 1, and then using the Potion of Everlasting Vigor to get to 20 is a pretty good baseline. So that's usually like Heavy Armor Master or Tavern Brawler. You could Hag Hair on Strength, though I tend to recommend doing Hag Hair on Dexterity or your casting stat, depending what your build requires. But if you don't need either of those, then you could Hag Hair instead of the feat. Where would you use Hag Hair? Depends on what class you're playing. I don't know what class you're playing. I don't know if you need Charisma. How you feel about your constitution. Need more information. Context. How do you kill that goblin before Halsin does? Yeah, just attack it first and beat Halsin in the initiative. Did I get the bombs over here? I don't think I did. I know I've been live for 8 hours already, but we spent like 2 hours doing tier list stuff, so...
What do we have here?
I'll take a... I'll take another hour or something. My spiders, where are they? I think they're outside the grove. I used 2 of them to trigger ambushes. And the other 3 I have no current use for, so they're just hanging out. I'll use them when I need them.
The hammer's gonna fall.
Decaying legs, the body.
Storm Sorcerer plus Tempest Glare, 18 Charisma, just go with the usual Dex Con, a little bit of Charisma. If you plan on clicking Shock and Grasp a lot, then I'd say 16 or 18 Charisma. Customized to taste. Worth a Thief Dip on Giant Barbarian for more of this Sparta action? So, sometimes. I'm planning on having stronger kicks rather than an inundation of them, and there's also, like, I'm going to be taking 6 levels of Open Hand Monk, which will give me Wholeness of Body, which also is a route to a bonus action. Bonus. So I won't have room for Thief in my take on this, but if you wanted more uptime on having the ability to kick multiple times, then you certainly could go that route. You'd be getting good things out of Rogue. Cunning actions are nice. Rogue getting skill expertise in athletics at level 1 is really, really huge for kick consistency. So there's no wrong answer. But I'm choosing to go towards Monk for big damage. Just for my own purposes this run.
You can't see me.
Multi-class, do I enjoy a Swashbuckler Rogue? I encourage going 11 levels deep whenever you play Rogue, if you're playing for that rather than dipping into it from something else. Usually I'll do 1 level of Cleric to pick up Heavy Armor Proficiency and Blade Ward, and then also situational use of Sanctuary. Because the combination of Blade Ward, Heavy Armor Master, Uncanny Dodge makes Rogue the tankiest class in the game. And then later on you get Evasion, so tanky get tankier.
It's curious, truly remarkable.
Are you looking to have open your mind?
As it fit.
I should heal before I do this.
And even without the sheep, but not to. But there may be a way. But Timusks cause confusion.
I should heal first.
I greet you, child of the sea. You must drink the entire.
The world loses its edges, its finer boundaries.
17 strength, 16 dex, 15 con, all there's dumped, 4 elements monk, level 5 took alert, and hag on dex, so it takes it to 17. So I wasn't saying hag on dex, I was saying I don't know, because I don't know what your class was. So pump the brakes, listen to what I say rather than what I didn't say. So if you're at 17 strength, 16 dex, 15 con, plan to take Tavern Brawler next. An option, if you wanted to get a little more tank, you could Tavern Brawler on con, Hag Hair on strength. That's certainly a choice. That would do something for you. Because then Everlasting Vigor gets you to 20 strength, then you're still at 16 dex and 16 con. When you eventually get to the Mirror of Loss at Act 3, you dealer's choice, strength or dex. Dex if you find yourself more likely to be on Cloud Giant for a while. Strength if you just want more strength.
Dark fear pierces your mind like knives of ice. The parasite digs deep.
Curious about whether or not a Storm Sorcerer needed con, because Call Lightning's concentration would recast without burning spell slots. So, don't take damage.
The cold, the power.
That lava.
All damage is avoidable. If you're worried about your caster losing their concentration, position your caster where they're not getting damaged.
Unsettling. Such an outcome I would offer it as a gift, but in truth, the ring is priceless. Is there anything you could offer me? Of course. I greet you, son child.
I don't think I want Reverb Boots right now. We'll grab Unlisted so I can send it to Gale. It's a weird bug in the game, can't pick up anything. Any of you guys know how I can fix that? Yeah, that character needs to die. Zako. It happens when you pick up an item that's like wobbly, like on unstable ground. The only way I know of getting rid of it is that character needs to die. So if you're playing with a party, just have someone else in the party so they can revive you after and just have them die. Think about feats, maybe not Heavy Armor Master, maybe Alert plus Resilient Warcaster. I'm a big fan of Warcaster on Storm Sorcerer, not for the concentration advantage thing, because that's meaningless, because there's other ways to get that, but because Warcaster Opportunity spell allows you to make an opportunity attack with Shocking Grasp instead of a weapon attack, which will trigger your Heart of the Storm passive. So it effectively makes your melee opportunity attack a room-wide AoE that hits even if the Shocking Grasp doesn't. So that's really good on Storm Sorcerer. It's a very good class-specific feat choice. I would really never entertain Warcaster outside of that. Also on the topic of bugs, way to fix the flick the wrist animation bug, so jarring, just AFKing for like 10 seconds instead of playing the animation. That's for certain body types, is my understanding, ZMDA. So, as far as I'm aware off the top of my head, that's the more buff body types have that issue. You could disguise as something else. I believe Ziphius has also put out a bug fix mod for that specific issue, if I remember correctly, so you should be able to find that.
Open up.
Yeah, dual wielder for casters, as Phaelor said, is very, very good. Am I bowalling anyone this run? I don't want to. You reckon you'll cut that subclass tier list segment to its own video for YouTube? I haven't made a decision on that. I don't know if I want to angle any of my platforms towards tier list slop, and yeah, I don't know about that, but maybe. I have not made a decision. Romance in this round? I haven't decided. Was the last time I did Storm Sorcerer run? So 2 co-ops ago with Danny. I was Storm Sorcerer Gale. 2 co-ops ago. Fighting Spectator now? No, that would be silly. You attack with your strength. No, you attack with your dex. Fighting the Spectator right now would be silly. I have neither necrotic resistance nor paralysis immunity. That would be a very, very bad time for me. As the Spectator showing up, what is happening on your screen? Let's do that critical thinking thing. What is not here? Other than the Spectator. What isn't here? My character? Exactly. So why isn't the Spectator attacking? Doing this with this spider is incredibly inefficient, but I figured I'd give it a try. The trigger for the Spectator spawning in is looking for a player. So if you send summons, they can rough up the drow as much as you like. Now, what I typically do is I kill all but that one, because that one's at an easy angle where I can shoot it from inside the Selûnite outpost as myself, provoke the surprise round against myself, but be far enough that I have the opportunity to hide again and not be seen by the Spectator, allowing me to get a surprise round against it. But we're going to have the spider kill the other ones for the XP. I don't know if this question already did. I was thinking magical secrets for Lore Bard and Hitless Run, was considering Magic Missile and Haste for level 6, Scorching Ray, Ice Storm for level 10, so not sure if switching Ice Storm for Wall of Fire. All this considering I can't use Scrolls. In a can't use Scrolls run, Wall of Fire has a lot of value for like Act 3 Ethel. Because you could just Wall of Fire from stealth and burn all the mushrooms, and that's a huge headache gone without you having to get into combat. I just don't really see strats designed around Wall of Fire that I would care for outside of that, though, is the thing. Meanwhile, Ice Storm is a really good combat opener just for everything, the entire game, as soon as you get it. It scales really well damage-wise because 2 instances, so damage riders. You can do high spell save DC ice surfaces as area denial if you want to. Like, I think Ice Storm is more useful than Wall of Fire, outside of that Ethel use case. Good night, Mick. Thank you again for all the support earlier. Very much appreciated. Really specific and articulate with my words, like in real time without thinking. I mean, I've been streaming for a while. I have somewhat of a teaching background too. And a big part of how I choose to make my content is I try to explain why I'm saying the things I'm saying. Because something that bugs me with a lot of content in gaming spaces is that you're supposed to take many things at face value, or do that sort of vibe-based thinking without any sort of analysis. So, I don't know, be the change you want to see in the world. Just the one left. That took a while. I think I missed a question. Thanks, Sublock. Regiment asks, way late to this knowledge found the other day, shapeshifting to a gift doesn't give you the benefits from the Silver Sword. Yes, it does. You did things in the wrong order. Shapeshift, then equip. The game is checking to see if you're compatible when you equip the item. It worked. How important is Levidar's buff? It's nice, but doesn't really mean much, Zako. You're fine without it. Sorry you had to lose it. I wish that bug didn't exist, but hey, you're fine.
I got stuff if you got coin.
Let's buy these. Unfortunately, he's going to drop the returning pike. I could feed it to Gale. No, I can't. That sucks. Why can't I feed that to Gale? Honestly. Do I need gloves of archery for this run? Maybe for hand crossbow stuff, situationally, sure. Yeah, I have no further use for these spiders, really. So I'll position them so they soak some attacks. And switch to Bloodlust here. Save these bombs for Joaquin's, or save a bomb for Joaquin's. Did I pick up Wardfang? No? Meh. Oh.
Let's turn down the fire. Easy as.
Okay.
Handy.
Hey, watch it. Finally stealth failed. Because of my choice of opener, I have my full action and my extra attack from a previous action there, even after doing all of that. I'm just gonna pick off the archers. Or attempt to pick off the archers. And there's my Bloodlust action. Lightning Burst ensured that kill. Can I get over to Krolla? Not reasonably. Running out of daggers here.
Under their noses.
Keeping Sharp Eye Murg alive? I should. But I think I already killed her. Yeah, I already killed her. I could have for a little bit of additional XP, but it's fine. Very minor. Adamantine Mace is a rare pick. Yeah, the logic is there may be a few situations where I can use it to ensure more damage from my kick than I would otherwise be able to until I take my 5th or 6th monk level. Which will not be until very late in the game. And I don't really care to make the Adamantine scale a lot of runs because it's so far inferior to the Adamantine Splint that it annoys me. That's just me being petty. I would rather use Dark Justiciar Half-Plate, because 2 DR is better than 1. Ow. Kick target. Athletics failed. Day is ruined. No. Don't do that again. My Storm Sorcerer is still on the fence. I want to do 8 Sorcerer, 4 Cleric, 9-3, 10-2. Not doing 11-1 because Destructive Wrath and Storm Sorcerer's 11 feet kind of sucks. It doesn't suck. 8-4 means a 3rd feat, 9-3 means I get Shatter for free, 10-2 means more sorcery points overall and 1 more cantrip. There's no wrong answers there, but the level 11 feature does not suck. That's something you were actually worried about. Need more daggers. This doesn't kill you, right? $41. Raspberry for safety. Storm's Fury only do the sorcerer's level and damage. You know things can get damage bonuses from other stuff you have equipped, right? Like if you had Rhapsody on, increasing every instance of damage you do by 3. Wasn't sure the mace would kill, so I went for the lightning burst. Ask what's the difference between melee rakish sneak attack and ranged rakish sneak attack. Does the melee have strength saving throw? There's no saving throw. It's whether you're doing it with a melee weapon or doing it with a ranged weapon. That's it. The ranged one is shooting your bow. The melee one is swinging your melee weapon. It's just an attack. There's no saving throw component. Hey, turn-ups, welcome in. I guess I could edit the long-term build plan. I'll do it after my next turn. Because I do have more of a cohesive idea than I did when I wrote the command. edit com, build 5. Let's go plan 5 giant barb, 6 open hand monk, 1 rogue, tavern brawler. What would I do with my second feat? Lost my auto run at Blackheath? Ooh, sorry, Mythos. Definitely gotta be careful with those dialogues. What would I do with my second feat here? Probably dual wielder. Probably dual wielder. Not taking alert feels weird, but I can always change my mind later. Looked up Buddha the Giant because I haven't played the subclass. Sounds hilarious. Yeah, it's a shove that does your unarmed damage. Looks like this. What is a rogue for? Seek attack? No. Rogues get skill expertise at level 1. Example number, you know, innumerable. People don't read rogue features. Rogue gets skill expertise at level 1. The kick is a shove, which is a contested athletics check. So if I have athletics expertise, I have more consistency. Cold shower after that tier list. Hey, welcome back, Rubus. Essentially, that 12th level in this build is, you know, it's a consideration between, I could go a 6th Giant Barbarian level to pick up Elemental Cleaver, I could go a 7th Monk level to pick up Evasion and Stillness of Mind, I could go a Hexblade level for Hexblade's Curse for just some raw damage, but I think that Spirit of the build, 1 Rogue makes the most sense for, again, skill expertise. Why do I have a severed torso? What am I cooking?
Is that you?
Tier list? Yeah, I spent 2 hours doing a subclass tier list on stream. Because we were having a conversation, and I just decided, fuck it, I'll do it. Once again, disclaimer, I think tier lists are an utterly garbage metric of information, and I would listen to nobody's tier list, even my own. But people wanted to see it, so I did it. How did I get that goblin trade review? Did I have them eat shit? Nope. If you have him eat shit, then he won't talk to you. I just disguised as drow and walked past. But either smearing the shit on your face or disguising as drow means he's willing to talk to you. I'm assuming Bladesinger top your list. Hey, Nimble. Bladesinger got its own tier. Aren't you proud of it?
My condition likes being ignored as little as I do. I must consume another.
At the top, right? I mean, the top from a certain point of view.
Listen, I need to speak. She revealed herself to me and she became... Oh,
good people are doing them in good faith. They 100% have a place. I could agree with that, but like with the caveat of they do not stand on their own. That's my issue, because like you need the additional context. You need the conversation that goes with them. They can be a nice visual aid in conjunction with like a long form discussion or a thorough text guide. But like on their own, the number of times I've seen people just put a tier list, be like, but this is here, and it's like...
We come now to the crux. What if?
Watcher's Guide bad? No. I just don't have a use for it on this run where I'm a barbarian. I could give myself advantage on my melee attacks whenever I want. I don't need an item that does that for me.
As long as I absorb traces of the weave from potent enough... At a level of city, there's all of this. Now.
Not used to lying low.
Let's try my hardest to actually get a bomb from this guy. This is really a pain if I don't.
Good thieving. Oh yeah.
Taking the coding too is risky, but whoop, 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 whoop. Solid early pickup on Hunter. Yeah. Normal choice of Gale Food is Chimera's Locket, the Bard Cap behind Alfira. Chimera's Locket is worth keeping. But yeah, Cap of Curing. I usually do Cap of Curing, Blazer of Benevolence, and Spurred Band.
Light as air.
They'll let anyone in around
Don't mind if I do.
I could have placed that better.
Getting peckish. Peckish? You got that right.
Shadows don't suit me. Yeah.
What's it?
Wasted a couple darkness arrows, but that's fine. Bombs are scary. Forgot whose turn it is surrounded with spiders. Has it ever been an honor mode strat to hold the anti-magic flower just melee spellcasters? Yeah, it's just the problem is, since a couple of game patches ago, keeping them directly on your person outside of the Underdark isn't really a thing. You can keep them on certain NPCs and then use them as a vehicle sometimes, but usually that's just more effort to set up than it's worth. The reason you take Greater Health Amulet over another amulet competing for that slot? Yeah, it's better. Having large effective HP is good. Now, sometimes there will be a situation where your amulet slot, you want something else. Like, if you have a very specific damage plan lined up and you want to dump 3 channel divinities on a cleric, okay, maybe. Maybe your setup is trying to do a lightning blast, a very big lightning blast, which peaks very high damage-wise. That can be an option. Maybe you're doing Amulet of Elemental Torment, though that's very deep in the game, and most people don't bother picking that one up. But the big problem with Amulet slot is that the competition doesn't really exist. You have situational low-value things, and then you have huge quality of life in having 23 Constitution. Just like, oh, enough HP that I don't care if everyone in the combat hits me, versus 3 more damage on a Shocking Grasp. You know, it's like, it's not a choice. Amulet slot's boring because of that.
Let's turn down the fire.
You attacked someone.
I did do that. Use a rage here. Where's my Amulet of Ball, Lariat? I know you have it. Oh, man. If the Amulet of Ball... Trick every time I say this. If the Amulet of Ball's effect functioned in Honor Mode, it would be a very popular and centralizing item. It would be extremely good. But unfortunately for us, the Amulet of Ball has never once for even a single day functioned on Honor Mode. a story item that the game directs you to go pick up to beat the game does not work on the game's hardest difficulty. That's an unfortunate miss.
I feel like a rosé in a tea shop.
Where to?
Oh no, I have the Susur flower thing. I hate that. They never fixed that either. Urgh. I'm not actually silenced right now, it's just... that effect is sticky. Silence effects are sticky. It happened if you get, strangled by the whachabafucks. Can happen with the flowers, can happen with the silence spell. It's annoying. I hate it. It upsets me. What would happen if I just... Lore? I just got another one in.
Culprits are spreading like flies on shit.
I should disguise as a Githyanki here, but I'm going to be incredibly lazy and not do that.
A true soul, no less. What do you think, Kerr? Should we take near death of her? You should split your head open and poke around in there if you... The stench don't lie. You're one of them.
Option. Good.
In that case, but whatever the spoils... Now...
I Githyanki. Githyanki and Dwergar do not have to roll to convince Brithvar that they're not true souls. Because they have, like, psionic resonance from when they were, like, ancestral memories of when they were enslaved by mind flayers. Now, you can't disguise as a Dwergar, but you can disguise as a Githyanki.
Heat up! Move, Hoon! I don't have time for Drugnan outsiders. No. He's stuck in there with poison thought. Your balls like potatoes if you don't move!
So say your chum blows near out there. What then?
Then I'll stick near.
Thinking we'll go at most we'll round it off to 10 hours. So 8 hours 48 right now. I want to at least get to level 6. So we made something resembling progress today. Do this fight. Nope. I haven't done the Minotaurs yet. I can use a rage charge. Use a rage charge.
I've got this.
I didn't grab the key yet. Silly.
Saddle up.
Bit more of a Colossus situation. Lore. Don't reckless attack here. Take my misses. just buffer a rage. As long as the American doesn't roll too high, I'm fine. Pretty good. Night Singer's Reply gets some good damage in here. But fuck it, 6 and 6 on my Storm Sorcerer, the mental image of trying to push Answer with Call Lightning's tickling me. I think you gotta read a few things there. Answer's lightning immune, and Thunderbolt Strike specifies large size or smaller. Like Kicklach right now is gargantuan size, not gonna work on her. Oh, good start. Roll in a raspberry. Night Singer's Reply, putting in good work. It gives me advantage for my next attack on you.
Come on, Kicklach. Show him who you are.
So if I didn't have the Adamantine Mace, that kick damage would have been resisted.
Strange mask. Looks familiar, but I can't quite place it. I'd know it anywhere. It's Amerigon's mask. Infernal warriors.
It's one big lady. Hell yeah, it is. Bigger. Huge lady, please kick me. Get in line. Maybe need to loot a couple places I haven't, like the apothecary more thoroughly. I'm starting to run low on heals.
Turn down the fire.
Wait, bugger, go on. Drag me to
Free to go.
It's the whole damn reason we're here.
Answer size displays as huge when he's deceased and large when he's alive. It's due to 2 character stat entries, a game size of huge and a weight of 4,000 kilos. When alive, Answer is treated as a shapeshifted character, and the game references the weight entry, which due to its value classifies Answer as large. But maybe it's possible to push Answer with Thunderbolt Strike, with thunder damage. In light of that, I don't know.
Easy.
Be very funny.
Go on. Honk, honk. Yoink.
Haven't done much Polydominal had a mess about and got Gandrel. The guy absolutely slaps. Auto crits, double movement speed. Yeah, Gandrel's a demon. I'm so scared of that guy. I'm so scared of him. I need crates. We're gonna go to near, but the fun way. More crates here? Yeah, there's some. Just realized through my last playthrough that if you spare Philomene, she shows up in Act 3. Yeah, she does. You can see Philomene and Thella again in Act 3. They won't be making it in my run. Obviously, for... I mean, Thella might make it, actually. But Philomene never makes it, because I want that 75 XP and the Rune Powder Vial. I don't know what Answer qualifies as lore-wise. I don't know if he's technically a Draco Lich or not. Should have put the crates in my camp first. Order of operations. We're gonna build a crate tower. We're gonna bonk deer a bunch of times, and it's gonna be great. By building a crate tower and misty stepping or dimension dooring from that side, you can get in the back door behind the cave-in and fight Nier without progressing the quest, and also kill Myrna, the gnome that he kills in the cutscene before he can, for an additional 75 XP. But you need to make a big enough tower. It's also a way of dealing with Nier in runs where you are, for whatever reason, restricted from dealing with the cave-in. Like in a Radiant or Psychic only damage run, for example. Neither of those damage types can damage the cave-in. So you go around and kill Nier from the back. You still can't complete the quest, but you can at least kill him, get his tadpole. Probably enough, but I am mostly just eyeballing it. Off of vibes. I've been doing that a lot lately. So we did Protection from Evil and Good, because Nier does Dissonant Whispers, and that's ouchie.
My little trick.
My little trick.
Oh, it's Myrna.
Like a vandal.
Come out here, dear. Yes. Good for you, pal. And that poisoned me. Switch to a strength elixir so I can throw him on the ground, at least theoretically. He doesn't want to move because of the poison.
My little trick.
I guess I'll just do that. Later on at first staff. Until recently I was under the impression that it doesn't work, but Trade did some science and yeah, it does work. It's DC 15 int save whenever someone makes you save against a spell. So I want to use it now that I know it works. I had tested it a while ago, and the item itself wasn't specific in its functionality, so I was under the impression it was broken, but it isn't. Hey, Scar. Done poison only run already? Nope. Maybe I do a Fightful poison run at some point. Do some debunking. Spoiler, it's not a challenge. Poison damage is good. One guy's saying you could force on-save gear with Cindermoth and Unstable Blood. Does that specifically work for things that specify spell? Unstable Blood might count as spell. Cindermoth might count as spell. Cindermoth, to my knowledge, is that weird case. Oh, maybe the combination. Because Cindermoth and Blood Helldusk force... You have to fail a dex save against yourself using the enemy's dexterity stat. That's how those seem to work. So maybe some property of that, like, stat transference allows that to open up in combination. That's a good thought. In that vein, Glyph of Warding might be something too. Because Glyph of Warding is capable of causing shared ownership of certain effects. Like, if you Glyph of Warding yourself and an enemy, you can give them your Leviatar's Love. And I wonder how deep that particular rabbit hole goes. Thank you, dear. He didn't Dissonant Whispers because of my protection from evil and good. In case anyone was wondering. Could knock out Beldron. It's fine. Isabel's robe's lit as well. Yeah, the awkward thing about Isabel's robe is the mage armor cast from the robe itself does not work with the item's effect.
Let's go.
And there's something odd about the produced flame on it. I don't remember what it is. I think maybe it's like it's always wisdom no matter what your status. Something weird.
So say your chum blows near out of there. What then?
Ooh, did I pick up that enlarged scroll that I meant to? No, someone had it. Might have been Blurg. Might have been Blurg.
Steady.
You attacked someone.
Lost initiative. I hate not having alert. It feels so shitty.
Let's ride.
Tempted to build out ideas of multiple elements kind of fit thematically like fire and radiant, thunder and lightning, poison, acid, necrotic, that way I'm not handicapping myself one at a time. Yeah, diversifying is nice. Going all in on one damage type sounds good, but it's like a case of synergy over power. There's always going to be situations where one element is less desirable than another, so just having access to multiple is pretty good.
Can we rest? Time for a soft touch. This'll help.
You attacked someone.
Did do that. Any more alchemist fires? I don't. Cringe.
Want to do it?
No surrender.
What now?
This. This mostly.
Another.
Like Fire plus Radiant because they're both bright as shit. Thunder and Lightning just kind of go together anyway, simply yet effective. But like that ends up having issues. Fire plus Radiant, House of Hope says hi. Now, fortunately, by that point you can have enough damage riders, and I've done this on stream a couple times now. Just killing Raphael with Scorching Ray is funny, because you can simply have Psychic and Lightning and Force and Necrotic damage riders, and those still kill him. But do think of enemies that have particularly resistances or immunities to things that your run is centered around before deciding to center your run around them. Like, I've seen people plan out Radiant damage only runs, and then they don't account for Radiant Retort, which you can easily account for with Moonbeam. But if you didn't plan for Moonbeam, then it's like, oh, that's awkward. Still doable, just awkward.
used to lying low.
You attacked someone.
Got it.
Man, that throw opener is so good. Can't get over it. I don't have great spell save DC, but my charisma does help my shield bash DC right now. Oh, it's something. More than nothing, at the very least. Brainstorm, Thunder, Lightning, Psychic, we're cooking. Dude, that sounds fun. That gives you a variety of options.
My dog's a ball.
1072. Where's the Psychic coming from? A lot of tadpole powers do Psychic. Also got couple scrolls are relevant. Phantasmal Killer, I guess.
You prick's got some nerve. Clean up this mess. Near die.
You can't see me.
The slowest of you lot is getting tossed to a rothe in heat.
You attacked someone. Only
Oh,
the
that's
guards
my
are
bad.
allowed to do that, as this one is about to
Forgot I was gonna kick Birthfire. That'll be an issue now. It's fine. The kick into lava, man. Too cool.
Jimmy on the go.
Yeah, Strange Conduit is weapon only. You're correct. Grease there, darkness behind, so archers can't target through. And if they do want to come around, they'll most likely go around the long way. Kerr is invisible, which I don't love. She's got a Roaring Thunder arrow. I'll just have to be very careful. I don't have Psychic Resist, nor do I have that much HP right now. So we're definitely going to want to Rage for physical res. I could have actually spent that rage charge. It's fine. Far and large first, and stashing now. Alright, he'll be at me in 2 turns, I think. taking the easy opportunity to get an enemy off the board. Do I have any more oils of diminution? Oh, that would have been perfect here. I need to stock up on that. Yeah, definitely need to stock up, because if I can shrink people, then I can kick them around more easily. Palace Glow, the go-to DRS ring. Other damage increase rings like Conduit, Caustic, Shadow, and damage supplied multiple times for my testing. Ring of Elemental Infusion also goes on multiple instances. But usually if you're going all in on damage from your ring slots, it is those two. Yeah. Now, that archer did a lot more damage than I wanted to experience. He's both the group, right? Go suspicious meat. Raspberry to max. As I haven't accounted for the archer. Yeah, Shadow Thief goes on throw DRS. I actually posted a pretty good throw in Discord. I think that was yesterday. And Shadow Thief was going on Crater's Wounds and such. I didn't expect him to die from that, but Lightning Burst goated. That suspicious meat is really dwarf meat, isn't it? That's some kind of sentient. Still don't know where the other archer is. There you are. I was hoping you would fall on that one. There we go. A little harder on myself because I forgot to deal with Brithvar ahead of time, but it was fine.
Another mask. Far off.
Wait for diminution to expire. Do I do enough? I highly doubt that I do with the stuff I have available right now. That's up to 12, 13, 18 right now. I would need 4 more. Technically I could do it, but it'd be a lot of investment. Like I can enlarge myself, oil sharpness, up to 5 more. Not worth the time. I'll just use the vial.
fucking it'll blow.
Actually. Yep, false alarm gnomes. Forgot Kith is still over here. Considering on the Storm Sorcerer, Cleric, gonna do 6/6, 20 Strength, 16 to start, 18 to Vigor Pot, 20 with Mirror, 18 Charisma, 17 to start, Hag Hair, 15 Dex. There's a Warcaster, Greater Health, why 15 Dex? Particularly if you are also not taking Alert. 15 Dex, no Alert is bad initiative. Dual wielder also means you're probably unlikely to be willing to slot Sentinel Shield for a lot of encounters, so that removes that as an option too. Get that dex up. 16 dex. If you gotta pull it from Charisma from there, so be it. But particularly with no alert, you need all the initiative you can get. Trying to figure out how worried about sneak attack I am right now. A fair amount. I'm gonna need to rage or else this rogue can do a lot of things to me. I don't have that many heals left either. He's not selling any. Guess I could use a short rest, I haven't done that yet. I know what I'll do.
Time for a soft touch.
1, 2.
You attacked someone.
To do that. Focus you down because Rogue's scary. And he uncanny dodged that one. Now we're good. Bad order, should have thrown first. Or lightning charges. Our kicks are fun. Trade says pick a lane. So, this goes in line with something Trade said earlier, and something that I do agree with in build crafting is like, perceived synergy over power is often holding you back. Trying to do too many things at once causes issues. Now, having Heart of the Storm and Thunderbolt Strikes together is awesome for the spectacle, but typically it ends up being counterintuitive. That's one of the problems of the 6/6 split. And 6/6 splits do have this issue if they come online at level 12. So you're missing one of your two defining features until level 12. It's not always worth waiting that long. And like, think about what happens if you're trying to get extended value out of Call Lightning or Heart of the Storm. And Thunderbolt Strike is knocking everyone back. They're not grouped anymore. It can still be fun though. Still going? Hey, welcome back, Harvest du Bois. Still in the same Kicklach? I died, like, very early into the stream today. I don't remember if that was before or after. I think it was just before the raid, actually. But yes, still on that one. We're closing in on level 6. And welcome back. It's been a productive day today. A lot of yapping. There's like 2 hours of stopping to do an entire tier list, which is not my normal content, but people wanted to see it. I've been having fun today. Sure, you can push things to the heart of the storm, but what does that do? The silly haha. And not much else, yeah. So like, it is synergy, but does that make you more powerful?
Can you hear me? Beldron!
Hey.
Your
I
distance?
shouldn't be
Why?
surprised, considering our history.
Much more dashes from the enemy. Storm Sorcerer can do that with the level 11 feature. They hit you, you eat them back, doing damage to them. Also, if your Heart of the Storm is twice as powerful from having double the Sorcerer levels, then they're dying twice as quickly from it, right?
And so? Certainly not.
And I'm here. No, okay. I'm grateful. Here, things the cult would like. That.
Extra Destructive Wrath charges maximize your Lightning Thunder spells level 6. Here's the thing about Destructive Wrath, Faelorn. It's good, but it isn't more damage. Kind of like how Assassin isn't more damage. It's consistency on your damage. But, let's put it this way. On everybody, every class, everyone in the game, we can all agree that a water bottle into a chain lightning scroll is most likely killing whatever you hit with that, unless it's like an Act 3 or late Act 2 boss, right? Without you having to force a max roll on that. Even an average roll is capable of doing that. So do you need additional uses of that? Really? Do you really?
Maybe we can still go back for the others.
No long.
It's past time we were back in the city.
I'm of the opinion that you generally don't. Because it isn't more damage. Especially by the time you get into these hypothetical Act 3 scenarios where if you're running around with Rhapsody on in one hand and then Marco Heschker in the other, you got your casting stat at a +4 modifier. Your spell save DC is high enough that people aren't really saving in what you're doing. Killing all the gnomes? Most of them.
Freedom. I'd forgotten how it...
Some tweaking 8-4, drop the conduit ring, think is leaning too heavy into that. Marco, Ketheric Shield. 16 strength, 18 dex, 17 attack hair, 16 charisma. Alert ham, elemental depths. What's elemental adept for? And why'd you drop dual wielding? This is not me inherently criticizing, but it's important questions to ask. We leveled up from Beldron killing himself with Nightsinger's reply. Incredible. So we got a few options this level. We could either take one more giant to get an extra rage charge, an elemental cleaver, which is an awesome, awesome class feature. We could go one rogue to pick up our athletics expertise, making it so we pretty much don't fail our kicks anymore. That's pretty appealing, but I'm kind of keen to start on the monk progression. This will be damage right away. It'll give me more buttons I can click, and this means at level 7 I'll have Step of the Wind. That's pretty comfy. Based on Trade and Quag's argument, sounds like 11-1 split would maximize your power. 11-1, 10-2... 11-1 or 10-2 would be my recommendation, yeah. Leaning 11-1, though. Like, the really super beneficial things you're getting from Tempest, you get them at level 1. You already get a reaction with which to do damage, and you'll have option of 2 different ones that do different things. You get heavy armor proficiency, martial weapon proficiency, shield proficiency. You get access to the first level cleric spell list. You get an always prepared thunder wave. You get a lot. And plus, as Remus is pointing out, you don't stall your progression that way. If you're planning for any heavily contested split, then you're ending up in a situation where, like, you don't have that for most of the game. This is the same criticism I had of Berserker through the lens of trying to justify it as a subclass through a Thief dip. It's like, alright, if you want your extra attack and your Thief dip on your Berserker build, that's level 8. You can start playing the game like every other Barbarian at level fucking 8. Sure, you can justify it. At 10, how worth it is to buy this game? I have over 6,500 hours in this game, so I think it's pretty shit and no one should play it. No, this game's very good. As long as you're willing to read and you like tinkering around with builds, or you like really immersive character-driven stories, or you like some rad music while inhaling some fantasy vibes. If any of those things sound good to you, yeah, pick up the game. So like an 8, yeah. The game's really good. There's nothing else like it. It's very much worth your time.
I greet you, son child.
Judging by the sorcerer list, feel like it'll lean more into thunder damage, stop, booming blade, thunder wave, shatter, unless there's enemies grouped up. Potentially force the minor illusion, drop dual wielder, because Rhapsody is a light weapon, at least from reading. You don't necessarily need it to carry Rhapsody, just makes so you can offhand non-light weapons, adds +1 to your AC for dual wielding. So, the dual wielder feat is so that you can use Rhapsody with other things. I think you're misunderstanding that. Forgotten Menace. Now, there's some sort of exploit where you're able to dual wield combinations of things that you can't normally that way. And I think you could use that to get Rhapsody plus something else, but if you're not doing that, or unwilling to do that, if you want to do the peak spellcaster combo of Rhapsody plus Marco Heschker, you do need Dual Wielder. And like both of those give you damage. So Dual Wielder in this situation is giving you 7 damage on your Heart of the Storm, 7 damage on your Shocking Grasp. It's giving you 3 damage on any electrocution ticks you apply. You know, it's giving you a lot. It's giving you 4 total spell save DC. It's giving you a couple extra spells you can click. I would caution against dropping Dual Wielder there. And the thing with Elemental Adept is, what is it for? What resists thunder in this game? What resists lightning in this game? The answer, if you pick Elemental Depth, is not you. Because you will start ignoring your own resistance. Invest in Charisma on Sorcerer? Sometimes. It's one of those things where it's still less important than Dexterity, and often still less important than Strength. But like, on Storm Sorcerer, yeah, I take some accuracy for Shock and Grasp, if nothing else. If you are taking Booming Blade, then it does give you a line towards, you know, a Potent Robe, Booming Blade, getting some value. As Gregarious Caster goes on both instances. opportunity cost feels high for me, rather just brute force with Acuity. Generally, I'm aligned on that. It's just gear slots are a consideration there. I'm not typically someone who spends a lot of time using the Acuity hat or gloves. Gloves I'm pretty resolute on, because glove slot is just too valuable. Hat, I could make more use of the hat. I should try to make more use of the hat.
Nice.
Hat or helm? I mean, the helm allows you to get to 20 acuity instead of 10. So, assume I mean helm. Especially in the context of, we're talking things that do have gear proficiencies. With the Tempest Cleric tip. As a fire sorcerer, it's the best way to negate the fire damage from Marco. Just Helldusk, I can do it taking damage, to be honest. It's kind of bugging me. So Marco gives you resistance to fire damage if you attune to fire. But, like, you want some damage reduction, too. See, we're just kicking it? Yeah, reader, right? Just kicking it. Hope you're well.
Ought to do it. If you insist.
Why are you not surprised? I got this. But you want this sweet spot, assuming you don't also have Marco Ashker, excuse me, assuming you don't also have Rhapsody and or Mutilated Carapace equipped, Nimble, you want 2 damage reduction and fire resistance, because heat is a 1d4. So if you're dividing it by 2 and subtracting 2, it can never hurt you. The problem is, if you do go the optimal damage combo of Rhapsody plus Marco, then you would need to negate an additional 3 damage, because it'd be 1d4 plus 3, and then your resistance would take that down to a point where you would need 4 damage reduction. Or I guess 3, because it divides it. So Helldusk has you mostly covered if you're doing Rhapsody plus Marco. But that does give up a little bit of damage into the chest slot. So honestly, often I just end up running greater health and just tanking a little bit of the damage. Like, it's fine. Just be very, very careful if you're playing into that and also doing Psionic Overload. Oh, what the fuck, you're still online? Hey, Dade. Yeah, long day. Long day. Athletics failed? What do you mean? You don't mean that. That's crazy. You sound crazy right now. Green trophy for? Oh, that's an elixir. That's on my bar, so I remember to take it before I rest. Because I will have a bad time if I don't. Well, I'll just have to rest again if I don't.
Easy as.
Her miss is unfortunate, but not unexpected. Got some lazy abjuration levels who really want it to not be an issue. 2. I know that sounds crazy, but 2. Because remember, at 2, that's 4. It also means your baseline, whenever your ward refreshes itself, is 2. And 2 is magical plate levels of DR. Like, that's already fucking good. If you want more than that, and are willing to support allies, then 5 for next subclass feature, something. Certainly an option. You can make an argument for 8 if you really want 2 feats, and you also want to get the level 7 wizard exclusive spells. But I don't really subscribe to that. I like low numbers, so you can grab other big caster dips. Like, if you keep it to 2, then you could plausibly pick up Nature Cleric for Shillelagh and heavy armor stuff. You could pick up Stars Druid for Dragon form, and you'd still have enough levels to fit in Lore Bard for first dip of magical secrets if you really wanted to.
Phew. Stealth mode activated.
It's a lot.
Long and low. Go on.
Still successful. Don't have all my hammers on me, it's kind of an issue. Make that work though. Hi Jake. Still have one attack. Okay, sick.
Close ranks.
Bait you down here. Or not. Combat's just gonna end. That was not my intention. Back to the synergy versus power discussion, can't you make an argument favoring damage consistency could be more valuable than peak damage? Yeah, and Heart of the Storm plus Thunderbolt Strikes is not damage consistency. Or are you referring to particularly Destructive Wrath? Which, Destructive Wrath, yes, is consistency, and there are situations where eliminating your low rolls can be more valuable than increasing your highs. But you have to remember that a lot of instances of increasing your high rolls are also increasing your low rolls. So for example, if you are scaling up your Heart of the Storm damage by an additional, let's compare 6/6 to 11/1 by an additional 5 sorcerer levels. Then keep in mind that that is on your top end and your bottom end, and it's getting doubled up by vulnerability, which you're likely doing if you're doing Lightning Heart of the Storm. So that's also getting consistency. You're just increasing both ends of your damage. I do like Destructive Wrath as a feature, to be perfectly clear. I just think that it gets favored a bit too much in the arena of lightning multi-class stuff. Because it is easy to conceptualize. It's you click this button and then the roll gets better. I don't have my Mark of the Shifter going anymore. We're bored at. Now that I have this monk level, my punches are better. Been playing with crit threshold of 17. If I don't have advantage, I still land more crit misses than hits. Cat. We're walking through all that? Yeah, of course. It's a good discussion topic. I'll give other examples of like synergy versus power. So a lot of people like combining Ranger and Rogue. Particularly if they're doing like stealth archer stuff. They're like, oh yeah, thematically this all goes together. Like, sure. A Gloomstalker that can also sneak attack certainly sounds like it's on theme. But like, you got worse at the stealth archer archetype for every level you took that wasn't Rogue. Your ceiling went down every time. So did you get better? Or are you just on theme? He's a good boy. He's gonna start jumping on my desk now that I gave him attention, but he's still a good boy. Alright, now that I have the amulet, I can deal with the owlbears somewhat reasonably. That is an Outlander inspo. I do have the adamantine mace for ignoring resistance, but maybe I want to wait until I have higher natural strength. Like, that might be a cloud giant fight. I rage, so I get big, and then I also cloud giant. So I can hold off on that. Can't lie, I'm basic bitch, 5 gloom, 4 assassin, 2 fighter, 1 war cleric. Guy, please forgive me. How dare you have preferences that don't align with my own? I'm gonna insult you now. Had in the level 20 mod to add 6 levels of paladin. Incredible. I haven't fought any gnolls, have I? Did I get to level 6 forgetting about the flint? I sure fucking did. That's where that chunk of XP that I was trying to figure out. What the fuck did I not do? Was from? Okay. Good question, what's up?
Let's turn down the fire.
Don't have a cloud of daggers. I do have a glyph of warding though.
Light as air.
Use Chimera's Locket for Arabelle in the future. Parents Locket. Just feed it to Gale. It's a good item, don't feed it to Gale. It's not useful for Arabella, but it's a way of casting Dancing Lights, which is a useful utility cantrip. Especially for characters that don't have ways to concentrate on things normally. It's worth keeping around. There's actually bad items you can feed to Gale. You don't need to give him that one. Change my gloves back. It's awkward.
Handy.
Ooh, crit helps.
I've got it.
I get this archer down. I don't need my rage. You're welcome. Never make a character to make an optimal build. I just played RP because I miss D&D. Groomy Reaper, you play the game slightly differently from me, so I'm gonna start insulting you. I think your name is pretty cool. Not maximum cool. Pretty cool. So one stage below. Boom. Fuck you. Yeah, Jake, I got him. How dare you? No, how dare you roleplay in this role-playing game? That's crazy. Almost 2 AM, time for me to hit the sag, enjoy the rest of the stream, keep the stream open. Thanks, Karen. Hope you get some good rest. You say so many things that make no sense to me. I know you're great at this game. It's my failing. When you speak about BG3 over my head completely, I tried. You can always ask questions. Astrid Herald's daughter. What's the last thing I said that confused you? I'm happy to explain. I try to make sure that I explain why I'm doing something when I'm doing it, but sometimes I do get in my own head and hyperfixate, so how can I help?
I've got this.
This will be an inspo. The right gloves on. Come here.
This must be where the gnolls. The creature's eyes roll back.
Big kick. Love it. Reason's Grasp is usually my go food over ever considering Chimera's Locket. For me, it's usually App of Curing, Blazer of Benevolence, and Spurred Band. This time I gave Watchers whatever, the Spear, just because I'm not going to use it because I'm playing a Barbarian. But there's a bunch of bad items instead of ones that like are situationally useful. There are ones that are just there to be bad. Like there's even a non-magical hood in the Underdark that you can feed to Gale. It doesn't have an effect. You could just still feed it to him anyway, right? The green Dark Justiciar armor, you can get multiple copies, and you can feed that to Gale. Make an argument for the Storm Tempest multiclass, focus more on decks and use a bow with many targets, stack cuties, and DQD home. So you can do that on everyone, every class, and every build should have dexterity. So it's not like a thing of focus more on decks, it's like no build really has an argument for going below 16 dex unless they're especially and extremely strapped for stat points, which is very rare. And even then, like, I would pull the points from somewhere else because dex is too important. So, like, what you just described, you can just... That's a mode you can enter on any build if you want to. Like, the end point of action economy in a lot of encounters is have Bloodlust on and use a many-target arrow to destroy a consumable to fork to an enemy so that you just got that additional action point without having to get a kill and you got all the benefits of whatever that many-target arrow forked to. Or if you pull points from if you want more decks, you should have 16 decks. Do you not? Are you not going with the assumption of 16 decks already, or? I am 60 deck space, what if I want more? If you want more, then you could... It'd be late in the game, but you could mirror decks to get to 18 with no real cost or anything. Alternatively, you could start 17 decks instead of 17 strength, and then hag hair to 18, and you could then also mirror to 20 if you wanted to go that route. You could wear the Graceful Cloth if you wanted to go into a dex mode. That would help you up to 22. If you're gonna do it, then do it, Jake. Good job, good jump. Makes this high. Good boy. Cat's such a good little guy. Yeah. Follow-up question, is it worth doing that? In my head it is. It can be. In general, dexterity does more for your character than casting stats do, most of the time. Now, there's always exceptions, you know, like there's a pretty big Hexblade-shaped exception to that, to name one example. You're just scaling so many things off your charisma that it is worth it to stack charisma. But in general, dexterity is a more valuable stat. You'd be getting a little bit of initiative, which would be particularly nice if you were doing a non-alert spec for some reason. You'd be getting a little bit of accuracy, a little bit of damage on your bows. Your dex saves would improve marginally, which could eventually make a difference against something like a bomb you weren't expecting, or a breath weapon from a dragon. Smiting Archer a viable build? Yes. Hexblade for Branding Smite and Bow Attack should be good. Yes, the problem with getting Branding Smite from Hexblade raid is that you... So, Hexblade extra attack, if you're taking it, is from Pact of the Blade, because Hexblade itself doesn't get it. You're looking at base Warlock, Pact of the Blade, and that requires melee. So you would have to trigger your extra attack with something with your melee weapon in your hand and not your bow. So you wouldn't be able to do like Branding Smite and a bow shot, or bow shot and Branding Smite. That would be the awkward thing there. So you'd either have to get your extra attack from somewhere else, or you just have to accept that on turns where you want a Branding Smite, it can never be your first attack. Unless you're sure you're going to get a kill and you get Bloodlust, or unless you have haste for an extra action point, you know. But yes, Hexblade Archer is good outside of that extra attack awkwardness. I should really have the Breastplate +1 for this. I'm gonna blur. Spell I rarely use.
Halfling essence.
With +6 initiative,
You see
2 rolled ahead of me. Flint going ahead of me is optimal though.
a memory buried. As the symbol glows, power
With the same pack.
authority. Sensing your it's a shit.
Or you can multi-class something to extra attack, 3 levels of Hexblade, you have miserable spell slot progression. Yeah, that would become a source of awkwardness. I think if you're trying to do an extra attack archer with Branding Smite, that's like one of Paladin's use cases, because sure, it's a weaker class than Hexblade, but you get conventional spell slot progression. You get extra attack that's bow compatible, and you could still cut off your Paladin levels at 5. And still supplement with full caster levels for more slots, or just, do the classic 2 levels of Sorcerer and go infinite. Whatever speaks to you. That's a group of 3 archers there. I gotta bomb them.
Close ranks.
It's too juicy. Do that with the Ancient's Paladin since you get Ensnaring Strike too. Yeah. No Bounty Hunter for Ensnaring Strike feels really bad. You could take a Ranger level. I mean, you could also Acuity if you really, really felt like it. For the 10-2 or 11-1 Storm build, would 16, 18, 23, 10, 10, 18 be good stat spread then? I'm assuming 23 is from Greater Health. You gotta keep in mind your Constitution before then, because Greater Health is Act 3. And that does factor in. If you're allowed to respec, then, like, yeah, dump later. But, I really like having 18 strength to 20 strength. Preference for 20 strength, because that allows me to just throw people around. That's a great utility thing you could do. 18 strength means that you can situationally go to 20 strength with Harmonium Halberd or Mighty Cloth, so that's almost as good. But that's like a personal preference thing. If you really wanted to put your stat points elsewhere, then, like, sure. Fine. Just ask yourself how big the difference between 18 and 16 charisma is there, and that'll inform your decision. There's no wrong answer. Just a personal preference thing.
Go on. Ready for this? Not used to lying low.
1 spell save DC difference. Yeah, 1 spell save DC, 1 to attack rolls. Not much. It doesn't really hit a threshold the way the strength does.
It's our lucky day after all. I don't feel lucky. The rest of our crew's half digested.
Also testing out the gear, Elemental Augmentation is floored, so is Arcane Synergy, but Arcane Synergy floor is 0, not 1. So Elemental Augmentation is 1. That's pretty good.
Bye. Are any of my crew still alive out there? Risen road's more dangerous. We're bound for Baldur's Gate.
It's pretty good.
Got some cargo to do. It's fine. We'd be dead if they hadn't.
What we're referring to is a lot of damage increasing effects in this game have a floor where they'll say that they scale off a certain stat, but you'll still get something. even if you don't have a positive investment in that stat. For example, no matter how much strength you have, Titan String Bow's effect will always be at least +1, because that's its floor. Same with Potent Robe, that's always going to be +1, even if you don't have any positive charisma modifier. Arcane Synergy is an unfortunate case of it's floored but at 0, so you can never get a negative bonus, but if you don't have a positive spellcasting modifier, it doesn't give you anything. There are some effects that are floored, that are not floored at all. So, like, if you have a negative number, it'll just be like, hey, too bad, so sad, get fucked. The Boots of Uninhibited Kushigo that we'll be getting in this run, and using heavily in this run, are like that. If you have a negative wisdom modifier, they will lower your damage.
Time for a soft touch. Got it.
Like healing someone with 8 wisdom, exactly. Handy May.
Soldier.
The bonus healing from spell modifier on Healing Word does not have a floor, so it can push your heal into the negatives. Negative healing's fun, though.
For me?
My planned stats this run. The goal is in Act 3 we'll have 24 wisdom, or 22 if I can't make 24 work. And then our strength will be somewhere from 22 to 30. I know that's a broad range, but I haven't decided on a couple finer points. Dexterity will be 16. Constitution will be 10 or 8. And we won't have the charisma anymore by then either. I just have the charisma right now because respecs are allowed in this run, and the wisdom investment does not do anything for me until I hit monk level 6. Do healing spells available to bards scale with wisdom or charisma? They will scale with charisma if you get them from your bard spellbook. If you get them from both a, say, cleric spellbook and a bard spellbook, you will be given the option to choose. Unless it's one of the weird bug spells that says, too bad, so sad, get fucked. Don't know offhand. We'll disguise from Kicklach to Kicklach. Oh, I said I was gonna cut it off at 10 hours. Alright, we'll go like 2 minutes. I've got momentum and I want to make up for this run reset.
Smoke. Something's burning. I hear shouting.
4 from Hag Potion, plus 2 from Mirage, plus 1 from Tavern Brawler, and other sources I get strength from. If I set it up properly, I could get Palma's Wrath going, which would be plus 4, but that would be at the expense of... I wouldn't be able to rage, because as soon as I end my rage, it would end that too. So that's something to consider. I get stoned and order food? Yes. That's a good idea. Jake agrees, I think. Gonna make dinner, realize I have money in my account. I'm used to that. I mean, if you can set up a little nest egg, that's good. But like, also having some good food is a good use of your money. I don't think that's a frivolous use of money because you need to eat to live, so you may as well fucking enjoy what you eat, right?
Not used to lying low.
Kicklach incoming.
You do it back. But my upbringing taught me to feel shame for enjoying things. Oh, I relate to that. Stop it. Speaking of double spells for multi-class, notice recasting, Call Lightning in my 6/6 Storm Tempest spell during my auto run, the Call Lightning attack was lower on recast. Yes, so recasts, Fealorn, scale off of your current spellcasting modifier, rather than the spellbook they're from. Pretty unique. You can use that to your advantage sometimes, but sometimes it is a pain in the ass, depending on what you're doing. Basically, if it appears in this side pane over here, see where my Dispel Disguise is? If it goes there, it'll use your current spellcasting stat. Why is it lower if Sorcerer is your current spellcasting level? So, are you sure Sorcerer was your current? What's the order you first invested into each class? Did you do Cleric then Sorcerer, or Sorcerer then Cleric? And which of your spellbooks were you casting Call Lightning from? Because then that could... Because they both get it at level 6. Every class started with Sorcerer, then Cleric, in between finished with Sorcerer. Okay, so it's Cleric. It is most recent that you took the first level in. Casting from Sorcerer, so what happened is your original cast was Charisma, and your recasts were Wisdom. Now, the good thing about Call Lightning is it is so strong that you don't have to care about having a good casting stat. Like, I promise you really don't. Did I eat? Nor. Use on that if I say what Cleric between Sorcerer levels. I think you're misunderstanding the condition for your spellcasting attribute changing, so I'll spell it out again. It's the most recent class that you took the first level. So, in your example, first level Sorcerer, then you took Cleric. Taking more Sorcerer will not change it back from Cleric. You'd have to take a different Charisma class to change it back to Charisma from that point. H-Stream? Yeah, had some momentum today, Wrath. Spent about 2 hours yapping instead of playing, so getting extra time in. This is a dagger range. And Dax could have stolen my XP there. Really need to carry more daggers, I don't have enough.
Hello.
Be better to start with Cleric, then go Sorcerer, that loses the con save from Sorcerer. So, like, I know people value con save proficiency quite a lot. And the instinct is synergy. If I'm using a concentration spell a lot, so I need good con saves, but, like, do you? What happens if they're just not hitting you? What happens if you just position so where they don't break your concentration because they never get to connect? Like, you have Tempestuous Flight, too. You could use your bonus action to, like, fly around corners and stuff the entire game. And then later on, high movement speed, Illithid Flight, Flight Potions. By the time you get to Act 3, Amulet of Greater Health and nothing else is enough to protect your concentration unless you are taking huge percentages of your health. Which, that percentage also goes down when you're using Amulet of Greater Health. Like, I don't think you need to care about your con save proficiency. It is objectively a better set of proficiencies to have, than what a cleric gets. I won't lie to you there. I would rather have con than either of the stats cleric gets. But to get your spellcasting modifiers correct, I think it's a decent sacrifice. I gotta be careful and not use sparkle hands here. What do I take here? Spell Sparkler. Sparky points? Is there finally a Sparky points row?
Your bolt. Listen, I must and you. May I trust you'll see it through?
No, it's not. It's Jolt Shooter.
I will.
Let's turn down the fire. Good idea, Carla. Tactical.
Failed. I can't kick because that'll kill her. Next time maybe Sparky points. Yeah, I gotta think of a run where I actually want Sparky points. It's not a bad item, it's just like Spell Sparkler is incredibly good, and then Jolt Shooter is situationally pretty good if devalued by it being surrounded by other bows at this point in the game. But, like, definitely still good. And then Sparky Points is like, alright, but what about you? Like, with Booming Blade and Snaring Strike, Thunderous Smite, all that, you can have Spell Sparkler sub in for it, for that side. It doesn't do its thing on throwing, because it's not one of those weapons. And it's just like a Trident. Sure, you get the disarm that all Tridents get, but, like, all Tridents have that. Like, what is it for, end of the day, you know? It's trying its best. Yeah, it's certainly not bad, it's just a fine weapon sandwiched between a great weapon and a good weapon. I almost wish that we had a situation where, like, whichever one you don't pick from Floric, those become available in, like, some obscure location late in the game or something. That'd be neat. Why do you value Thunderous so much? I'm still in the discriminating against smites due to cost phase. I know Protus goes there or anything else. Thunderous doesn't cost your concentration, Little Cream Squirt. Before Booming Blade, it was the only spell melee attack thing like that that didn't require a specific item equipped that could do that. Now, Booming Blade took a lot of its shine because Booming Blade does the same thing except without a spell slot and without a bonus action. But Thunderous being able to do that stuff without, and unlike Booming Blade, it does count as a Thunder spell, so you can, like, do Marco with it. So Black did a run where he got a lot of big Thunder smites going, doing that. It's better than the other stylized smites because of that. It is less costly.
Please.
Spell Sparkler and Sparkle Land stack if Fire Snakes is used, so no, because Spell Sparkler wants spells, and Fangs isn't a spell. Fangs is a punch. It is in no way a spell or anything except Marco Heshker Fire, because that applies to a bunch of things that aren't spells.
It's for a sister's wedding.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Hey, there's a chest in here. Need a word.
Alright. I'm cutting off here. 10 hours, 15 minutes in. Good progress today. Good stuff, everyone. So, what day of the week is today? Today is Saturday. So, I don't normally stream Sundays, but I'll be live tomorrow. Not playing this. Doing some gaming with friends. So I actually will be live. Game I've streamed before, but you know, me and the boys decided, spur of the moment, that we're doing a thing with that. So that'll be fun. So if you don't care to show up for non-BG3 content, I totally get it. Totally understandable. No obligation, of course, as always. And next BG3 stream will be Monday, but tomorrow will be something else. Let's see, where are we going? Where are we going? Who's live right now? Oh, Mark is on. We can raid Mark. Easy. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. Give our friend Mark the Power lots of love. Great guy, great challenge runner. He's been running a gauntlet of very restrictive challenge runs lately, and even getting like a run off the ground with those rule sets is impressive. Like he's really been grinding at no consumables, which you see how much I use consumables when I play. It's kind of become second nature. I've been toying around with the idea of doing no consumables just to deprogram myself a little bit. Because just the power of elixirs, healing potions, smoke powder bombs, alchemist fires, there's so much that's so good. The game really feels completely different without them. So I believe he's working on no consumables right now. Give him lots of love. Got my emotes, jiggle, etc. I'll see you over there. See you tomorrow for non-BG3, Monday for BG3. Bye-bye.